Thank you for the follow, Ryan. Hello, hello. Another day, another stream. So I'm a Twitch affiliate, which is fun, but it means that I have to run ads. There's no way to turn it off. So I enabled it so there's no pre-roll ads. So, and I'm gonna try to do it so like, I don't know if I'm gonna do it at the top of every hour or if I'm just gonna try to do it so I'm not interrupting with like the content that I'm looking at, but we'll see. Next thing is partner, which takes way longer, but how are we doing today? Hi, Oscar. I don't know whether or not I should start with Sam Seder versus Ezra Klein. At least you get paid for them, right? Yeah, I get pennies. It gives you the option to like run like 20 minutes of ads or something like that, which is just suicidal if you actually want to grow. But you don't start live streaming because the pay's so good. I'm going back and forth because it's like, if it's going to be kind of like chill vibes with some turbulence, then Sam Seder versus Ezra Klein, because I haven't seen any of that. But like the 30 seconds that I did see, he was kind of like pushing back on him. But then I could also just do her take, and I have a lot of shit to say about that. Let's do her take. Fuck it.
If you're not going to be a good person.
All right. Let's dive straight into the lobotomy. So this is her take. Her take is a shittier version of The View. It's more annoying. It's worse in every single way. Anna Kasparian is debasing herself, even though she's way better than this, to join her, I guess, ideological compatriots now that she's unaligned. But I guess I think in the context of this show, she is supposed to be the token lefty, which is not hard to... There is going to be very, very narrow parameters on what she's allowed to say and still keep this job, still remain in the good graces of these people. Unlike Lindy Lee, who understands what she needs to do in order to succeed in this space as like a right winger, her whole shtick is, I used to be a Democrat, so believe me when I tell you that it's a cult, they're crazy, and the Republicans are actually the sane ones, they're the conservatives in this country. The conservatives in this country. But let's see how long it takes before Anna gets so fed up with something stupid that they're saying that she's forced to defend a lib position, or actually forces herself to agree with them so she doesn't end up causing like a ruckus.
And can you please not be a pathological liar at the very least?
I don't buy the argument that she's dumb.
I don't think she's dumb at all.
She cannot make a point.
Okay, in the first episode, the top comment underneath said, like, I love the show, but you guys talk over each other too much. It doesn't look like they fixed that for this episode, so.
It is torture. I agree with you on that.
Where do we begin? This is a complete clown car. Let's remind folks, this is a guy who's pretending to be a man of the people. He said Republicans should have no peace.
I don't agree with that language. I don't think it's helpful to talk about how, your political opponent should know no peace. That's crazy, but
absolutely
he did say
not.
it.
Not realizing that their leader doesn't actually believe in it and that they don't even know what.
We're going to be tone policing Democrats for talking about, political opposition to the majority party that they've always opposed. We're going to be tone policing that and looking the other way on a president that is literally blackbagging people for expressing their feelings and thoughts on ongoing geopolitics.
What they're marching for.
That's you can outline what's actually in the Green New Deal.
I'm not here to hurt any feelings, but I'm also here to tell the truth.
Right, and you've rejected them at every opportunity.
Every single opportunity.
Purely on the basis
I'm not going to pretend I have. I have not rejected it any opportunity.
But the point is the hypocrisy.
Of course,
that's
it's not just
issue.
that. It's not. I'm not.
These are supposed to be the best moments in this episode.
Dando.
Welcome to Her Take, where real conversation happens. You've got differing points of view from all ends of the spectrum, right, center, left of center, somewhat. And we're always looking for common.
This show skews so far right that Anna is supposed to be the left of center.
Ground. Today, joining us is Elizabeth Pipko, former GOP spokesperson. Are you ready for this?
I'm so ready for
I
this.
believe
I've
you
never
are
heard
ready
of
for
this
this.
woman.
We're going to jump right in. I promised Lindy we would start our second show talking about the 2028 Democratic frontrunners. So let's jump right in with this guy here, Pritzker, the governor of Illinois. If you could pull that up for me, Nat, we've got Pritzker thunders against do-nothing Democrats as he stokes 2028 talk. All right, go.
Where do I even
Where
start?
do we begin?
This is a complete clown car. This is the same guy. He's an oligarch. Let's remind folks, this is a guy who's pretending to be a man of the people. He is so wealthy. He's a
She's describing Trump.
billionaire. And you know what he said just the other day? He said Republicans should have no peace because we
What is her explanation for Trump then?
dare to protect our borders. That is a crime that we're
The
committing.
only way that Trump is you're able to explain how so many working class people are totally on board with a billionaire oligarch and Elon Musk is because aesthetically Trump is such a fucking buffoon that I do think that a lot of working class people relate to, not his buffoonery, but they relate to sort of like how much of a free spirit he is, to put it lightly.
Republicans should have no peace.
He's authentic, he's genuine, so even though it sounds like he has like Creutzfeldt-Jakob syndrome, to some people that registers as authenticity.
Because we dare to protect our borders. That is a crime.
You know, it's funny that she just said like she's criticizing this guy for saying Republicans should know no peace, which obviously means like politically he's not talking about a genuine disruption to like he's not talking about like an incitement to violence, it's just pearl clutching. But she said on this other interview with that woman who was pressing her on her upcoming book that she was not a Republican. She said she is a conservative, and she was very explicit about that and wanted to like emphasize that she was not explicitly partisan. But now she's just saying he's coming for us. Like we just want, security. We meaning Republicans, I guess.
That we're committing.
Is that?
He
I didn't
is
know
saying that's what he's saying. He says that
He did say that.
He
yeah.
did say that. And
I don't agree with that language. I don't think it's helpful to talk about how, your political opponent should know no peace. That's crazy, but
absolutely
he did say
not.
it.
And because that's essentially inciting the violence that Democrats were obviously guilty of during the summer of 2020 when they held up a drug addict.
Like every other, probably daily, Trump slanders some new person or demographic or whatever, but we're going to worry about this guy who is not even like a national name at this point. The governor of Illinois, buried in a speech somewhere, he's using like spirited rhetoric about, opposing the political party that he hates.
George Floyd as their emblem of racial justice. And so
she's hitting all the points, This like she like is so fucking good with this grift, man.
2020 when they held up a drug addict, George Floyd, as their emblem of racial justice.
I feel like debunking this stupid shit about George Floyd being murdered and explaining how like, yes, he did not die of fentanyl. He died because he was suffocated, or like he was like his windpipe was crushed or whatever. It was a homicide. He's like just stooping to an unnecessary level.
Justice. And so
because it's not really about it with these people. It's like this guy being murdered and being made a martyr by Derek Chauvin, who's now like imprisoned. That's you having sympathy for a man in that position. That's you like holding him up as someone inspirational.
Pritzker is bringing that all back, and he and AOC and Gavin Newsom and Pete Buttigieg, they're all vying to be the lead contender of the 2020 race, and all of them have very deep flaws. Like, where do I even start? And AOC is currently on this anti-oligarchy.
She's like so like antsy to get all of this out. Like, oh, I hate AOC bad. Fucking Gavin Newsom stupid. Gavin Newsom's gonna bring communism to California. That this was. She's like already talking about all these different candidates.
And you know what? She was just exposed for flying on a private jet.
I saw that as well. I reposted that as well.
And Jillian,
compliments of Charlie Kirk with Bernie Sanders.
Yeah.
And you know,
why is this a big gotcha? They're doing the Fight Oligarchy tour, and they're trying to quickly move from state to state, and they're trying to get to rural areas of the country that don't have airports that they can fly into. Otherwise, they would.
What day she was exposed?
On Earth Day. Wow,
Yeah.
how ironic. I think of everyone that I've kind of tuned into, tapped into, it seems like she's probably the most viable option, at least for Gen Z. And that seems to be what's for Gen Z specifically. Like, I think that when it comes to the primaries, I think that she is pretty much a lock with Gen Z, possibly the general election as well, if she were to make it that
Oh, but Amy doesn't remember that Gen Z doesn't really vote.
Far, but I think that her views would be a little bit more of an issue with anyone who was more moderate or anyone who, I mean, she's a self-proclaimed socialist at the end of the day. And there's a lot of people who buy into that without really knowing what it means and the true implications of that.
Okay. One, that's what people loved about her. But two, the idea that like AOC represents some sort of like socialist revolution in America, like, dude, I fucking wish.
You know?
I mean, I don't know if she's
like, it is, I feel like putting way too much emphasis on like rhetoric and not actually looking at like their agenda.
Socialist, to be quite frank. I think that she tends to position herself or present herself as someone who is very far left economically speaking. But when you look at her leadership or how she has governed as a member of Congress.
Oh, look, I have to agree with Anna already.
She seems to really lean into more of the culture war stuff than anything else, to be honest with you.
I've always perceived her as being Listen, I also want to get this out of the way because she's not a bartender. She has like a double major.
Yeah, by the way,
can you pull this up? She's actually quite, I don't like her politics, but I'm sick and tired of calling her a bartender because I believe she's got like a double major in economics or political.
Is this a secret? Was anyone under the impression that AOC had no education and that she really went from being a bartender to working in Congress?
Science, something. She's
by the way,
she's not an idiot. But honey, she might have waded her way through college. What's her education, Nat? Yeah, get back to me on that one.
To be honest with you, I have no problem with members of Congress having worked like normal jobs because they're more likely to be able to connect with ordinary everyday Americans and understand the lives they live. The fact that she was a bartender, I don't see as a knock on her record at all.
Exactly.
Actually, I think that's one of the things.
I actually think it's the opposite. I think it helps her.
Agree.
And I think it was a mistake on the Republican side to say, oh, she's the bartender, you vote for a bartender.
Agree.
Many Americans are proud to be bartenders.
The issue is the disgusting hypocrisy.
Right.
The fact that she labels herself as this climate, the originator of the Green New Deal. She has the gumption to fly.
We're going to use the Green New Deal. We're going to use the Green New Deal to prove that AOC is a socialist. So the Green New Deal is obviously supposed to be like the climate change version of FDR's New Deal. But FDR literally created the New Deal to save capitalism. And the Green New Deal is largely just that. It's the resurrection of it's not going to be as monumental as the New Deal, but it's supposed to be creating more reliance on renewable resources, creating new jobs for Americans, like revitalizing like domestic industry. It's not going to be like, if this is supposed to be like what you point to prove that like AOC is a socialist is a fucking joke.
I'm so sorry. Go ahead, sweetheart. There it is. So she attended Boston University where she double majored.
Even woman to woman, there's something weird about a woman defaulting to calling somebody else sweetheart.
In international relations and economics, graduating with honors. So I just want to say, like, the fact that people put her down and suggest, oh, she's a waitress, as if there was anything wrong with that, which we've just established there's nothing wrong with it, but she's also very intelligent and very well educated. I'm not a fan, but I think it's important we give credit where credit is due.
But the issue is her hypocrisy. I am a staunch environmentalist, which is actually what kept me in the Democratic Party for
which is why I'm now Republican, because I love the environment.
More than a decade. I care deeply about clean air and clean water. This is the hill that I will die on. And she dares to fly around on private jets all day long, every week, day in and day out, and call her.
It's the FDR deal of green capitalism. I mean, basically.
An environmentalist, like how?
I support the Green New Deal, but like I'm not going to pretend like it's doing anything other than like trying to put like needed guardrails on unregulated capitalism.
Dare you? How dare you become one of the most egregious carbon emitters? You're literally killing us. That's what you're doing. I feel that strongly about it.
Would you never fly on a private jet?
I don't fly on private jets. I can't. I have plenty of opportunity to. Trust me.
Right, and you've rejected them at every opportunity you've had.
Every single opportunity.
What a martyr. She's so brave for having the option to fly on her private jet but not doing it.
I'm not going to pretend I have not rejected it any opportunity.
But the point is the hypocrisy.
Of course.
That's
it's not
the
just
issue.
that. I'm not done though, because at the Met Gala, she goes in this designer gown. She says she's a woman of the people. She goes to the Met Gala of all places and
Didn't she do this like 5 years ago? I mean, I guess to be fair, I'm bringing up shit from like, I would bring up stuff from like Trump's first administration, but like you're talking about something like she's connecting this like thing that she did years ago as if it's relevant to something that she's doing now.
Hobnobs with the richest people in the world.
My sub notifications are broken. No, they're not.
She wore you know, the tax the rich dress.
It
So it was okay.
And didn't pay the dressmaker, by the way. That was another scandal.
But I also want to go back. You said she's a socialist. You said, I don't know if she's a socialist. That's kind of the point. I don't think she knows if she's a socialist. Mostly that's kind of the point of socialism. Those at the top are never socialists themselves, but everybody underneath them. So she's got a chunk of young people in the country advocating for socialism, not realizing that their leader doesn't actually believe in it and that they don't even know.
Okay, can you can this lady explain to me how you're supposed to do a socialism and capitalism,
what they're
please?
marching for. That's the
You
problem.
can outline what's actually in the Green New Deal, because it's my understanding it's pretty socialist.
Yes.
From cradle to grave, as
There's
Hannity
job
says, from
guarantee in
womb to
there.
tomb, everything's paid for.
You know, the
So your lack of understanding, okay.
socialism debate, though, is kind of frustrating.
5 years ago, AOC was a very different politician too. I know, and you would like the rhetoric that they're using and the arguments that they're making against her. You would think that AOC still had the fire that she had then today, and so like they're just. I don't want to say they're fighting with ghosts because it is stuff that she's talked about, but it's like, dude, good luck getting her on record saying any of this stuff now.
Because
I don't think she's completely like distanced it or disavowed it, but AOC is like far more media trained and like savvy now than she was before.
in this country, we do live in a mixed economy, and I think that's the right balance, right? It's important to have private industry.
Right.
I don't want the government making my shoes or my clothes.
The minimum wouldn't be not living in the most materialistic capital. I know, but the examples that they're giving are stupid though, because the private jet thing, she and Bernie were using a private jet so they could go to different areas of the country for the fight oligarchy tour. And the only reason why they did is because they're on such a tight schedule to get like, I don't know if it's like 50 states, but to get from place to place, and they're going to like rural areas of the country that literally don't have airports for them to like fly into. So it's cheaper and easier for them to just use private charters from like one place to the next. I feel like this is hardly comparable to like somebody going out of their way to do that frequently, you know, or like AOC going to the Met Gala and wearing a dress. It's like, one, you can only be invited to the Met Gala. You can't pay to go to it. It's not like the Grammys or anything like that. Is it some bourgeois event? Yes, I'm not really like disputing that part, but like even the dress that she wore, she probably didn't keep that dress. They don't have the people paying them. The celebrities for the most part are like advertisements for the dresses that they're wearing. That's why when they go up to like E! News and whoever interviews them and they ask them for details about their clothing, they're saying like, I'm wearing Versace or whatever, and they just show off the stuff that they're allowed to wear for free.
But there are certain elements of society that I think we need to take the profit motive out of, right? So, for instance, I don't like the idea of private prisons.
It's like the Met Gala thing is like performative in an attempt at, I guess, like causing some sort of like discourse about like what we need to do or whatever. I'm for like, you know, getting the word out, but I feel like stuff like I just don't know that the places like the Met Gala can like ever be the place where like that discourse takes place, you know, like like I don't know if that's ever going to be the entry point for that sort of discourse.
Because they're motivated to make money off of imprisoning people.
Right.
So they're going to lobby hard for these insane policies, tough on crime policies that don't make any sense, so they can keep their prison beds full of inmates.
Right.
So in those cases, I think it makes more sense to have government, like a government-run type of situation. But we do have a mixed economy. I think that's the right way to go about it. And when it comes to redistribution of wealth, okay, let's have a conversation about that and a real debate about that. I think the problem is everything is very surface level. I don't know if she really genuinely does identify as a social.
To be fair, going to the Met Gala to spread a message, it was pretty subversive. I don't know, because like my only exposure to the discourse that ends up being birthed from cultural events like that ends up being people that are almost exclusively critical or people that already agree with her, including myself. And so the people that you actually need to ask are not the people that I'm in contact with.
Socialist.
Right.
The fact of the matter is, most of what I've gotten from AOC so far in her time in Congress is the culture war stuff.
Race baiting.
I agree with you to a large extent.
I find that too.
The whole mixed economy thing, this is a discussion that we often
What culture war stuff is AOC talking about?
have in Australia, because Australia is certainly even more of a mixed economy.
But like, again, like these people follow AOC the way like libs follow Marjorie Taylor Greene and whatnot. So
Than what the US is, specifically when it comes to healthcare.
Right,
And
yeah.
one thing I always said was that I received far better, quote unquote, healthcare when I was in Australia, forgetting that that was nearly a decade ago. And it's really interesting to see the way that has changed over the period of the last decade. Everybody used to speak about how amazing the healthcare system in Australia was. And yes, a part of that was the fact that for the most part it was.
dude, this fucking cope, the idea that in 10 years the Australian system has gotten so bad it's become worse than the United States, there's absolutely no way.
Free. Many of the services were free. But now, today, you can't actually get a high quality of service. And people are coming to the United States for simple things that should be treatable within their home country, but because they don't want to be put on a list and wait for several months.
It's like actually the opposite. To the extent that people are coming from a different country to the United States, it's usually not because they need something simple. It's usually because they need something like cutting edge and very, very specific. And there's not somebody in their own country that offers the sort of treatment that she needs. Hasn't she been living in the US for 5+ years now? Yeah, but she'll still try to like cope that like the US system is better. I debated her on this once where I asked her like, isn't like we pay more for less here? The healthcare system that we have is more expensive than every other country, like developed countries. We get worse outcomes. There's no upside to it. And when you look at Canada and Australia, like all of these countries that have universal healthcare or some sort of like public option at the very least, they absolutely trounce us when it comes to patient outcomes. But of course, like she's find some way to say that like, I guess the what we're supposed to be going with is that 10 years ago, Australia, it was good in Australia. But since she hasn't been there, she can't attest to that anymore. So you should probably just take her word for it that it's probably shit. But I debated her not that like less than 2 years ago, and she was saying that just for her to be able to get treated for like a cough or something like that, it was really fucking expensive. So, you know, I guess things have changed or something.
I believe this is even happening in Canada, for example, which have Australia, Canada, a lot of similarities. We're under the rule of the Commonwealth, right? So very similar in that sense. There are surely benefits somewhat to a mixed economy, but I think we really need to define what those are and be super clear on that, because it's very easy to say, oh, the healthcare system in Australia is better because it's free. Right. Why is everyone flocking here then? How come there are people in Australia who are literally dying in waiting rooms because there aren't enough doctors to be able to perform the operations?
For whatever reason that Australians are coming here, I guarantee you it is not because of the US healthcare system, it's in spite of it.
That need to be performed. Like, there are benefits to monetizing certain industries because it creates incentives. But yes, we over incentivize, you know? So where's the balance? How can we find
you make
that?
a really good point. And in fact, there are some issues with our system aside from the inaccessibility of healthcare for a lot of people, especially those living in poverty. So in the United States, obviously, the cost of becoming a
separate
doctor.
Conversation,
right? So right now,
as we're just touching upon
there are certain doctors in certain specialized fields, including, by the way, primary care.
I'm Canadian and the financial side is fantastic, but the waiting times are horrible. I had a shoulder injury and had to go to the emergency while waiting for an appointment because the pain was too much. They injected something to lessen the pain for the months. I'd be waiting for a specialist. It took 6 months in total to see the doctor. I don't know if you've ever been to the United States, but I promise you the private health, like the only difference between the experience that the average American who has an ailment like this and needs to see a doctor is having than the experience that you had is that one, they're going to pay an exorbitant amount of money. A lot of times you have to have a primary care physician. And then if you need to see something for like a specialist, you have to, it's really, really difficult to get booked with a primary care physician. You probably won't even see the primary care physician the first time you go on the visit. You're going to see the physician's assistant because they're so booked. It's going to be a long wait time for that, if you can even get in with them. Some doctors don't even have like walk-ins, or if it's your first time that you've been a patient there, they consider that a new patient appointment. And then, you know, you can't actually have a complaint, and you get one complaint per visit. So you have to do like the intake as the new patient. And then maybe next time you go see them, which may or may not be, you know, close together, then you can give your complaint. And if it's something that they can address, then you're going to be stuck with a huge bill to get your prescription medication if you don't have, unless you have insurance. And even then insurance might not cover it, or it might only cover parts of it. And if you're referred to a specialist, that probably is going to take forever as well. That's probably not going to be, if you don't have insurance, it's definitely not covered. If you have insurance, it's a toss up depending on like if the specialist is in network. So if the specialist is like near you, if the nearest specialist for your shoulder is like even in the next city over, it may not even be covered. So when they look at the aggregate data of like, are patient outcomes better in the countries that have it? It says yes, but the wait times are longer. But what ends up happening in the United States is that because people don't want to spend the money on like healthcare bills, they wait so long for the thing that they have, whether it like to not actually get it seen. And then sometimes acute issues turn into these like long-term issues that are never addressed, or that could have been solved a lot easier if they had just gone to the doctor in the first place, which is why like that contributes to American insurance and like a lot of healthcare systems being overrun. because people don't go until they absolutely need to, or they like go to the emergency room for things that are non-emergent because a lot of doctors here like won't be open at the times that they need to see them. So it's like such a shit show here. I can't even like get into it.
Care physicians who don't make that much money, who we're running out of them.
I figure even in a country with free healthcare, if you have enough money, you can get seen quickly, have high quality operations if you fly somewhere to do it. Yeah.
Okay, well, there's a shortage of primary.
Like the thing is that we say like all of these countries have Medicare for all, but that's not, it's usually not as simple as that. A lot of these countries still have like private markets for healthcare.
Care physicians, because you got to take out.
So even if like you'll have a free option or whatever, it's going to have longer wait times. But if you have the money, you're going to be able to skip it because you can just pay for a private physician in your area.
A ton of debt to get educated and get the credentials necessary to be that doctor. And if you're not going to be able to make enough money to pay back your loans, that's not going to be an appealing fee.
Okay, this is the biggest lie. So the argument that she's making is that here it's become so expensive to become a doctor that people are disincentivized from becoming a doctor. And it's not true. If that were true, explain to me why Cuba has like the most doctors per capita. And if you're a doctor in Cuba, you're not making like a ton more money than like some of the, let me see, how many doctors are there in Cuba per person, I guess. Cuba has the highest doctor to population ratio with approximately 8.4 doctors per 1,000 people. This translates to about 1 doctor for every 150 patients. Cuba is known for its extensive healthcare system and high number of medical professionals. And the funny thing is what she's saying about like, oh, it's not worth it because like the money doesn't get back when like, you know, honestly, what sort of incentive is that? If you speak to anybody in med school, and I have friends that have gone through med school and have become, I know physical therapists, I know 2 PAs, and I know 2 doctors. And all of them, if you ask them, like, should I go into this because I want to make money? They're all going to tell you, if you want to make money, this is not the field. Like right away after you've gotten your training, this is not the field for you. You have to do this because you love it, because you care about patients, because you love medicine, because you're interested in pathology, whatever your specialty is. They're not going to tell you if you want money, like yes, it eventually pays off, but there is a lot of work involved in that. And it's going to be way, 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 way too much for you to handle. If that is like really kind of your first and last, or like at least primary motivator, it has to be something that you really, really love to stick through it, because you have to do well in high school. You have to get your undergrad. You have to go to grad school. Then you have to do med school, or like med school is like grad school, basically when you become a doctor. But then you need to do your internship. You have to do your residency, and you have to do maybe a fellowship. And you get paid not very well for the internship, and you get paid a little bit better for the residency. And then from that point on, you start to see real money. But like the first like 10, 15 years, it's going to take a while before like you really start to see the money come back.
Field of work for you. So we're actually kind of running into the same problem as other countries that have socialized healthcare.
The financial side is very good, especially for costly things. IDK, but all in, I pay 36.12 income tax on top of 15% consumption tax for 50K yearly income. Sometimes I wonder if I just invested all the tax money in the S&P, we'd have a lower tax rate, that I'd be better off.
Care because of how difficult it is to become a doctor and to pay your bills after taking out all those massive loans.
I want to bring you back to, this is a very, I love it, and we can definitely litigate it on a different show, but I want to bring you back to the topic at hand simply because, as a former Democrat, I am deeply alarmed that the Dems are doubling down on wokeism and progressivism. I thought for sure the message would be move away from the fringe, step away.
She's like a person I didn't think existed. Somebody that has gone back and forth between like different parties. The mythical like swing voter.
From the wrong side of the 80-20 issues. Let's move more to the center. Let's be more moderate. And instead, the hero that is rising is the most woke.
But you said this message should come, right? I mean, you could probably answer this better than me. Who's the message supposed to come from? They don't have a leader.
Exactly. Guys, let me just put this into perspective
no
for you. Their leader is a guy named Ken Martin, who no one has ever heard of. All right, put him aside. And then they
No. You wait.
I mean, true.
Get to put him aside. Who's Ken Martin?
No. Ken Martin. He's like a completely boring dude. He's completely irrelevant. That's my point. The person they have as the face of the party right now is a guy who looks more interesting.
The set is we have the view at home.
Brexit than I do. David Hogg. Okay, he's a complete.
Americans complain about healthcare costs, but they pay very little in taxes. I'm not sure if the pro-Canada healthcare people would feel the same if they paid as much in taxes. The thing is that Americans are going to complain about any amount of taxes that they have to pay because unlike places in Canada or Australia where there's no paying at the point of service, you can actually kind of immediately feel the impact of like your tax dollars hard at work and like directly benefiting you. Americans absolutely detest taxes because especially depending on like where you live, it feels like you are literally just sending the government your money for free because it's hard to, unless you're actively thinking about like, oh yeah, like that money goes to fund like infrastructure. When I got COVID stimulus, that was because I paid taxes. Like unless you become like the direct recipient of something until you're, taking out Social Security or you have somebody on disability or they're the recipient of like VA benefits, you literally don't feel like you're getting anything here. Even though you are, you're not going to feel it right away. And the point to hammer about free healthcare, like Medicare for all in America, is that like your taxes are going to go up, but your household total, as far as like expenditures related to healthcare, are going to go down. It will still end up being a net positive, but they try to just get you on the scary part of like, but your taxes are going to go up. And it's like, yeah, but like it's basically the difference between a private tax or a public tax. Just because you save money in taxes because we don't have Medicare for all, that doesn't mean that you're never going to have medical debt. At some point, you're going to have to go to the doctor again.
Do you know who David Hogg is?
I don't know who David Hogg is.
He is the guy who said that we should abolish
How does she not know who David Hogg is?
ICE, that we should get rid of the Second Amendment.
Okay.
He's a guy throwing bombs every single day. The guy is completely off his rocker. Not only that, he's doing us a favor. He's primary Democrat.
It's so funny that she's saying he's off his rocker when like he was way more annoying when he first hit the scene and like he's way more like chill and subdued and like brought it back because he's become like this institutionalist. Why taxes go to war instead of healthcare.
He's going after
America #1, baby.
Democrats who are not woke enough in his eyes.
In safe blue districts, so
they're going to primary. She's going to primary Chuck Schumer. I'm hearing.
Well, AOC might do that. I have no idea.
She's thinking about running for president.
But that is a little bit okay. So it's interesting because right now in the Democratic National Committee there are two competing.
I just realized that if you've ever watched The Actual View, which in my defense, it's funny that we're talking about healthcare. I have exclusively only watched that show when I've been like waiting in a waiting room. And the last time I did watch it was like years ago, but Meghan McCain was still on there and she was basically like the token conservative. And this show is like the inverse of it to the point that like Anna has to be like the token lib. The difference is that Meghan McCain is an absolute fucking moron and Anna Kasparian at least has some brains and can argue her points well.
Ideologies, and it's all under the same tent.
I've seen this.
Ken Martin represents the, honestly, pro-corporate wing of the Democratic Party. He's the guy who said, there's some good billionaires, and the good billionaires are the ones that give to the Democratic Party, right? On the other side, you have David Hogg, who's a vice chair of the DNC.
No, on the other side, you have the Republican Party, where there is no, like, conservative wing and then the more liberal wing of the party. No, you just literally have fascists.
Yes, he is definitely more socially left-wing than even I am, and he wants to primary what he has considered to be ineffective Democrats in safe.
The shit that they do on the 5 with Jessica Tarlov is disgusting. I know she's there to be like, and the funny thing is that I don't even think she considers herself a lib. She just has more brains than the average person on that panel, but she just ends up being like the de facto punching bag.
The blue districts, the do nothing Democrats, basically, right?
Okay.
The thing is, okay, well, what are you pushing for when you say they do nothing?
That's what I was going to ask you. What does that mean?
To be honest, I think we didn't send Ukraine enough. The way they denoted the money was stupid. I disagree with any of the other wars we're involved in. What sucks is that like Ukraine is one of those things that, as far as I'm concerned, if like half the military budget went to it, fine by me, I know that's not what's happening, but it's the one we probably like Biden gave considerably more to Ukraine than he probably should have in the sense that if he wanted to kind of try to keep his favorabilities higher, that is not a war that like has consistently pulled very well as far as Americans being interested in like funding it. It's the right thing to do, but it's not. He actually got more done than I would have thought on that front.
Do you want the candidates to go in? And that's really the devil's in the details.
Is do nothing resist at all costs, or you're doing nothing?
Right now, the Democratic base seems to want Democrats to resist at all costs. And I think that might be short-sighted because you should look at the issues, issue by issue.
This is literally the tweet that's like, you don't know how bad you're making your cause sound or something like that. And it's like someone who doesn't agree with your cause or like your cause is telling you that.
What do you want the Democrats to fight back against?
I think that's
if it makes sense, it makes sense.
Right.
But if you just want them to resist Trump or the Trump administration at any and all costs, even if he's doing something that's popular and most Americans.
The issue is him not clarifying every single time that Ukraine wasn't being sent money, but surplus military equipment. I know. The amount of people that don't the amount of Americans or like the average voter does not understand that like the majority of what they're being sent, as far as I know, is stuff that was basically going to get thrown away.
Like it, you're only going to hurt yourself.
But when you say the base, do you mean the loudest people on Twitter or the ones
Pretty
that show
much.
up to Bernie?
This is like the only place you could get away with this like caricature that the Democratic opposition is literally just born of a hatred for Trump. Like this is something that might have you could have gotten away with saying this like before Trump was elected. But we are 100 days into his presidency. There is no shortage of things to criticize him on, both from like policy as far as just insane, like his rhetoric, even like the less substantive stuff. But she's acting like this opposition to the Democrats is just this blind hatred of him and not the product of like his policy choices thus far.
You should look at the issues, issue by issue. What do you want the Democrats to fight back against?
I think that's
if it makes sense, it makes sense.
Right.
But if you just want them to resist Trump or the Trump administration at any and all costs, even if he's doing something that's popular and most Americans like it, you're only going to hurt yourself.
But when you say the base, do you mean the loudest people on Twitter or the ones that show up to Bernie rallies or actual Democrats?
That's actually a great question. Thank you for asking it, because I think right now, what the party is getting wrong is they're only listening to the loudest voices, the activists, those who run, left-leaning NGOs and nonprofits. I don't think that's representative of the Democratic base. In fact, I think a lot of people who were in the Democratic base abandoned
Dude, what? Hold on.
Because I think right now, what the party is getting wrong is they're only listening to the loudest voices, the activists, those who run, left-leaning NGOs and nonprofits. I don't think that's representative of the Democratic base. In fact, I think a lot of people who...
Okay. I was about to go off on her and say like, yeah, dude, the left edge of the Democratic Party is definitely just getting everything that they want. Like this, I was like, this is completely delusional. But she like was very specific to say like non-profits and stuff and like what the shit that goes on in America under like the broad umbrella of what can be a non-profit ranges from causes that are, like things like cancer research or something like that, all the way to things that are like, it's technically a nonprofit or whatever, but when you actually look at how the foundation or whatever the nonprofit is like breaks down how they do their spending, yes, it basically ends up like way too much of it goes to like an overpaid salary or something like that. So like what she's saying is like, if this were more precise and she was saying the Democrats pander to like young urban professionals, and like middle managers, I would agree with her more, but she's kind of giving this like a leftist NGO. Like, give me one example of like what you mean. Because I feel like I'm being too charitable.
Who were in the Democratic base abandoned Democrats and voted for Trump. And I think Democrats need to figure out why that happened.
And because they're silent, people forget that they exist.
Exactly.
But I think that's still the majority of the Democrat Party.
I think so
too. That's a good 60-70%.
Also, speaking as a former donor, let me tell you, people are pissed off. They are hemorrhaging donors by the day. Yeah. I may have left the party, but I still talk to my friends, so I have my ear on the ground. People hate Obama. I also want to make people aware that Obama has lost so much credibility as a result of the 2024 campaign.
Because he knew that Biden was completely...
Yes.
A guy who probably has like less relevancy now, even more so than Joe Biden. We're talking about like Democratic opinion on Obama. Don't get me wrong, like it's a conversation I expect to be had, but like in like liberal, like leftist circles, this is not something I would expect Republicans to be like worried about. This is the equivalent of like if I were watching a leftist show and they're like talking about the Republicans' opinions on like Dick Cheney.
And he literally went out there and said, "You're not black if you don't vote Democrat." Like, I mean, in so many words, he essentially
was yelling
said that.
at black men for not giving Kamala Harris a chance.
Young black men.
I mean, yeah, that was fucking stupid. Every time that people bring up Joe Biden saying, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black, you're not going to hear me complaining if people are bitching about that.
Yeah, and it was young black men that used to look up to him, I'm sure. It was people my age and younger.
Also,
and he bullied them for not wanting to vote.
I did too.
So you'd be good in his book.
I want to
It's a new show. Yeah, this is only episode 2. This is the show looks interesting. That's one word for it.
Hey, Anna, thank you for giving some color to Ken Martin, because I actually was wrong to gloss over him, because now I have to say one thing. In 2023, I was at a dinner actually with...
I indicate who you're talking about. I literally never see. No, I'm saying like the only place that you're going to see a discussion about like the opinion of Obama is going to be like on a lefty liberal podcast that's giving like a retrospective, like basically almost like a history podcast at this point. Like I'm thinking of something like Citations Needed podcast is like a podcast that I listen to that I could see them talking about like Obama's legacy and like his continued influence on the party. But like it's not something that's really entirely relevant to a Republican.
Wendell Pierce, the dude from The Wire. He was to my left. I was with my brother. I brought my brother to Chicago. We were having dinner with Kamala Harris. It was the same day. It was September 13th, 2000.
Also, I kind of wish that like Obama has like lost the purchase in the Democratic Party that she's talking about, but he definitely hasn't. He was literally saying, hold on. This was just from the, I haven't read this entirely. I wanted to go over it on stream, but I was just like skimming through it. Where is it? I think it's this. I think it was in this. So Jake Tapper is an anchor at CNN. Pretty sure he's like openly a Democrat. And he penned this article for the New Yorker talking about how Joe Biden handed the presidency to Donald Trump. At a fateful event last summer, Barack Obama, George Clooney, and others were stunned by Biden's weakness and confusion. Why did he and his advisors decide to conceal his condition from the public and campaign for re-election? So for one, Obama was not even like a fan of Joe Biden running in 2020. Obama, Biden, never underestimate, I think, his ability to fuck things up. Of course, only Republicans are interested in quoting him when he said this. Where is it? I need to find this quote where like Obama allegedly said, like totally was talking shit about Joe Biden when like why he didn't want to endorse him. Yeah, Barack Obama was right. Be wary of Joe Biden's ability to fuck things up. Speaking to a fellow Democrat about Joe Biden being the party's nominee in 2020, Obama famously warned, don't underestimate Joe's ability to fuck things up. So this idea that Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson are trying to get you to believe in this article that Obama was like shocked by Biden's weakness and confusion was not something that Obama should have actually been surprised about. And I feel like that speaks more to Jake Tapper's ignorance about like what Obama had said about his confidence in Joe Biden running and becoming the president, more so than it's a reflection of like, oh my God, Obama didn't know that like Joe Biden wasn't up to the task. Shocker.
20 at a dinner actually with Wendell Pierce, the dude from The Wire. He was to my left. I was with my brother. I brought my brother to Chicago. We were having dinner with Kamala Harris. It was the same day. It was September 13th, 2020.
But he also said, he defined where he says in this, like the thing that made me want to read this article was the fact that Obama literally directly pressured Jake Tapper not to pen this op-ed until after the election. So he still has, and then Jake Tapper didn't. So he still has influence in the party, clearly.
I have a weird number. It was September 13th, 2023. On September 12th, David Ignatius dropped an op-ed, a bombshell op-ed in the Washington Post saying Biden shouldn't run because he's in cognitive decline. Not in so many ways. Anna, do you remember that op-ed?
I don't remember that op-ed, but I remember thinking Biden's too old in 2020.
Right, this is 2020.
Yes.
Exactly. Right.
In 2020, the writing was absolutely on the wall.
It was.
And many different doctors I were working with thought that he might have Lewy body dementia, form of Parkinson's. 4 years prior.
I'm pretty sure he does have Parkinson's. I mean, it's not good that a president has Parkinson's, but like, I don't know if it was known yet, though.
Parkinson's, I have something to say about that. But on September 13th, when I was...
The thing is that, like, there's no getting past the barrier that Joe Biden just looks like a fucking grandpa. That's the one thing. So Parkinson's or not, like, even if he didn't have Parkinson's, he already looks too old for the job, which undermines his ability to properly govern because people don't think he's competent mentally or physically. But what I do know about Parkinson's, and these are the types of things that Democrats would like hinge their whole argument on, which is that like if you look at how Parkinson's actually progresses, it's relatively slow. You don't actually start seeing like shaking or movement sometimes for years, and it doesn't actually lead to cognitive decline quickly. So yes, it's technically true that a president could be diagnosed with Parkinson's, and like were it not for the explicit diagnosis, it would probably not actually be noticed by the general public. But, you know, that's not even the issue with Joe Biden. The issue is not that he had Parkinson's. The issue is that he was just way too fucking old to be running in 2020, like Anna said, but then trying to run for re-election.
I was discussing the op-ed with Ken Martin. I was like, don't you think Biden is too old to run? I said this in a group of people, and I wanted to be polite. And I didn't want to offend anybody. He made me feel so stupid. He shot me down so fast. Wow. He made me feel like I was a crazy one for just reflecting common sense. Like this guy's brain was melting in front of the entire world.
Didn't she say, if you are saying this after the primary and you're saying, don't you think Biden's too old to run? Yeah, of course you're going to be met with opposition from libs. Not because you're not speaking truth to power or whatever the fuck, but because what are you supposed to do? He is the candidate. They didn't have a primary. Regardless of if he's too old or not to run, he was the candidate and there was no getting him to move aside.
And he made me
That's not hyperbole. You're spot on.
He made me feel so shamed. And
we finally beat Medicare. Yeah, introducing President Putin.
Next to someone,
another
Ken
classic.
Pierce, whom I admire. I was so embarrassed. Like he was like, oh, like don't be ridiculous. And
this is the Democrats' Achilles heel. Their unwillingness to take any constructive feedback. They hate it. They don't want any criticism. They want to be told that they're wonderful and everything they're doing is right. Yeah. And that has made the party weaker. On the media end of things, the unwillingness.
There is no analyzing her statements, as objectively correct as they may be, without putting them in the context of this fucking show that exists to aid the right. So it's a completely toothless criticism because you think Republicans are good at self-reflection? No.
For left-wing media figures to engage in dialogue and debate with the right has made them weaker in their arguments, unable to defend their positions. And my argument is, listen, you got to test your ideas out. And if you're unable to defend your own positions when you're in a debate with someone on the right, then your ideas are crap.
Yeah, her argument is to you, as a loudmouth Democrat that thinks you're going to go, you know, talking about opposing Trump and, oh, you want to get rid of ICE and, oh, you want to actually, you know, restore, order within this country or whatever. Well, her message to you is that you need to pump the brakes and you need to think about it and you need to chill and ask yourself if you have Trump derangement syndrome. But to the Republican pro-life activist, you know, who's saying that like any woman who gets an abortion, you're a fucking murderer who should be locked up, you know, crickets.
Yeah. And you need to recalibrate. They're unable to recalibrate and they're lost right now because they haven't gone through the rigorous challenge of their ideas because they think they're great. They're in their own little bubble and they don't take any criticism.
Or is it this? And not to harken back to something that has now come and gone, but I have found in...
Oh, wait. Okay. Progressive said I was not aware of a Parkinson's diagnosis. Okay. I forgot about this. So he had... Now it's coming back to me. So it was never officially confirmed and the White House denied that he has Parkinson's. But the inner circle around Biden also lied about was not entirely forthcoming about his medical condition. So I'm not really inclined to believe if a White House official is saying that he doesn't have Parkinson's or whatever, because he's old as fuck. Okay, so Parkinson's expert visited the White House 8 times in 8 months. The White House said President Biden had met with a neurologist only 3 times in more than 3 years in office and implied that the doctor's visits were related to treating other people. Okay, so they framed this ominously. But what they leave out, Biden Parkinson's legislation. Okay, notice the dates. July 8th, 2024. On July 2nd, 2024, National Plan to End Parkinson's update. NIH seeks nominations for Advisory PD Council. So as far as I remember, President Biden, just a few months later, President Biden signs Parkinson's bill into law. How to make an impact on Parkinson's National Day of Action. So there were, like on July 2nd, President Biden signed the national, it wasn't even September. It was in July. President Biden signed the National Parkinson's Project into law. This is the first ever federal legislation dedicated to ending Parkinson's disease. You think it comes up in this? I don't remember if it even comes up in this article that like, yeah, he had literally just signed this legislation. So him working, him inviting a Parkinson's expert, you would expect in light of the legislation that was just signed. But I don't even know if it comes up. No results for legislation. Maybe like signs. Signs of Parkinson's, detecting signs of dementia. Okay, no. National Parkinson's. No. See, like this article. Okay. This is when I was like, okay, the media is consolidating to get rid of Biden. Like they wanted him gone. Because why would you write this article a week after he passes this legislation and not mention the fact that he had? This was also after the disastrous debate. So they were giving the impression like, oh, he was like, being treated for Parkinson's or diagnosed. But to me, it was like, I was like, there's a million things you could say about Biden's age. But the one thing that he wasn't confirmed that he had was like Parkinson's. So why leave that out? Again, not that I think it makes a difference, because like whether he has Parkinson's or not, he looks like he could because he's so fucking old.
In the past 2 years that I've engaged in these conversations, very few people on the left will show up, as you just mentioned, and it wasn't just me. It was Kamala not showing up for Joe Rogan, Kamala not showing up for Bill Maher, and on and on and on. So I wonder, is it?
That was a decisive factor for this fucking bird brain. If Kamala had gone on Rogan, this is like a caricature of a person I didn't think existed.
Not just because we're elitist and we think we're better and we're not going to engage with you. Or is it because they're afraid of being lampooned in the way that Larry David went after Bill Maher? He tried to mock him. He tried to humiliate him. And there is a definite association. I remember when he comes to...
Yeah, but like when Larry David mocks someone, he wins. And Larry David's a comedian. Like, I don't understand like the comparison here.
Coming out, making some really candid points about the vaccine and the fact that they shoved Kamala down everyone's throat. I asked her to come talk on my podcast, and I could tell she was afraid because I'd moved so far to the left. Whitney, I love you. I hope it's not personal. But nevertheless, she's like, I don't know that I want to get involved in this. And I was like, girl,
because she knows she's going to be dogpiled.
Right, she's going to get smashed.
Totally.
So is that part of it that the left...
Bring it up, Anna. Bring up the birthing person discourse, please.
Purges constantly and cancels...
Larry David's letter was fine. Larry David clears. Like, there's no... I never even heard, like, Bill Maher address that because it would be embarrassing, too, because he would just lose.
Constantly.
I think it depends who. Obviously, a celebrity comedian, 1,000%. I think with politicians, like you said, I think they actually cannot hold up. They cannot handle a debate on their policies for more than 5 minutes at a time because they are very used to being transactional politicians, memorizing a line, smiling, and getting away with it. Not many people before Donald Trump could sit down for an hour-long podcast. It wasn't just, the Democrats thought that this...
Isn't it Donald Trump who didn't want to do the debates? I know that Biden stupidly was the one that actually scheduled the disastrous debate between him and Trump. And like, you can't ding him then for saying that he was trying to not confront Trump publicly.
Republicans used to suck at this too. Donald Trump came out, set a precedent that I could sit on Joe Rogan for 3 hours. Now you show up and do the same. I think Republicans, after Trump is done, will struggle with this as well.
Really?
With Democrats, it's just so blatantly obvious right now because they're up against him with every interview that they do.
Okay, and specifically, even when, they were in power, we even saw this...
Okay.
For more than 5 minutes at a time.
Get smashed.
Totally.
So is that part of it that the left purges constantly and cancels constantly?
I think it depends who. Obviously, a celebrity comedian, 1,000%. I think with politicians, like you said, I think they actually cannot hold up. They cannot handle a debate on their policies for more than 5 minutes at a time because they are very used to being transactional politicians, memorizing a line, smiling, and getting away with it. Not many people before Donald Trump could sit down for an hour-long podcast. It wasn't just, the Democrats sucked at this. Republicans used to suck at this too. Donald Trump came out, set a precedent that I could sit on Joe Rogan for 3 hours. Now you show up and do the same. I think Republicans, after Trump is done, will struggle with this as well.
Really?
With Democrats, it's just so blatantly obvious right now because they're up against him with every interview.
This has to be lies. It has to be lies with the fact that you're just like not familiar with your candidate at all.
Okay, we're going to specifically, even when, they were in power, we even saw this when Joe Biden was running. He was hiding in the basement. And yes, COVID was the excuse at the time, right? We saw the same thing with Kamala Harris. It was several months before she was even able.
To be fair, she canceled their first debate why did she cancel it though? And the fact that it happens is like, did she cancel it trying to dodge it, or did she cancel it trying to like because of a scheduling issue?
Able to give an interview. If this is when they technically had the social currency in their corner, when they were in power and they were still acting like that, what do you think the likelihood is that they're going to start coming out now with full confidence doing all of these things when it's the Republicans in power?
Right.
There's even, like, it's even less likely that they're going to come out and start doing that. They almost had an obligation to do it before, and they still miss.
I want to throw out names, and I wish to get your point out.
Jillian, and I'm not here to hurt any feelings, but I'm also here to tell the truth. Kamala Harris has a unique problem amongst Democrats.
The only place that I can see that's saying Kamala Harris had like not wanted to do that first debate, the citation is Donald Trump saying it on Truth Social.
Or amongst politicians or human beings in general. She is of such middling intelligence.
She is.
She needs a script. Like, having worked with her, if you don't put something in front of her, she's not going to know what to say.
Mother of God, it's unbearable to watch her try to put a sentence together.
You have to have some. Look,
this is the only thing that I can see talking about this. Is like a Times of Israel article. No. India, not Israel, sorry. And it has to look like this because I have an ad block on it. It literally won't let me look at the page any other way. Did Kamala Harris back out of September 4th debate with Trump? What former U.S. president said. This was updated August 20th, 2024. Former U.S. President Donald Trump announced on his Truth Social account that Harris will not participate in the Fox News debate on September 4th. He criticized her for avoiding the debate and instead opted to participate in a teletown hall anchored by Sean Hannity in Pennsylvania. This follows Biden's withdrawal from the Democratic nomination race. So he claimed on Truth Social that Harris will not show up for the scheduled debate on September 4th. His post read, Comrade Kamala Harris has just informed us that she will not do the Fox News debate on September 4th. I'm not surprised by this development because I feel that she knows it is very difficult at best for her to defend her record-setting flip-flopping on absolutely everything she once believed in, including her statements about there being no fracking in Pennsylvania and her performance on the border. Okay, this is actually kind of true, and I feel like it's not. I wonder if like he wrote it or some staffer did. Let's see. That's it? This doesn't actually end up saying what the real truth was? Thanks, Times of India.
I don't buy the argument that she's dumb. I don't think she's dumb at all.
She cannot make a point. It is torture.
I agree with you on that. I just think that she has to have some level of intelligence to be she was a district attorney. She was a prosecutor. Like, I don't think she's dumb. I don't know if she was meant to be an elected lawmaker. I don't know if she was meant to be a politician. I think a politician is different from a prosecutor, right? She's not a talented politician, and she certainly doesn't have the ingredients for great leadership. She just doesn't.
But she's the top, though. This is the point I want to throw out.
I think the problem is she's
the front runner.
I know. She was told you don't need to be able to do it. We will handle that for you.
I'm sure.
That's the problem.
I'm sure, but you have to put a sentence together on friggin' Joe Rogan.
Let's just be honest
running
what
for president
happened.
here.
She was chosen because
Also, didn't she try to do Joe Rogan? Wasn't that revealed?
she was black.
And that, like, the reason why they didn't end up doing it, all I heard her say was she was black. The reason why they didn't end up doing it actually ended up being, like, scheduling issues. Why didn't Harris go on Joe Rogan?
And Joe Biden picked her because it was insurance, because she was so shitty of a candidate that he thought, like, there's no way they would remove me from the ticket.
You know who was awesome, though? Do you remember, I think her name was Keisha Lance Bass.
This is Yahoo News reporting on it. Go away. This was from February of this year. Joe Rogan is still complaining about Harris not going on his podcast. I would have held her hand. They got scared. They could have put her in. I would have held her hand. We would have had a conversation. Not that I need to hold, you know, the vice president's hand, Rogan said on his podcast this week, 4 months after after the scrapped interview. He accused the Harris campaign of lying to conceal that they got scared of appearing on the podcast, in comments highlighted by Mediaite. The podcaster spoke to President Trump not long before the election and talked openly about discussions with Harris's team going awry. Rogan said he wanted to release the Trump and Harris interviews on the same day, but that he was unable to come to terms with the Harris campaign when it came to issues such as scheduling or how long they would speak for. This comes as a new book citing Harris officials outline allegations that Rogan sabotaged his interview with Harris to favor Trump, who appeared for 3 hours on Rogan's podcast, The JRE Experience, on October 26th. An excerpt from Fight Inside the Wildest Battle for the White House by Jonathan Allen and Amy Parnes outlines the decision by the Harris campaign to hold a rally in Houston in late October. That was stupid. Only a few people knew the real reason. The whole Houston rally was built to put her in proximity to Rogan. The ongoing negotiations on that were touch and go. Allen and Parnes write. Harris deputy campaign manager Rob Flaherty called Rogan's team on October 18th before the rally was scheduled. We could do Friday the 25th, said Flaherty, according to the book. Wish we had known about this sooner because he had the 25th blocked out as a personal day. One of Rogan's people replied, what about Saturday morning? He replied, only if it's before 8:30 a.m., Rogan's team member said. The tone is different, Flaherty thought. The vice president of the United States is offering to come to your fucking show and you keep putting up more hoops. Harris's team still wanted to make it work, but a new weariness set in. Allen and Parnes write. I mean, okay. The way that this is just not the tone I would be striking if this were how things ended up. Like, I mean, I would be annoyed that the narrative persisted, that it was just her rejecting to go on it and that there was not actually a concerted effort to get her on the show. But why should he be grateful that the vice president is offering to come on his show? On October 22nd, the same day the Harris camp announced the rally, the AP reported that Trump would be Rogan's guest on Friday, the personal day Rogan had originally reserved. Mutual friends Elon Musk and Dana White had convinced Trump and Rogan to bury their dispute, according to a Trump aide. There would be no Harris interview, they add. Rogan again rejected the allegation on his podcast this week that he somehow sabotaged the interview, arguing that the Harris campaign got scared and wasn't telling the truth to cover their ass. It's just normal political bullshit. They just lie. They cover their ass and they lie. I would have been very happy to have her on. And like I said, the goal was to release them both the same day, said Rogan. Podcaster said he would have been nice and that he would have held her hand. You probably would have voted for her. No, I wouldn't have done that. None of these things are mutually exclusive. It can be possible that she did not want to appear, but it also can be possible that his aides and like team are using the guise of like, oh, we're just really busy. We don't know if we can get her on to kind of like sabotage, disrupt her appearance on that show.
Lance Bottoms.
What happened to her? Why didn't he pick her?
But I don't particularly trust either camp involved in that story.
Articulate, reasonable, rational, wanted the rioting
because
to stop.
They wanted an empty vessel that they could control and operate and do their bidding regardless.
She was
yes,
awesome.
Anybody like Anna, who like these more intelligent people on that side who can actually articulate a point without deferring to their emotions, like they don't want those people because they're not controllable. There's an agenda and a machine behind the Democratic Party. There may well be one behind the Republican Party too. Not that I've detected.
There has to be.
But
the way she doesn't cover her ass by trying to like weakly both sides that statement. Okay.
I think Donald Trump broke it, but it was there the whole time.
What they were trying to do and what they were trying to achieve through the Democratic Party, like, it was so evil. I'm so glad that we avoided that. I'm so glad. I can't even imagine what another 4 years of that leadership, where that would have left this country.
Well, let me just say this. If you are basing your entire campaign on protecting democracy, you can't then anoint the Democratic nominee. And that's exactly what happened. Democratic voters, I mean, all voters were lied to about Biden's mental decline. That cover-up was absolutely hideous and disgusting. And then at the same time, look, I hear what you're saying, Lindy. The idea that you should pick the vice president based on their skin color is unacceptable. Unacceptable under any context.
But if we played that game, my whole point is if you were going to play race baiting and all that identity politics, there were brilliant people that were black. I agree. You could have postured and virtue signaled with a person who was excellent and just so happened to be of color if you were trying to exploit that.
Right.
Like she is a bumbling, I'm sorry, a moron. I gave it up to AOC, guys. This is completely...
Harris isn't a moron, though. That's like not the right criticism to have. It's not that Harris is a moron. There's a difference between being a moron and not being good with like public speaking and stuff. And like in a lot of ways, she was like very awkward. The real reason why that she shouldn't have been on the ticket is not because she's stupid or anything like that. One, I think it was more valuable to have her in the Senate. But two, she didn't win any of the primary races in 2020. She was like one of the first people to drop out. That's why I thought it was stupid to put her on the ticket.
Impartial. She cannot put a sentence together.
But of course, they needed to put. I do feel like a large reason why she was put on the ballot is because they needed like someone of color or a woman, and she fit the bill for both.
And to throw out
and younger
the other leading candidates,
because the other people, like the person behind Biden was Bernie. Bernie was not going to accept to be like Biden's VP. That was never going to happen. What, Pete Buttigieg, who also didn't do very well in the primary race, Amy Klobuchar, like, give me a break. It was like, it was not hard for me to see like how Harris ended up being the only one in that field that they felt was appropriate to join the ticket.
I want to hear your...
Because the choice is between, like, I can also say that like, oh, well, she did terribly in the primary, but one, you're just joining the ticket. It's not like she has to win an additional race, really. And two, you could make that same argument for bringing on like a governor or like a random congressional representative or like a mayor from somewhere. The whole point is to get somebody who at least has like name recognition. So even if she's losing, she still has more name recognition than trying to get some like random woman or person from like a random state governor to join the ticket a lot of times.
Thoughts? You've got Pritzker, we talked about AOC, we talked about Harris is in the lead, then Whitmer. Okay, come on. This...
It's also why I think Harris wasn't able to get one. I don't really think they wanted to get Shapiro on the ticket because Shapiro, I think at some point is going to be like eyeing a presidential run. I don't think he was willing to hitch his wagon to such a volatile like candidate because she came into the race so late. It was not obviously, not only was it not clear that she had a chance to win, but then she didn't end up winning. So his assumption was correct. And he just frankly, it's like, you're not supposed to have somebody who like outshines you. You know, Walz was complimentary to Harris.
Yeah. In the Oval Office. It ended for me right there. Yeah. When she did that, can you find that for me, Nat? I don't even know what happened. She's in the Oval Office with Trump and she decides
she didn't expect to be in there, so she didn't plan ahead. So she had to explain to her base why she was in there. So the first instinct is, let me cover my face. Maybe they won't notice me.
That was what she
are you 2 years
so
old?
Weak. Yeah. And so pathetic.
Yep,
it ended any chance of me having an ounce of respect to even entertain her as an option in 2028. But thoughts on her before I move?
I think Rogan said he had a fight companion that day. He told like he had a personal day, and then it turned out that the day that he had the personal day ended up being the day that he gave the interview to Trump.
Move on to the next.
Well, let me say something about her doing the covering her face because she didn't want to be pictured with Trump. The Democratic Party created the monster that they're now running from, and that monster was created by constantly fear-mongering about Trump and his administration, doing so incessantly to the point where like. There are voters in this country who view him as a figure similar to Hitler.
Yes, ridiculous.
And so if you're pictured with him, you know that Democratic voters are going to be very upset.
She's a governor.
Yeah, I'm starting to think there actually might be like money and a machine behind the Republican Party. Same.
It's part of this Democratic machine that created the unfortunate culture that we're currently living in, where you literally can't even have a conversation with a political opponent without people on your side being really angry about it. But we need to speak with one another. We need to talk. We need to see each other as Americans, even if we disagree politically. Let's hash it out. Let's debate. And then when the debate's over, we love one another as Americans. We can accept each other's differences. That's what this country used to be.
I think you and I just exhibited that.
I mean, we definitely got into a heated fight, right?
But you and I are still disagreeing.
This is such a mythologized retelling of American history. There was never this point of like where there wasn't like polarity in this country and like or massively divisive issues.
Being in a cordial manner. That's a spirit.
Or to the extent that there was more consensus on reality or whatever. It was like it was the product not of like that is the product when you have like 3 cable television channels that you can get your news from. When you're getting it from like Walter Cronkite or another anchor on ABC. That's why there was more like consensus reality when it comes to this. But like if you had the ability to like retroactively give every American who was like living in the 80s, the 60s, the 70s, well, the 60s was already charged, but like the 70s and the 80s, 90s, unfettered social media in the same way, you would have seen this sort of polarization just far earlier.
As America. I just want to say also, all you need to know is to look at the way that Biden and Trump were yucking it up in the Oval Office after the election. And so this fear-mongering, this Trump derangement syndrome, it was all just a show. And the way that Obama was yucking it up with Trump at someone's funeral, at Jimmy Carter's funeral, a lot of them do not believe what they're saying. A lot of them are doing it for the grift. Just as Bernie Sanders is also, I think, doing it for the grift. This is someone who owns 3 different mansions.
I keep waiting for her to say, this is something that I have personal insight into because it's what I'm currently attempting to do.
It's 3 different homes. Right. It's a multi-millionaire. Yet he's out there every single day bashing rich people. Like, come on. Do you think we're stupid?
That's what's interesting to me. And I hate that we just are bashing on the left. We're going to have to bash on the right at some point because no party is perfect.
Equal opportunity.
Yeah, without question. However, it's the hypocrisy of the left that makes it hard to swallow.
I think their messaging is honestly hurting them because I don't think that someone like Bernie, for instance, just hates the rich to hate the rich. He wants to make sure that low-income people aren't paying a higher percentage of their income on taxes than billionaires are. And right now we live in a system where billionaires pay a far smaller.
It makes absolutely no sense that they're gonna let her get away with this Bernie simping. And like when they were shitting on AOC earlier. These are two like ideological compatriots. What?
Percentage of their income to taxes, whereas low-income Americans are paying a huge portion of their income in taxes. Right. So that's the issue. Or middle class Americans. Working class Americans pay a lot in taxes, whereas the richest among us they have all these loopholes, all these deductions, all these things that they get to take advantage of.
Billionaires hate.
He admitted his personal date was for the fight companion for UFC. I didn't know that, but that sounds about right.
Hate Trump right now, or not hate him, but some of them
because of the middle class Americans. Working class Americans pay a lot in taxes, whereas the richest among us they have all these loopholes, all these deductions, all these things that they get to take advantage of.
Billionaires hate Trump right now, or not hate him, but some of them
because of the tariffs,
right? Because he is actually like impacting them more so. So that is almost completely diminishing this argument that Trump is only for the rich and he doesn't care about the little person.
He's definitely for the rich.
Yeah, but
I know, but she makes it sound like the reason why billionaires detest Trump right now is because of like some radical redistribution of wealth, when in reality the tariffs are just like she said, they're costing them more.
The billionaires are the ones who would be the most negatively impacted, at least financially right now. Wouldn't you agree?
I would say that maybe at this moment in time that is the case, but your coworker has definitely outlined a coming budget where there will be enormous tax cuts for the rich, and we would need an economist here to argue.
$4.5 trillion.
I mean, Trump's not innocent in this, guys. We can't, let's not.
There is some good news with this administration, though, in regard to, Trump's urges to further cut taxes on the rich and corporations. Because you want to know who's not in favor of that, believe it or not? Vice President J.D. Vance. He doesn't want to further cut the corporate tax rate, which Trump took from 35% to 21%. There was some talk about lowering it further to 15%. Yeah. By the way, currently, the effective tax rate for corporations, considering corporate tax loopholes, is much, much, much lower than 15%.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why you have companies like Amazon, for instance, getting a tax refund, paying nothing in federal taxes because of all the deductions that Amazon can take advantage of. So to J.D. Vance's credit,
that is, you can tell how uninterested this Republican woman is in that. But even if she were, it's like one year out the other. It's not going to have any bearing on their assessment or calculations as to how they see these two different parties.
He does not want to further cut the corporate interest rate. There are dissenting voices within this administration. I don't think that they get enough credit for that. And I hope that those dissenting voices continue speaking up because you need.
Why should they get credit? What part of Trump's agenda is not being put into place by his toadies? What are those dissenting voices actually moderating him on? What credit is there to give?
Balance within the administration. But that also shows you the...
Also, I don't think you should be getting credit for convincing Trump to not do insane shit. To not break the law. To ignore congressional rules and the Supreme Court. That's just the bare minimum.
Difference between the current culture of this Republican administration versus how Democrats operate. Democrats don't want dissent.
Exactly.
And that is a problem. That is a weakness.
Yeah, when I called out the Beyonce spending, the Cardi B, you know what they call me? They call me a cunt. Am I allowed to say that? Cunt, whore, whatever?
They called you a cunt and a whore.
Everything. Spy, whatever.
I liked the spot, because, see, here's what I appreciated when you told me this.
Does she have any proof of this? No. If you watch me react to her interview the other night where she talks about she's going to talk about all of this in an upcoming book, this big tell-all where she brings the receipts, but she doesn't actually have any proof of any of this correspondence. It will just be her word that is obviously unreliable now that she's just pivoted so blatantly to become a MAGA grifter.
Yesterday, spy at least implies intelligent, exceptionally intelligent.
They call it. It's also super racist, isn't it?
It's super racist.
Right?
I get Russian spy.
We should band together.
There you go.
Yeah.
Are you a spy?
I mean, I don't think so.
I
can't tell you.
No one's ever
No one cares about Australia.
You're not Australian.
The deeply offensive
way too
thing.
conspicuous.
I don't mean to make light of it. I
Offensive
apologize.
thing is that the Chinese Communist Party murdered my great-grandfather in cold blood. So how dare you say that about me?
I see why that's so
How dare you?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have a grandfather because of the KGB, so I...
Okay, I'm sure that's true, Lindy. I'm sure it's true that your parents died under China, or your grandparents died under China, but she makes it sound like she grew up in China, but she didn't. she moved there. She was born there. And then before the age of 3, she had moved to England, and then she was raised in the United States.
Again, I've been called a Russian spy by the left, so I get it. It's very insulting.
Anytime
but they don't even know what the
agree.
KGB is. So
but Elizabeth, anytime you disagree with them, you're automatically a spy.
Okay.
They have no other rejoinder. They cannot respond to you intellectually and say, "Oh, maybe we shouldn't have given over $2
Totally
million.
spies.
Maybe it was a bad idea. It was a poor misallocation of resources." No, they cannot admit any wrong because there's something called the democratic infallibility. They do know wrong. So instead of accepting reality, they destroy the critic.
I think what's a little bit different from that side is actually Stephen A. Smith. He's probably the opposite of that and is in fact taking quite a bit of heat for it. Do you see him as a real viable candidate for 2028?
I don't know if he's a viable candidate, but I think what is a
No, I don't think the ESPN host is going to be the Democratic candidate. Give me a break.
appealing about Stephen A. Smith is that he doesn't come with the baggage of being part of the Democratic machine. When you're part of the Democratic machine, you take on the culture, right? You take on the good and the bad. And so with Stephen A. Smith, he's not like part of that club. And so maybe he would bring something different to the table. And honestly, I think the Democratic voters want someone who's willing to bring something different to the table. Look, at the end of the day, politics isn't that complicated. People want politicians who give a damn about their standard of living and want to make their lives better. Everyone's tired of the theater. Everyone's tired of like the pretending to care about issues, but not really caring about it, not being able to defend your positions. I just don't really see much talent in the Democratic pool right now.
I don't either.
And that's concerning.
I don't either. And bringing up, by the way, performative politics, you lead me right into another potential frontrunner, although I hear he's polling at like 5% possibly for 2028, Gavin Newsom.
We can't.
But this guy has tried. He's taken notes. He's tried to be somewhat critical of his own party. He's tried to reach out to the other side. He's tried to be antithetical to, everything exists in our...
Yeah, and it's getting him nowhere. Because how is your takeaway from a second Trump term that what you need to be doing is cozying up to Republican politicians and their media figures instead of opposing them?
Our silo and we don't reach across the aisle. He's trying to show himself.
Right, just as starting his podcast though? I mean, was he doing that before he started the podcast? Was he doing that before Trump won?
He was not.
Like, Republicans did not win on bipartisanism, reaching across the aisle. They won because they said, if you vote for a Democrat, you're a fucking pedophile. You're a groomer. And you hate this country.
And I will never take that piece of crap seriously. And yes, I'm calling Gavin Newsom, my governor, unfortunately, a piece of crap until he does some accountability for how he destroyed the state of California. Okay, you want to talk about this nebulous Democratic Party and what they're getting wrong? No, how about look inward? Look inward and take a good hard look at the policies that you championed in our state that have completely destroyed the state. Okay, he's trying to blame Donald Trump for the loss of jobs in California. Are you kidding me? The loss of jobs started well before Trump won the election.
Okay. Yeah, but you're trying to blame Gavin Newsom for the existence of homelessness in California. Not that he couldn't have done more to reduce that, and there are policy decisions that he's made to exacerbate that issue. But one, she doesn't support the actual policies that would reduce homelessness in California, and two, that was every California governor has been saying they're going to get rid of Skid Row for decades, and then it never happens.
And it was the result of his policies. Cumbersome regulations that have now led to oil companies, for instance, deciding we're not doing this anymore. We're going to leave. Okay. Bunch of jobs lost because of that. You have rampant crime that Democrats want to deny exists, but it obviously does when businesses close up shop and move to other states because the cost of doing business is so expensive. Insuring businesses in California is astronomical because of the issues with crime.
Specifically theft, right? Let's be clear on that for anybody who doesn't know. They literally made it not a crime or a misdemeanor or something if you were going to steal.
But Newsom opposed the change, even we lost.
But there were major corporations that left the state because of that, right?
Well, let me tell you guys, it gets even more.
47, right?
So Prop 47,
and then 36 repealed it.
Yes.
I love how she thinks that the reason why California is not doing well is because it's not business friendly enough. Okay.
So Prop 47 passed voters.
You would think asking her if you asked her what is California, she makes it sound like there's companies leaving left and right because it's too difficult to gentrify LA.
Were lied to about what Prop 47 was actually going to do. Part of it was reclassifying some pretty serious crimes as misdemeanors. And so we all saw the consequences of that. It led to smash and grab crimes. It led to open air drug markets. And so voters by 2024 had enough, and they voted overwhelmingly to pass something known as Prop 36 to reverse some of the policies that were implemented as a result of Prop 47. Now, here's the problem, though. No one knows about this, no one talks about this, but I'm here to tell you, Gavin Newsom, in an effort to save California money, preemptively shut down 4 state prisons. There is no room to put any of these inmates in. Right now, state prisons are transferring criminals to county jails that are already overflowing. They're overcrowded.
She thinks that the issue is that we don't have enough people in jail. Is that where we're going with this? There aren't enough people imprisoned in the United States.
County jails have no choice but to just release inmates regardless of how much time they've served. So even if it's a serious crime, even if they've been sentenced to decades behind bars, they're being released after serving 2, 3.
Like, there's no interrogation of that. There's no interrogation if people being locked up for decades in a country where we have more people incarcerated than China, an authoritarian country 4 times our size. There's no interrogation as to whether or not the justice and like legal system in the United States is fair or makes any sense to give people these ridiculously long sentences for non-violent crimes and drug offenses. It's just this automatic assumption that like everybody in jail is there for like a violent crime.
Years, because there's no room for them. That's why Gavin Newsom was against Prop 36.
Got it.
Like it would never occur to her like maybe we put too many people in jail for not a good enough reason. It's like, no, Gavin Newsom, trying to like move these people somewhere else to just deal with like a logistical issue. That's like closer to her position than that she'd be willing to. What?
Yeah. Okay, I've experienced this personally.
Yeah.
There was a guy on his 3rd strike. My son had just been born, so this would have been 10 years ago. But it was his 3rd strike. He broke into our house, stole my car. Oh my God. Did not hurt us. It was actually.
Were you there?
Thank God.
We were there. We didn't even know he was in the house. It's a bit of a longer story. But when they got him and they found his stuff, he had a video camera, duct tape, all kinds of stuff. Anyway, because it was a 3rd strike and he committed numerous other crimes, he was supposed to get a pretty significant amount of jail time. COVID comes around 2020, and I get the letter. He's out of jail, just letting you know. I had no idea they would notify the person, I guess, in the court case. But I've experienced it firsthand. He is just, Gavin Newsom is a wrecking ball.
He is.
To California. He is, as Corolla says, a policy disaster.
I do want to say, and again, I hate to be that person, but I do need to call out one person who's been funding these progressive DAs around the country.
Soros.
And no, it's not an anti-Semitic.
It's
not an anti-Semitic conspiracy to say it's George Soros, because he has, and it's not just California.
That is true. He has been funding these.
And when Anna agrees with me, you know that I'm making a compelling point. I live in Philadelphia, and the Wawa across my street is shut down and shuttered because of all the thefts. Okay, and they just don't prosecute these petty crimes. But you know what? It's the broken window theory. If you don't go after these petty crimes, they escalate.
There's no scientific basis for broken windows policing.
And I used to live on Rittenhouse Square. They burned down my street. My entire street smelled of burned rubber for an entire week during the George Floyd summer. And no one faced any sort of consequences for that. It was the wealthiest part of Philadelphia. And they were.
In criminology, the broken windows theory states that visible signs of crime, antisocial behavior, and civil disorder create an urban environment that encourages further crime and disorder, including serious crimes. The theory suggests that policing methods that target minor crimes, such as vandalism, loitering, public drinking, and fare evasion, help to create an atmosphere of order and lawfulness. This is the same shit that like informed like a stop and frisk. All the different states have like attempted to implement this. Several studies have argued that many of the apparent successes of broken windows policing, such as New York City in the 1990s, were the result of other factors. They claim that the broken windows theory closely relates correlation with causality, reason proved prone to fallacy. David Thatcher, assistant professor of public policy and urban planning at the University of Michigan, stated in a 2004 paper, social science has not been kind to the broken windows theory. A number of scholars reanalyzed the initial studies that appeared to support it. Others pressed forward with new, more sophisticated studies of the relationship between disorder and crime. The most prominent among them concluded that the relationship between disorder and serious crime is modest, and even that relationship is largely an artifact of more fundamental social forces. Other trends, such as New York City's economic boom in the late 1990s that created a perfect storm that contributed to the decrease of crime rate much more significantly than the application of the broken windows policy. I know other theories have been like government regulation, actually, because when you look at from the time that like lead paint was like outlawed and legal to use in like apartment buildings and houses in the United States, and I think specifically in New York City, you saw that 18 years after that, there was like a decrease in crime, which was correlated with the fact that like, yeah, those people didn't actually end up being exposed to lead, which makes you more prone to like antisocial behavior and violence.
They rejoiced over the destruction of this historic district. And George Soros goes around the country funding these progressive DAs like Larry Krasner, who's my DA. And
I don't think we should break windows.
They campaign on letting criminals off. That's literally their platform. You know, it's their criminal justice reform. Criminal justice reform is a euphemism for letting criminals go.
It's a euphemism for trying to abolish prisons and police. That is what they actually want to do. Don't let anyone gaslight you.
Yeah, guys. Criminal justice reform, that's just a dog whistle for prison abolition.
You into thinking
this is great stuff.
They're trying to reform our criminal justice system.
Yes.
They're not interested in reform. They think that our criminal justice system is rotten from the bottom up, and they don't want.
I think the people who want prison abolition have no problem saying that they want prison abolition. They do not dog whistle it. These are the same people that will proudly say defund the police. Do you think that they're the type to moderate their message when it comes to prison abolition, a fringe position in American society?
Anything to do with it, they just want to abolish it.
Why, though? Someone tell me what the motives are for doing such a thing. I mean, this man's name has been thrown out now. By the way, speaking of oligarchy, this proves the point that the Dems have their George Soroses, and as you taught me,
both parties
Reid
have their
Hoffmans.
corruption.
Exactly.
Let's keep it real.
Unilaterally. But why?
Both sides, though.
Really,
well, they think that black and brown people are under siege, and this is the way to have reparations. I think it's a part of it.
Is that it?
They really think that's it.
They think
By the way, Anna has been assaulted on.
And yes, I will only ever hear out both sides, though, arguments from people coming at it from the left. I will never hear it out coming from the right.
The street. I've been assaulted. Let's just be clear what happened. She's been assaulted. I've been assaulted, but neither of us felt comfortable, really being out there because they were Taurus. Well, the person who did it to me was black, and I was talking to a loved one, my family. He's like, you shouldn't say anything because they're going to paint you as a racist for being a
That happened to you. And they just
So her family told her not to say anything about sexual assault.
Assaulter was not black.
Right.
Because the assailant was
black.
black.
Neither of us felt comfortable, really being out there because they were Taurus. Well, the person who did it to me was black. And I was talking to a loved one, my family. He's like, you shouldn't say anything because they're going to paint you as a racist for being a guy.
So someone in your family telling you that you should not bring this up because you'll get painted as a racist is somehow reflective and indicative of a societal issue at large, specifically with Democrats.
Okay.
My assaulter was not black.
Right, and but
they assumed that he was. So I got assaulted by a homeless person in my own neighborhood as I was walking my dog. But what stood out to me about all the backlash I got was, apparently since the perpetrator was a homeless guy, he's marginalized, and I must not ever say anything negative about him, even though he assaulted me, because it's going to stigmatize homeless people. That was the number one argument. But then the other argument was, you're racist by talking about this. I'm like, why am I racist? They assumed he was a black guy.
Which is racist of them.
Yeah,
exactly. It is racist of them to make that assumption.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Insane.
No, and so like these little things have happened, and they've woken me up to what the reality is. But just to answer your question, Jillian, I
don't know how to verify her like Twitter beef from 2 years ago.
For the activists, they genuinely do believe that this is an anti-black racist criminal justice
misguided
system.
altruism.
Yeah, there's that. And by the way, there have been in the past examples of racist practices within the criminal justice system. But the argument that I'm trying to make is let's reform it and fix it, not abolish it.
Right.
But here's the thing. Then you have these pro-corporate neoliberal politicians like Gavin Newsom. Right. They want to save money. They want nothing more than to use the
They want to personally make money.
But the state is running in a multi-billion-dollar deficit.
Yes.
And that's my other favorite thing about this guy is he loves to tout about how it's like the 5th largest economy in the world. And all I can think about is the following sentence, which is, that you have destroyed.
Yeah, it's true.
This is why you can't run. You mentioned the word baggage. You just sat here, both of you.
I mean, I have no idea in what context he brings it up. I don't even doubt that he's brought it up to brag, but it's one of those things that will just objectively be true at any point, regardless of if Arnold Schwarzenegger is the fucking governor of California or Gavin Newsom, because of how many people there are in California.
You mentioned being assaulted in your state. He has so much baggage, he has nothing left. When you talk about him versus Stephen A. Smith, I know people are doubting Stephen A. Smith. I'm not. I worked for Donald Trump in 2016. I remember when he was polling at 2% and Jeb Bush was polling at 45.
I was an idiot all the way back in 2016. I know what I'm talking about when it comes to Republican lunacy.
Everyone was like, this is the guy. Exactly. Okay. That's the exact same thing.
I'll give it up.
But that's the exact same thing. It is.
Just watch 7 hours of Majority Report and 10 of Leftist Mafia to understand the Anna beef. Well, I did watch all of that stuff when it first came out. Her beef with like Oleyemi, which is why I feel like she's a particular bugbear when it comes to prison abolition, because Olay is a like movement activist and lawyer and has talked about like prison abolition. But what's funny is that Anna was the one who was actually open to prison abolition and Cenk was the one who was shutting it down.
Is this like
Let me see.
Been around forever. Remember when Jeb was like, please clap?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were saying
no,
please clap for the fact that he went from 2% to president. I was like, that's fair.
Because he was a horrible
candidate, and that's what happens
on stage,
here.
No one was clapping, so he was like, please clap.
Oh my God,
and that's
really?
the Gavin Newsom.
That's how little, by the way, I was paying attention to Republican candidates at that time. How about not at all?
Yeah.
I was all in on Hillary, which we have to do a whole show on her.
I want to hear all about that.
We got to all do. That's a different one.
I have a lot to say on that.
I want to switch over because
Okay, I didn't imagine this. The path from incarceration to reformative justice in the United States. This was 2 years ago. Oleyemi Olurin joins Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur to discuss prison abolition on the Young Turks.
We're about to have a conversation that I've been really looking forward to. The prison abolitionist movement is definitely gaining a little bit of steam. The debates and conversations surrounding it have been kind of front and center on social media. And I think it's really important to understand what the abolitionist movement is, what they want to do in terms of criminal justice reform. And joining us today is someone I deeply respect, a wonderful woman by the name of Oleyemi Olurin, who is a public defender for the Legal Aid Society in New York and also a political commentator. Ole, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you all for having me. I'm excited.
I did not remember the extent to which Anna was the one not only bringing this person on, championing her, but like the 180 just because they had a personal disagreement.
Let me just start off by saying thank you so much. I know I thanked you on social media, but I want to thank you now that I get to talk to you, because this has been something that, to be fair, I think the way that I communicate and frame things was not friendly to people who identify as abolitionists. Yes. And so I think it's easy to immediately attack and dogpile, but you were the one person who didn't do that. And you actually provided some information, some answers to our questions that was so helpful. So I thought it would be better to have a more elaborate conversation about it on the show. And so let's start off by kind of understanding what—
like, where is this person who is like completely intellectually curious and like open to these ideas? Because I agree with Olay.
This is
but like contrast that against this person.
He has so much baggage. He has nothing.
He is. But just to answer your question, Jillian, I think for the activists, they genuinely do believe that this is an anti-black racist criminal justice
misguided
system.
altruism.
Yeah. There's that. And by the way, there have been in the past examples of racist practices within the criminal justice system. But the argument that I'm trying to make is let's reform it and fix it, not abolish it.
Right.
But here's the thing. Then you have these pro-corporate neoliberal politicians like
just the fucking, like, again, you can change your mind on things, okay? But I don't even think I went back far enough to find the moment where she was saying, like, people are trying to insert prison abolition into the mainstream conversation. And it's like, okay, yeah, but even you were admitting in 2022 when you invited this prison abolition activist on that when she said, this is starting to break into the mainstream, she immediately follows it up with like on social media. So it's like, oh, okay, this is like a terminally online thing. This is like a thing that's not really catching hold anywhere. Can you find me a single Democrat that has actually been elected to office for longer than like maybe somebody in the last year or two has popped up where you can find somewhere buried on their policy platform on their website, which they'll never mention again once they actually get into office, that, yeah, I'm open to prison abolition. Somebody who's actually holding office and actually is in charge of somebody that holds this position. Like, I wish, but no, I'm not. I can contend with the reality and realize that, like, yeah, prison abolition is not exactly the average American's cup of tea or idea of criminal justice reform.
Gavin Newsom, right. They want to save money. they want nothing more
and
than to use the
They want to personally make
But
money.
the state is running in a multi-billion-dollar deficit.
Yes.
And that's my other favorite thing about this guy. He loves to tout about how it's the 5th largest economy in the world, and all I can think about is the following sentence, which is that you have destroyed.
Yes,
It's just Stephen A. guy.
Little, by the way, I was paying attention to Republican candidates at that time. How about not at all?
Yeah.
I was all in on Hillary, which we have to do a whole show on her.
I want to hear all about that.
We gotta all do. That's a different one.
I have a lot to
But
say.
Why do we have to do a whole show on Hillary Clinton? Why? When you were on the right.
I want to switch over because this is one that I'm struggling with, and I want your opinion.
Like, again, this would be like, it makes no sense to me to talk about Hillary Clinton, a candidate who lost, unless you're going to talk about her record as first lady. This would be like even somebody like doing like a let's pretend like Mitt Romney had won in 2012.
On it. I've looked at the landscape, and I think on the Republican side, there are a lot of promising people. I happen to love Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh, same.
I love her. I happen to love her, and I could litigate the frickin' Assad conversation all day long. I think I have a pretty good understanding of what.
Wait, what?
I think on the Republican side, there are a lot of promising people. I happen to love Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh, same.
I love her. I happen to love her, and I could litigate.
Why do like? I should have known if Assad is coming up on this show, then Tulsi Gabbard is like not too far off from being mentioned.
The frickin' Assad conversation all day long. I think I have a pretty good understanding of what happened there. But JD Vance. I wasn't a fan, but I'm coming around. All of these different.
Why do you know about Tulsi Gabbard's like comments on Assad, but you didn't know about like any of this in like Hillary Clinton, anything but Hillary Clinton in 2016? What?
Your mind, Anna, going into 2020, is there one single candidate in your mind you're like, I could really back and get behind this person?
For president?
For president?
Oh, for California governor.
Well,
let's do both. Let's start with governor and then move on to president.
Look, for California, I really like Katie Porter, who won she won a seat in Orange County.
You like her? Oh, she came to my house. I have a story about that. Please go.
Okay, well, I don't know about her like on a more personal level, but in terms of her politics, you know, she really stayed away from the muck, like the culture war muck.
Okay.
And she focuses most of her attention on bread and butter issues, and we desperately need that. So I would be open to voting for her for governor of California. Okay. And by the way, again, she ran in a purple district, meaning that she was appealing to independents and maybe even some conservative-leaning voters, which is a good sign. For president, I can't think of a single person right now, to be honest. Yeah.
No one. Well,
no one.
You gotta remember, these presidential candidates, they have these delusions of grandeur.
No way.
So they're calculating.
I guess because Katie Porter is like a populist, she'll support her.
This is not the same as normal persons. They really
Like
think
Katie Porter is definitely to the left of your average Democrat, so like her politics make no sense to me.
like Gavin Newsom was reaching out to me in 2022, 3 years ago, about running for president. And if you're reaching out to me, I'm a fundraiser in
And Gabbard moved to Austin. I don't know. If she's in the cabinet, wouldn't she live in Washington?
Pennsylvania. You have presidential ambitions. So these people have been laying the groundwork for years. Like Hillary Clinton was running for president her whole entire life.
But Hillary Clinton was a Rhodes Scholar. Hillary Clinton was. Oh, she wasn't. She
wasn't. No,
But she was Secretary of
She was
State.
in law school. Yeah,
She was a senator.
She was qualified.
She was Secretary of
she was
State.
100%
Like, she
qualified.
actually trained for the job, which is the one thing. And I appreciate your position of like, you really just have to be a good person to run for office. But I'll never forget this conversation I had with you and Michael Schellenberger.
Okay.
And I think, Anna, because you're so learned and erudite about all of this, you underestimate the skill set required, because after the California fires, people thought, like, is she trying to run for office? And I thought, like, how absurd that you would think I could ever even conceivably do such a job. And I'm on the phone, or I'm on Zoom with you and then with Michael. And Michael, who had run for governor, was laying out all of the things Gavin Newsom should have done prior to the fires, knowing we were getting that kind of weather, knowing the issues that we have with homeless, meth addicts starting fires, knowing the issues that we have with utility companies and infrastructure, which you've highlighted brilliantly. And all I could think to myself is, holy shit, someone better know how to do this job who gets this job.
You have to want to do it because you want to be a public servant, not because you want to further your career goals. And right now, all the incentives for elected office are in the wrong place. I think that the wrong people are being incentivized to run. Voters are left with no choice but to pick between really crappy candidates. Yeah. And we need to find a way to make running for public office more appealing for people who are problem solvers, right? So when I look at my state,
I was like kind of on board with what she said until she said like problem solvers, because this immediately reminds me of like the problem solvers caucus in Congress, and it's like a centrist caucus.
And look, it's dysfunctional right now, and it breaks my heart because I was born and raised in California.
Which is, it's funny because like the problem solvers caucus is like filled with corporate Dems that like, yeah, you can reach bipartisan consensus with other Republicans because you guys have like overlapping donors.
I love California. I want to fix it. I wish that there were people who wanted to fix it running for public office in California, but we don't have that.
Wait, hold on. I want to get Katie Porter, and then I want to hear everyone's thoughts actually on who they'd like to see run.
Well, I also just want to say one last thing about Newsom. If you're not going to be a good person, can you please not be a pathological liar at the very least?
He's unable to do that.
They're conjoined.
I want to say, so he is out there doing a 180 on trans, but he's been on the forefront of trans advocacy all these years. Are you treating us why are you treating us like idiots or that we were born yesterday? We remember.
Which is why Gavin Newsom is such a fucking moron. One, I feel like she's overstating the extent to which he's actually stood up for trans rights, but I'll grant it to make the point, which is that his pivot to the right is entirely pointless on this. It's just this huge virtue signal, and you're going to alienate the original people that supported you, and you're not going to pick up any new people because they'll see that your record does not reflect where you're saying you're at today.
Distinctly, he was one of the most ardent trans warriors. Not only that, he has a gumption to rewrite history and say that he knew all along that Biden's brain was melting. But not only did Gavin Newsom lie, he was the biggest liar. He was the one, and I was there. He was the one in the spin room lying to the entire world on the night of the debate, saying it was just a cold, nothing to see here, move along. But he is such a congenital liar. Now he's saying, but I knew this all along. I wanted to say it, whatever. You know, you can't rewrite.
That is she is literally describing what she does now.
But Lindy, he did know it all along, number one. But you want to know something? He was running this shadow campaign.
Like, this bitch was actively campaigning for and fundraising for Biden as a surrogate, and then when he dropped out, she jumped ship to Kamala. Not to MAGA. She hadn't done that yet. But still continuing to push forward Kamala Harris as the candidate, probably downplaying Joe Biden's mental state. And then only after everything, after he loses, then she comes out and says, oh, I was trying to tell these people that he was too old. I was the first person to notice that Joe Biden is old.
Campaign during the presidential election. Why would he have a debate with Ron DeSantis during that presidential election cycle? He did it because he was hoping that Biden's going to drop out. There might be a quick primary. Obviously, I'm going to be the chosen one. He was just setting himself up to be the Democratic nominee. And thank God that didn't happen, but we must prevent it from happening in the future.
And something that has not been reported. When he did that debate with Ron DeSantis, people in Harris World were pissed.
Ron DeSantis.
Their heads were on fire because they felt that he was stealing their thunder.
And doing something that she could never do.
Exactly, because she could never think on her feet. And the two of them were at loggerheads, but it never broke into the press. They hated each other, even the staff did, because they felt like it was her turn as a black South Asian woman. How dare a white man take her place?
Yeah, can we just have the best candidates run and not do this weird, it's honestly bigotry. It's just bigotry. That's all it is, right? When you're just judging someone based on the color of their skin or other characteristics that they have no control over, we should be focused on who's qualified.
Okay, that's so true, Queen. Okay, I'm going to take a break for 3 minutes. I'm going to run an ad break. But before I do that, if you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and like the stream. If you haven't done so already, you should go ahead and subscribe on YouTube. If you want to support the stream, it's brought to you by viewers like you. So if you want to support the stream, you're going to have to donate or tip. And you can ! dono or tip in chat to get my Streamlabs tip link. And I will be right back. Okay, let's get back to it.
Qualified color, honestly, bigotry. Like, it's just big.
We were right in the middle of Anna giving her MLK speech.
Bigotry. That's all it is, right? When you're just judging someone based on the color of their skin or other characteristics that they have no control over, we should be focused on who's qualified, who's speaking to the issues that Americans are most concerned about, and we should move forward. But this idea that you have to wait your turn, like, what is this? What do you mean wait your turn? Are you a good candidate or not? She wasn't a good candidate.
It's a Gen X thing, the wait your turn. And I can give you a million examples, but my entire generation followed the protocol. We all got in line, even in television. Like, you
guys, there's actually too much diversity in American politics.
Saw Oprah reign forever, and Diane Sawyer reign forever, and Maria Shriver reign forever, and myself and all of my compatriots who are Gen X, we all got in line. And we waited our turn as all of those industries died. And millennials, and then subsequently Gen Z, you guys reinvented the wheel. You guys went digital. You guys did everything different. And we were all left in the dust. But that mentality is a boomer, Gen Xer. You wait in line. You do your time. That's what that is. I'm telling you. It's a generational thing.
And that gatekeeping
has
only hurt the Democratic Party.
Very much so.
You know?
Yeah, see, there's a downside. I told you there were many downsides
good point.
to Gen X, and that's one. So if I did a quick survey here.
She thinks like the primary thing that's preventing people from running off like for office is like that you're white and these people that are like mind controlled by like DEI and what was the like racial politics scare before that? Like that's the thing that ends up being the barrier to entry when in reality it's like, do you have time and do you have money on your hands?
Hopeful for 2028.
On Democrat side.
No, either. No. Who you want to see be president?
I mean,
critical race theory. That's what I was thinking of.
President is different from, like, I want to see people run. Like, I think that's almost more important because I was there in 2016 where they pushed Bernie aside, even though he was the more popular candidate, and put in Hillary Clinton. Like, I want to see people run so the American people believe in the system. Yeah. Again, I want to see Stephen A. Smith run. I want to see him beat these people. You said it's more important to know what you're doing. I completely disagree.
Really?
Too many of them know exactly what to do and do the opposite because they are self-serving.
My first term, I got blindsided. I didn't know what I was doing. I put all these people in positions I wish I had. And even he did me a culpa on I was new to the gig.
But if you wanted the experience, that would mean that he was implying Jeb Bush should have been president, which is never the case. He was still better than anyone else that had 20, 30, 40 years of experience because people with the experience are the ones that are seasoned politicians.
They have all kinds of experience.
They have all the experience on how to fix things, but also all the experience on how to make themselves richer, make themselves connections, set up their power over
incentivized. Does that negate the necessity for experience?
Anyone in politics over 10 years should.
Speaking of being racist, it is funny that this woman is like Russian because she looks exactly like this Russian ice skater. And I was thinking that before she even said that she was Russian. But whatever.
Could be out. Term limits all the way. No one.
You're supposed to have aides. Like, you're supposed to have people in your administration. It's part of your team.
Right.
They help you out. It's not like you're making decisions unilaterally 100% of the time, or even any of the time.
Exactly. If Stephen A. Smith wants to make the country better, that means more to me than any Democrat he could run against that has been there for 40 years that has failed, despite having all the experience in the world.
I agree with that. It's kind of like a Trump situation, right? Trump had no business in politics prior to when he got.
Like, I mean, I'm not on this. I was never on the Stephen A. Smith train or whatever, but like the fact that he's getting like a tepid endorsement from these fucking people already tells me that he's like not going to be the one to even if he wanted to run, like it would be a mistake to like back his candidacy.
Involved, but it was somebody who was on the outside who genuinely observed the issues that was happening, that had his own money, therefore he was not controllable.
Yes, that's
and he
nice.
said, this is what I want to enact. And it's actually going to help make America great again. The left needs somebody to do that.
He ran against someone that had more experience than anyone else before them. And the American people said, no, we don't want that experience. We've seen what that experience gets us.
Yes.
We want someone new. We want an outsider who believes in us more than the political system.
And Joe Biden, 50 years of
I know, but the reason why Trump was able to convince people that he was an outsider has more to do with like his affectations than it did to do with like people being able to put aside that he was like a billion, like people would simultaneously say like, oh, he's a man for the working people, but then also recognize like, yeah, but he's like a businessman. So he's like a billionaire. So he's literally the type of person who was trying to influence both of these parties. But now he's trying to like frame himself as an outsider, but you can't frame yourself as an outsider after you've been president for 4 years.
of experience. Yeah. What did that get us?
Oh my God.
That got us a council of presidents that no one's ever heard of. Yeah. Have you heard of Steve Ricchetti, Mike Donnellan, and Anita Dunn? Raise your hand if you've heard of them. Well, Anna, you have. Like, yeah, you're insider, but like, well, you're not insider, but
you're
very
learned. Question: who's been running the country?
They've been running the country, and Americans couldn't name them. They couldn't even.
For the person who is more like me here, who?
She needs to keep going, though. She thinks that it's literally just like the DNC, but that's because she's talking about like Democratic Party operatives and whatnot. And like policymakers, but it's like, yeah, but those people are in contact with like lobbyists and donors. Like it doesn't just stop with them.
Who actually are those people?
They're Joe Biden's friends.
Shut up.
Shut up.
In a
Democrat
word,
had
long
long
time
time
in the administration.
Long-time
The more
Democratic
powerful
operatives.
people are the ones that don't have official roles.
That write the checks.
Well, they actually do.
No,
have
they don't
officials.
write the checks.
They were, for example,
The donors write the checks.
Steve Ricchetti his title was White House.
Yeah, like Anita Dunn is currently serving as a senior advisor to the Future Forward PAC, which is like the largest Democratic PAC that contributed to like the Biden campaign and then Harris campaign.
Counselor. And Anita Dunn was senior White House advisor.
Yeah.
Like the way that she's framing it comes off almost like the advisors are like the mind controllers of the president, when one, usually the president selects them, but like two, she's like, oh, it's not like the personal agenda of this person. It's like this person is managing capital as well.
And she was in charge of communications.
Or that like she was only in charge of him because like Biden's senile, I guess, which like sure he is, but like any president would have a senior advisor like this.
Mike Donilon was the one who fed Biden the fake polls showing that he would beat Trump, when in reality he was about to lose election to Trump. Trump was about to win 400 electoral college votes. I kid you not.
Wow.
Yeah.
But let me tell you,
senior advisors you have to look out for.
Jill, I wanted to say, you brought up a really good question last episode about the election being rigged. I don't think that the votes were stolen. I think it was rigged in the sense that Hunter Biden's laptop, that story was squashed. In that sense, I do think
I should get like a bingo card for like the dumb shit that she's gonna bring up. Hunter Biden laptop, George Floyd martyr, Democrats racist, AOC stupid.
American people deserve to know. But frankly, I would be the first to admit wrong. I'm sorry that I bought into the narrative. I believe the mainstream narrative that it was a Russian disinformation campaign.
I bought that.
I did too.
You thought
What the FBI said is that it had the markings of a Russian disinformation campaign, because if you actually know the details of the story, it would be completely rational for you to come to the conclusion that it might have been, given everybody who was involved in the way that it panned out. Didn't like Rudy Giuliani somehow obtains Hunter Biden's laptop from like a pawn shop in America and then gets access to the pornography on it. Okay.
Oh man, I was all the way down the Russia.
The FBI knew it wasn't though, but the FBI never claimed that it was. They just said that it had the markings of that. They informed these social media companies, and then these social media companies acted to ban it, but they didn't do it at the discretion of the FBI. They did that voluntarily. And I disagree with them for doing that, but they were never told to do it.
Thought it wasn't his laptop.
I thought the Steele dossier was real. Go back to the beginning.
Okay. No, that I believe. Everyone.
I thought the Steele dossier was real. I thought Trump was getting peed on by a 15-year-old prostitute. I was all the way down the rabbit hole.
I believed all of that.
I believed it.
But none other than the Justice Department of the United States of America used Hunter Biden's laptop in the court of law as evidence against him. None other than the Washington Post, not known for being a leftist bastion, admitted to the veracity of this laptop. And the American people did not know that, and we were duped. I bought into it. We all bought, well, you probably, I bought into it.
Do you think that if the Hunter Biden laptop story was reported unencumbered, like no guardrails, nothing, do you think that would have changed the outcome of the election?
The election was so close in Pennsylvania, in states that really mattered.
It was close in swing states, but honestly, I think that...
No. And Anna knows it. It wouldn't have made a difference.
COVID?
It wouldn't have made the difference to change the outcome. It still shouldn't have happened, but like realistically, even if it had been allowed to like run free, which it should have been, because it's caused a headache for anybody who is even like remotely supportive of Democrats. Like, yeah, definitely not worth the trade-off. But like, I don't think I feel like the impact of this is like overstated, you know?
Had way more of an influence on the outcome of that election than anything else. People were so desperate for normal.
Yeah,
and they saw Biden as, let's just go back to normal.
Reasonable.
Yep.
He'd bring us all back together. He wasn't woke and crazy. But what's interesting about Biden, if we really look back as honestly a lifelong liberal, this guy is systemic racism. He is the 94 crime bill.
Yeah.
He was...
Did you hear what he said the other day? He's still talking about colored people. This happened like last week. Did you hear that?
Yeah, but why are they saying this like they have an issue with that when they were literally complaining about how Gavin Newsom wants to let criminals out of jail onto the streets of California because of overcrowding? Like, if those are the types of policies that you don't like, then you should like the crime bill. Because the crime bill massively increased the amount of mass incarceration that we have in the United States. Because it implemented things like mandatory minimums.
So did he say colored people like 6 days ago? I kid you not.
He's also mentally gone, though. Maybe we give him a pass for that because he is shocked.
Like, all right, Grandpa.
He's trying to launch a comeback, by the way.
I mean, that's something I think you were going to say earlier, but then said let's revisit that when we were talking about the Parkinson's thing. So can you confirm that? Can you confirm
gosh, ladies,
how many times they went to the White House?
Okay.
You mean the doctor visits at least 6 times, in the summer of 2024. But I was going to mention something else.
Okay.
I was going to mention people with medical expertise, these accredited doctors from like Harvard Medical School. My dad went to Harvard Medical School. I brought them to events with Biden. They were diagnosing him from, we were seated in the front row, not just on one occasion, on several.
Dude, they have such a layup that he's old and they will use the stupidest arguments. You don't need to be a Harvard doctor to know that Biden was not doing well mentally. You didn't get special insight into that because your doctor father was around Biden.
Occasions, I would bring different doctors, and not even to diagnose Biden, just because they had a shit ton of money. Like, I wanted their money for the event. They would say, this guy is a walking case of Parkinson's.
But also, I have no medical degree, and I could have told you that because he was shaking hands with the air. So I didn't need a medical degree. I mean, we all saw it. We all knew what was going on.
But I also just didn't feel...
That shaking hands with the air clip wasn't even real, though. Like, it existed or whatever, but when you zoomed out, it was cropped to make it seem like Biden was shaking hands with the air, but he was on stage, if I remember correctly, and he was gesturing at different people, trying to make it seem like, oh, where is it? Hold on.
Qualified to make a diagnosis.
No, of course.
So people who with these medical degrees, from detached events, completely separate events, were coming to the same conclusion. And then you had Karine Jean-Pierre gaslighting the country, saying, oh, but these Parkinson's doctors, they were just coming over for friendly visits. Nothing to see here.
Honestly, because so much of my career has been talking to PhDs.
Okay, I am positive there are going to be takes in this. I have not watched this that don't age well. Or I've not watched it since. I have seen this video before. But I have not watched it recently because this was 3 years ago. And I'm positive that there are going to be things that don't like sentiments along the line of like Biden's fine or whatever. But this particular clip was not what people thought it was.
You were going to be mad at me for covering this story. But I would be a partisan hypocrite if I didn't cover this story, except the other half of you are going to be mad at me for covering this story the way that I'm going to cover it. There is a video floating around in which the story goes, Joe Biden appears very, very visibly confused at a speech last week, where after speaking, he turned and he tried to shake hands with thin air and then looked so confused on the stage and didn't know where to go. And he has dementia and he has Alzheimer's and it's worse than Trump and all of this different stuff. And I'll tell you, when over the weekend, the clip was sent to me and I looked at it on my small phone screen very quickly, it looked very bad. Joe Biden looked confused. It looked like he was shaking hands with the air, thinking there was someone standing next to him and there was no one there. And I was getting ready to come to you and say, guys, I mean, listen, we have a dozen examples of Trump with this type of stuff. I've got to tell you that we have one with Joe Biden. Except then I actually looked at the video that was not cropped into a sort of a vertical video where you actually see the sides of what's going on. And it actually is fine. Joe Biden is very clearly speaking to people on different sides of him and signaling to them with his hand. Yes, it looks weird. He's sticking it out almost like a handshake, but he points to the people to the right. And he turns around and he points to people that were over his left shoulder and over his right shoulder. And that's just kind of it. We're going to look at it. And once I saw the full video, it really just kind of seems like no big deal. So I'm going to play it for you. And I know that if you're only listening, you're not really going to get the full picture of this. But let's take a look at it and then I'll explain it and we'll go from there.
Thing America can't do when we do it together as the United States of America. God bless you all.
So, I mean, listen, I was ready to say something's wrong with Joe Biden. We got to evaluate Joe Biden. But when you actually look at what he's doing, he's engaging with each wing of the crowd and he's saying something. I don't know if it's like, how was it? Or thanks for being here. But he's very clearly turning to the people on his right and he says something and then he turns and faces back and he does the exact same thing. You see his arm do the exact. So I don't want to.
Okay. So with that in mind, the thing that is so fucking annoying is that I know that Lindy Lee, who is a Biden surrogate, a Democratic operative and fundraiser, would absolutely know that was not Biden shaking hands with the air. There is no way that she doesn't know that. So for her to like, this is just like a textbook. Like, she's obviously a liar, but she's a liar in the sense that she's being disingenuous about what she actually believes. But there is no. This is like a clear-cut example of where she is intentionally telling a lie to mislead people.
Of course. So people who with these, I have no money for the event. Several occasions, I went to Harvard Medical School. I brought them to events with Biden. They were diagnosing him from, we were seated in the front row, not just on one occasion, on several occasions, I would bring different doctors, and not even to diagnose Biden, just because they had a shit ton of money. Like, I wanted their money for the event. They would say, this guy is a walking case of Parkinson's.
But also, I have no medical degree, and I could have told you that because he was shaking.
Of course. So people who with these medical degrees, from detached events, completely separate events, were coming to the same conclusion. And then you had Karine Jean-Pierre gaslighting the country, saying, oh, but these Parkinson's doctors, they were just coming over for friendly visits. Nothing to see here.
Honestly, because so much of my career has been...
Oh my God, did I really skip over the part where she was like shaking hands with the air or whatever? That was a part I was trying to show again, but like, ugh.
Talking to PhDs and MDs in the health.
Like, again, if there are all these criticisms that you can make of Democrats, why do you have to make up examples?
Space. It was always on the...
At least he isn't doing the Roman salute. Nowadays, I'll be happy with whatever we can get, Cheryl.
Yeah, but all of them were saying... I think Lewy body dementia. I think this form of Parkinson's. But this has been going on since he was running in 2019.
Yeah,
they were like, I don't know about this.
Yeah.
This is alarming. And
I remember bringing up these concerns in 2020 during the Democratic primary, and we were totally gaslit. But even worse than that, we were made to be really bad, evil people for asking these questions. But we're asking the right questions. We're talking about the president of the United States. It is a physically taxing job, and it was bad in 2020. Of course it got worse by the time we hit 2024. And I think the biggest issue I have is the gaslighting, is this effort to make you seem like you're crazy or you're a bad person for bringing this up. I mean, Jake Tapper shutting down.
What I was going to bring up.
Go ahead, yeah.
No, I mean, I was very involved back in 2020. I remember Laura Trump, the Jake Tapper show.
Gosh, yeah.
She made a comment about Joe Biden, obviously decline. I mean, there was obviously a decline. He looked at her and shamed her and spoke to her in the most derogatory way I'd ever seen him speak to anyone. She was upset. I was furious for her. Now the man is being applauded and publishing a book about reporting on the exact same thing that he attacked her 4 or 5 years ago.
He's publishing a book.
This is like right-wing tea that I am not privy to.
About the Biden...
Jake Tapper said a mean thing about Lara Trump, the wife of Eric Trump.
Cognitive decline.
Not even Don Jr., the wife of Eric Trump, the least lovable Trump son.
Cover up.
I was just at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
I was just at the White House Correspondents' Dinner where they all applauded themselves.
And they got an award. They gave Alex Thompson, his co-author,
themselves
award.
awards for reporting on Joe Biden's cognitive decline.
I gotta stick up for one person, and that actually is Alex Thompson, because Alex Thompson, to his credit, for Politico was...
Hold it. I want to watch that now. Go finish the point.
For Politico was consistently publishing pieces about Biden's mental decline, and it was being buried. It was being buried, but he continued
Jake Tapper's
doing
a different story.
I agree.
Yeah, Jake Tapper was one of the loudest voices.
Let's watch it. Pump that volume, kid.
About things that you've done on the campaign trail. Joe Biden, as we all know, has worked to overcome a stutter. And one of the speakers at the Democratic convention was a young boy who the vice president inspired, named Braden Harrington. Take a listen.
The stutter thing is reminding me that, like, there were times where if you criticize, like, Biden's senility or the fact that he's old or whatever, like, you're being ableist against Joe Biden for pointing that out.
Really amazing to hear that someone like me became vice president.
Braden Harrington, a very brave young boy. You made this comment earlier in the campaign about Joe Biden. Let's take a listen.
He's trying to pivot it like she's going after the kid.
Every time he comes on stage or they turn to him, I'm like, Joe, can you get it out? Let's get the words out, Joe. You kind of feel bad for him.
How do you think it makes little kids with stutters feel when they see you make a comment?
Okay, this framing is entirely disingenuous, although I would be lying if I said I don't find it funny just to watch to try to, like, for Laura Trump to be, like, concerned trolled on national TV.
Comment like that.
First and foremost, I had no idea that Joe Biden ever suffered from a stutter. I think what we see on stage with Joe Biden, Jake, is very clearly a cognitive decline.
Okay.
That's what I'm referring to. It makes me uncomfortable to watch somebody on stage search for
it's so amazing. It's so amazing to me that
try and figure out an answer.
On the back.
What I was suggesting was
I think that you were mocking his stuttering.
It is.
I think you were mocking his stuttering.
This is actually what CNN does. I've experienced this in my own line of work when initially Ozempic hit the mainstream.
Like, even at 2020, he was already making, like, verbal flubs or whatever. So I feel like you can't say, oh, well, his decline didn't really start until 2022 or, like, after Hunter's conviction. Is like, no, he was already, like, saying crazy things.
I had been asked.
Not saying crazy things, but it was clear that it was not just a matter of him stuttering.
Twice to go on CNN, but only as an ambush, so they could call me anti-science. Because the suggestion is, listen, this is a lifestyle disease. You know, this is costly. It has side effects. All the reasons you might want to pursue every other way forward first. And it's like, you're anti-science, you're a heretic, you're a lunatic, you're fanatical, you're evangelical with your message of health and wellness. And by the way, it's like they can't choose the narratives of are you healthy at any size or do we all need Ozempic because obesity is a disease? But that's the shutdown, is let's humiliate you as being anti-science and an ignorant idiot, and it's how they prove their point.
But then they write books 2 years later and get rewards for it.
But not only that, and look, I don't know if this is 100% what's motivating, the folks over at CNN who treated you that way, but I mean, you have to think about the way some of these media outlets are funded, right?
Yes,
and so if they have
right.
pharmaceutical companies paying big bucks to advertise on their networks,
the advertising budget,
they're not going to like anti-pharmaceutical content
and they also invite you on so they can scream at you.
That's the playbook.
Because that's how they get views.
They're anti-science.
Exactly.
She's like complaining about the structure of like corporate funding of media. Meanwhile, she's like at Grifter Central Valuetainment in Florida.
You're a buffoon. You're an idiot.
But does it make sense to live your entire life taking Ozempic to stay thin? Because like
okay, so you work on a network that is run by PBD, who is like a billionaire businessman. This is somehow supposed to be substantially different than working as an anchor on MSNBC for some reason.
You get off of it, people gain weight.
Get it all
right?
back and then some. I mean, that is a longer conversation. We could definitely.
This bitch making this criticism of Ozempic when I know for a fucking fact she had like weight loss supplements.
Have it if you want to. And the place that I'm at now personally, just to throw this out there since we did open the door, is every drug, in my opinion,
Okay, lady. Jillian Michaels maximum strength fat burner Medicaps. These are like bullshit. There is no drug that you can buy for $20 off the fucking shelf in a supermarket that is going to make you lose weight.
Every vaccine, every medication should be utilized by a medical professional under the pretense of cost-benefit analysis. Listen, if you had stage 4 cancer and they thought that chemo could save you, we'd be going to get chemo because the alternative is death. If you got a staph infection and it was methicillin-resistant Staph aureus, a flesh-eating friggin' bacteria, I would be taking you to the doctor and having them inject Cipro into every friggin' orifice of your body, but we wouldn't be using it prophylactically.
Exactly.
If you had a cold for a secondary infection, all of it should be, in my opinion, looked at in that capacity under the guidance and the supervision of the proper medical professional. But these drugs are exceptionally expensive for a host of reasons that, again, is another show, but nevertheless, they're $1,000+ a month. You can never get off of them. They have a
Thank you for subscribing.
Suite of pretty significant and serious side effects. And the reason you can't get off of them, as you so appropriately mentioned, is because you gain it all back and then some. And we've seen that in every single meta-analysis. So if somebody is morbidly obese and they already have heart disease, chronic kidney disease, type 2 diabetes, and all of these different issues, and we've tried everything else, you could twist my arm. But people don't really understand that this is a marriage, not a fling, that there are serious side effects, and you will absolutely experience one of them, that the side effects do, in fact, your risk of a more serious one accumulate over time, which they deny, and that's just not true, especially when you look at studies that are not funded by the drug company. So it's a serious conversation. But
I mean, like, I don't disagree with her that people should not be using Ozempic for like off-label uses because it's not a weight loss medication. It's a medication that ends up aiding in weight loss, but it is first and foremost like a medication for like diabetes prevention or diabetes. But you can get the active ingredient of Ozempic without actually taking Ozempic. You can get GLP-1 supplements.
Right. You're absolutely right.
Mostly used for rich folk. I don't even know if that's true. I feel like the thing that mainstreamed it is the fact that rich people use it and like celebrities use it to lose weight quickly. But I wouldn't be surprised if the majority of people that have Ozempic prescriptions are actually have diabetes. With the obesity rates in this country, like, it wouldn't surprise me.
Narrative is bought off 100%.
Yep.
And it happens to be illegal for Big Pharma to advertise in every other country.
Except New Zealand.
Except New Zealand.
Except New Zealand. Not in
Except
Australia, though.
New
I
Zealand.
remember when I first visited America. It was back in 2014. I was in Vegas. I was in my hotel room watching TV, and an ad came on, and I thought it was parody. Them talking about all of these great things about their drug, and then they're like, oh, this could lead to like rectal bleeding and cannibalism and death. It's like, wait, are you for real?
You hear those
Is this
warnings?
a real advertisement right now?
My favorite thing is the juxtaposition of those like warnings with the visual of like a couple. They're frolicking.
They always have like a dog next to them in
so
the
much
wilderness.
They're so happy.
I have a lot of issues, actually not that many, but I do have some issues with RFK Jr., but he is so right. that our country is overly medicated. And I will be the first one to say that birth control destroyed my life. And
Not
I was
alone
put
in that. I've heard that a lot.
And you know what? I wasn't even put on birth control for sex. I was put on birth control because I'm going to be open with this. I've struggled with anorexia for much
Imagine outing that you're not getting laid, lame.
my life, and they thought that would jumpstart my period because I have amenorrhea. And so I was on birth control 5 years, and I had tremendous bouts of anxiety, and I never had
Yeah, amenorrhea is just like the absence of a period.
anxiety before. And one day I decided in 2023, I'm like, I've had enough. I'm taking back my life. I'm reclaiming my own power. I refuse to be at the mercy of these bouts of anxiety that are taking over my life.
Good for you.
And after I did that, I'm now a new, like, I feel like
You're right. She constantly talks about herself. There is like, anytime she redirects the conversation back to something that she wants to say, will inevitably end up getting back into a personal anecdote, someone that she knew or something that happened to her. It's never really like an open discussion about her thoughts on whatever they're talking about. Somehow like some personal anecdote that ties into it.
a new woman. I know that's a cliche, but I feel like totally in control of myself, of my own destiny. And it just breaks my heart to see our country so medicated, so straitjacketed by all of these prescription drugs. Like at the tiniest problem, we throw an SSRI. At the tiniest problem, we throw Ozempic. That is just too much.
Or puberty blockers, gender-affirming care.
Exactly.
The goal is to create lifelong medical patients because that is
Okay, we went from birth control to puberty
passive
blockers for some
residual
reason.
income for them every week, every month till the end of that person's life. That's what the goal is.
As you have mentioned previously, looking at the nuance when these guys discover some incredible new drug that can help a stroke patient. I mean, we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And the reality is that there are certain instances where the birth control pill might have helped somebody at risk for certain cancers.
100%.
So this is why it's got to be a case-by-case basis with a medical professional.
Agreed.
Looking at how your body is responding to the medication. All of this, it's nuanced, but the system is designed.
This is like not secret information though. Birth control is like one of the most studied medications that exists on the market.
To make you sick and profiteer off it from cradle to grave.
I'm not trying to sound misogynistic, but this Her Take show is a disaster. Why do you think I watch it? I intentionally watch it because it's a train wreck. It's a filmed lobotomy of 4 different women with a guest. But no, I don't think you disliking the show is misogynistic.
Final thing I'll say about the pharmaceutical industry.
It's like, it's vapid and empty and stupid. It may as well be called like 4 Karens yapping.
You know, right.
4 birthing people's, it's 4 dumb birthing people saying yes. You know what I mean?
Now the Trump administration is looking for ways to cut waste, fraud, and abuse. One of the easiest ways to save American taxpayers a lot of money.
Jillian kind of gets it. All meds are bad is stupid. Yeah. But this like particular skepticism of birth control is like unfounded. Because to me, they never pair it with like talking about different forms of birth control that are like less intrusive. Like there's not only chemical birth control pills or like birth control methods. There's like IUDs and stuff, but they never bring those up.
Is to allow our Medicare system to negotiate drug prices.
Amen to that.
It is absurd that they're allowed to price gouge American taxpayers. Why is that?
Okay.
Right?
No.
Well, campaign contributions.
There's one person who can elaborate on this better than anyone in the space. His name is Brigham Bueller. He's got a company called Ways to Well, in case anybody wants to check him out. He's absolutely brilliant. And this has to do with the middleman called pharmacy benefit managers.
Correct, yeah.
And so the long story short here is that these guys were designated to negotiate on our behalf many moons ago. I can't remember when this began, but at its inception, it was well intended. What happened?
It got corrupted.
Is that the insurance companies bought the pharmacy benefit managers.
Yeah.
So now it's like Optum is United Healthcare or Prime Therapeutics is Blue Cross Blue Shield. So if Prime Therapeutics is the PBM, the pharmacy.
The look of joy on Anna's face when she finally sees like a somewhat, like a conversation based in reality.
Brigham Bueller. He's got a company called Ways to Well, in case anybody wants to check him out. He's absolutely brilliant. And this has to do with the middleman called pharmacy benefit managers.
Correct, yeah.
And so the long story short here is that these guys were designated to negotiate on our behalf many moons ago. I can't remember when this began, but at its inception, it was well intended. What happened?
It got corrupted.
Is that the insurance companies bought the pharmacy benefit managers.
Yeah.
So now it's like Optum is United Healthcare or Prime Therapeutics.
Look at it's so cute. It's like almost like endearing how like excited she is for this.
Is Blue Cross Blue Shield. So if Prime Therapeutics is the PBM, the pharmacy benefit manager, they're now owned by big insurance. Same thing with Optum, United Health. They are owned now and not working on behalf of you, but working on behalf of the drug company.
That's very true. They have been corrupted. They're now incentivized to negotiate for higher prices because they get a cut.
That's it.
So
they get a rebate.
So sick.
They get a rebate that you don't know about. So what ends up happening is they then go to...
There are some states in the United States, though, that forbid doctors from receiving what they call like kickbacks or whatever, the money that they're talking about getting. Like, yes, there are... The most notable example of this is obviously when they started getting people hooked to opioids and then regulation kicked in. But even then, I'm pretty sure that had started to be reform in different states. But I mean, they're not wrong that it hasn't been like the overhaul that it should have been.
The drug companies like Novo Nordisk can say, no, don't charge us $400 for Ozempic. That's what you're charging in Germany or Canada. No, charge us $1,200. Yep. So then what happens is your copay ends up being more than the cost of the drug, and they make money off of these kickbacks, and that's really the deep, dark, dirty secret of what's going on here. We've come to the end. Final thoughts, everybody, on today's show. I'll make my way around right to left.
I'm just going to say the most important thing to do is be open to having your ideas challenged. It's going to make you smarter, sharper, and able to actually defend your positions. If you're unwilling to do that, you're going to turn out like Kamala Harris. And you don't want that.
Fair.
No, I was going to say the exact same thing. The last thing you want is to surround yourself with people who agree with you on every single issue. It is impossible to grow from that. It's impossible to get smarter, stronger, to focus on a future that you want to have when all you...
Dope Sick was a great show about what drug companies did to this country. What rings hollow again, like about Jillian Michaels being the one to bring this up, or like Anna Kasparian, it's like to the extent that they've even begun tackling regulations surrounding like kickbacks and the relationship between like the pharmaceutical industry and doctors, as well as like the regulation of being able to like advertise for particular drugs as if it were any other consumer product. That is exclusively going to be found with Democrats. There is not going to be like widespread Republican support, if at all, any Republican support for these types of reforms.
You know, with people that agree with you on every single issue. It's the opposite of what we want as Americans. My parents fled the Soviet Union, so I would grow up with people who didn't agree with me on every single thing. That's kind of the life they dreamed for me, and that's the life that we should dream for everyone in this country, regardless of where you stand politically. And I encourage everyone to knock on their neighbor's door, whether there's an American flag or a Trump sign or a Kamala sign or anything else in their yard, and have a conversation.
Well said.
Amen to that. And it's no surprise to me that
Bother your neighbors.
Democrats are still at a 21%, whopping 21% approval rating, because they are still doubling down on identity politics. They've learned nothing from the 2024 loss, and they're still doubling down on the trans. They're on for every 80-20 issue, they're on the wrong side, and there's no hope in sight for them. And frankly, for the sake of our republic, thank God.
I feel really relieved after this conversation, honestly speaking to you, Anna. Because you're someone who I've always seen as one of the big advocates for the left. Yes, somebody who made a lot of sense, more so than other people. But hearing you here today and really flesh out a lot of different ideas, it really gives me hope that it's not like this good versus evil thing, that people are literally willing to look at nuance in situations. Because there's so much of it. Think of all the nuance. Think of all the areas where we have agreed, disagreed, each and every one of us, just in this conversation alone. If we can make more of these conversations happen on a mass scale, I mean, imagine where our country could be by the time the next election rolls around.
Yeah.
That's my hope for things, at least.
Thank you so much for tuning in. If you could help us out by sharing, liking, commenting, subscribing, it goes a really long way with the algorithm. We appreciate you.
This episode was fucking... The first half was worse than the second. Fringe virtue signaling. There's not a moment of the show that is not just cringe. It's just like... For Karen speaking. Okay, what's next? What's next? Oh, this Ben Shapiro thing.
The names to Hunter Biden. Yes, I think inherently it is bad. I do not think this is good. I think if we switch the names to Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, we'd all be freaking out on the right. Let's say if Qatar was giving Joe a $400 million jet for his use at his presidential library after his presidency, or if Hunter launched a crypto firm with the son of Antony Blinken and then launched a series of crypto products in which mysterious strangers, including foreigners, were investing, oh, wow, that crypto firm was being regulated by Joe's administration, we'd all have been pretty upset on the right. We might have said that it was worthy of some coverage. Yes, I think inherently it is bad. I do not think this is good.
This
I think
this delusional Twitter account being like, wow, when you've lost Ben Shapiro, if Joe Biden accepted $400 million jets and his family started crypto scams while he was in office, GOP oversight would have gone scorched earth, but for Trump, complete silence. It's like, you have not lost Ben Shapiro. The extent to which Ben Shapiro is willing to criticize this corresponds and like starts and ends with one, this is interfering with, this has to do with like Israel and disrupting disrupting Trump just being BB's BFF. Two, this is only because he feels like if these things are not, these things might be genuine impediments to him getting reelected or the next Republican getting elected, whichever one happens. It's not like a genuine pivot. Like, I'm sure if I looked up like Ben Shapiro criticizing Miriam Adelson giving Trump like $10 million, am I gonna find that on YouTube? No, shocker. Let's see. I wanted to see what Kyle Kulinski had to say about the Ethan Klein Hassan tea, just as a treat. Nixon got pandas from China.
Well, you did bring up.
I forgot about that, but yeah, that's true.
Hassan, and some people have called him like the Joe Rogan of the left, or like a potential figure in that category. I was interested in your opinion because I don't know if you've commented on it yet, but obviously he just did this big debate with Ethan Klein of H3. He's been accused of anti-Semitism by Ethan, and Ethan has this whole internet mob after him, including the likes of Destiny. It's gotten really ugly. This debate was a total shit show. It was like 6 hours of Hassan defending himself against bullshit accusations and smears. It was totally wild. I don't even think he should have participated in it, to be totally honest. But I was just wondering if you had any opinion on all of this that's happening. And as someone who's interviewed Hassan, and I know had friendly relationship with him in the past and the present, do you agree with me that it's total bullshit, this charge of anti-Semitism that's been leveled at him?
Oh yeah, no, there's no way that Hassan is not an anti-Semite. There's no way. The thing that I can't wrap my mind around is that Ethan, on all the major points, Ethan will be like, yeah, I think Israel is committing a genocide. Yeah, I think it's fair to call the IDF terrorists. He'll concede on all of these major points. But then 98% of the conversation is some beef he had with some streamer that has like 5,000 subscribers or something.
You're so close, Kyle. You're so close. It's almost like it doesn't fucking matter to Ethan very much, and he just wants to get to the personal beef, and he's using that as the launching pad for it.
Right? And it's like, why are we talking about any of that? Like, I understand that he takes it personally and he feels offended by people saying whatever, but like, if you are conceding that the core of the issue is there is a genocide currently being done against innocent Palestinians on a daily basis, they're being starved to death, they're being carpet bombed, we're talking minimum 50,000 dead Palestinians. The real number could be as high.
Okay, you're talking minimum 50,000, but I'm talking hummus tier lists and bleach sword. So what do you gonna say about that?
Is 200,000, 90% of which are innocent civilians. Then to focus solely on your personal beef over things you felt were misconstrued about your opinion or whatever, that then you are taking your eye off the ball. You're no longer talking about the main issue here. And it comes across as incredibly petty, incredibly vindictive, incredibly self-aggrandizing and unserious. And that's why you see these weird dividing lines now, where even though Ethan says, yeah, they're committing a genocide, well, all the people who are cheering for you in this whole debate thing, they don't seem to think it's a genocide. You're attracting a lot of the most psychotic Zionists in the country to cheerlead for your cause, because instead of talking about the actual genocide, the actual issue as such, you're talking about all these personal bones you have to pick with Hassan and calling him an anti-Semite and talking about other streamers that you think.
Yeah, but let it be known that Ethan did not technically partner up with the ADL. They just had the exact same goal at the exact same time.
Are unfair to you. Like, I'm sorry, bro. Nobody gives a fuck about your feelings. I'm sorry. Nobody cares. And look, I'm not just saying that about him. Nobody gives a fuck about my feelings. Nobody cares about your guys' feelings. Who cares about feelings? What does that have anything to do with the fact that there's a fucking historic atrocity going on right in front of our eyes? And if we're going to have that conversation, let's have that conversation, right? Let's not get lost in the weeds of whether or not it was okay for Hassan to interview a guy that they say is a Houthi, but Hassan says is not a Houthi. You're laundering the image of terrorism. Because functionally, you end up bolstering the right-wing narrative and Trumpism at a moment when they are literally rounding up pro-Palestine protesters and locking them up. So if you're not talking about those things, you're fucking missing it, and you've lost your mind.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think it's completely beneath Hassan to entertain any of this nonsense.
The thing is that like I don't even disagree that you can like walk and chew gum at the same time. That like it's not a zero-sum game in the sense that like any time spent talking about these things is time taken away from like Palestinian advocacy or bringing awareness to a particular issue that you want to talk about. But when it came to like Ethan versus Hassan, like watching that debate, I was like, no, but this is the opportunity for you to actually hash out the disagreements related to the conflict, which was like my understanding of what was supposed to at least be the like premise of that debate. And then it just like immediately devolved into like, oh, so we basically agree on all that. We're going to like fight over iDubbbz content cop and Fergan thumbnails.
I think you've also.
But I do wonder to what extent like Kyle Kulinski kind of represents like a. And Sam Seder as well, who didn't give a fuck about their personal beef, represents kind of like the normie take. Like if you just are not bought in to either side, if you're not bought into like Hassan, if you don't care about Ethan, if you just kind of like peek behind the curtain and see this drama, like what impression do you get? Do you come away with the impression that Hassan is like a terrible friend, a raging anti-Semite who just refuses to listen to like a Jewish man talk about his lived experience in the United States? Or do you come away with like the impression that Ethan is the one who cares about these petty online grievances and is more interested in talking about that over talking about something that he says he believes is happening, which is a genocide? And like, I'm inclined to believe that it's Kyle Kulinski's reading on this is like the way it comes off, but I don't know.
Genuinely liked Ethan. That's the thing, is like they actually had a friendship. They actually did a show together. I can sympathize with Hassan's perspective that he feels like, look, the guy I knew is still somewhere in there. I'm going to try to get that guy out. I'm going to do the best I can to get to that conclusion. I can sympathize with that because I went through.
I do not think that's where Hassan was at this point. At this point, maybe you could have said that like way early on, like when they had first kind of fallen out on leftovers or whatever, that's where Hassan's mind is at. But I think like when you're at the point that Hassan is watching like Bad Empanada on stream, no, I don't think Hassan is like trying to reach him or whatever.
Through that myself with that period when
I think maybe you could say that more accurately about iDubbbz, even if you don't like how he went about it with the content cop or whatever, but not Hassan at this point.
IT hated me and Jimmy Dore hated me, and
he just sees him as like I don't know if it's like an enemy, but like not someone who he feels, political camaraderie with.
I'm out there trying to be the enlightened centrist in their feud, and like I also thought, hey, if I just tell it like it is and I'm sympathetic, then I can get through to Jimmy, I can get through to TYT or whatever. And then, eventually what you found out, me in the case of Jimmy, him in the case with Ethan, is like, no, man, some people, you're just not going to fucking get through them. It's just not going to happen. Doesn't matter how correct you are, doesn't matter how factual you are, they're just going to go right back to their petty grievances.
Yeah, well, in my opinion, that's a great.
They love each other, though. I mean, you don't argue with someone for 6 hours unless you do.
Great example specifically with Jimmy, because I think much like Jimmy and his need to smear you, with Ethan and his need to smear Hassan, it's all about the necessity to create drama, because that's what his channel thrives on. Drama with people from his past life as a co-host, like he did this with his other co-host. I don't even know who she is, but some lady named like Trisha or something who he did a show with. And then for years they went back and forth, and
Trisha Paytas
turned on each other and created a bunch of drama out of that. So that's what Ethan's show sort of needs. It needs that drama to have a boogeyman to bash and to create this.
I don't even think it's about that show needing that. I think it's just about the fact that like that is the majority of what Ethan has talked about on the internet. His it's been like sketch comedy and just talking like his podcast, which is literally just talking about internet drama and tea. So, as soon as it ventured into a more serious topic, the way that he knows how to relate to it is like centering himself in a lot of ways. Which we all do it to a certain extent, but like that being the part that like, I feel like there's a difference between centering yourself versus like, and seeing it through, having it be colored through your experience or something like that versus like, the the majority of what I have to like the disagreement that I have about Hassan is like over the presence of like microaggressions online.
Feud with an old friend and all this kind of stuff, whereas Hassan clearly doesn't need that, which is why I don't think he should have engaged with it in the first place. But I really do think it's just all about the views. Ethan needs a villain. Ethan needs someone who's a big streamer to go after. The only thing that's crazy to me is how, like, I guess successful it's been. Like, it seems like a lot of people agree with Ethan. He has this huge fan base. I would think that everyone would just see it the way we see it. It's so obvious.
I also don't think that this is contrived on Ethan's part. I actually think too it would be far more contrived for him to have maybe ignored it. I don't think Ethan would say, like, maybe, you know, if you actually did the calculations to see like if he's making more money now than ever or something like that. But I honestly think that Ethan would trade the you know, the clout that he's gotten, I guess, or the notoriety in some respect from this entire beef with Hassan. I think he would like trade it in a heartbeat for what he used to have. Hello. In chat. Lou Stone.
That this is being driven by petty ridiculousness, and it is completely, you know, beneath everyone involved to be debating this crap instead of the actual issue at hand, which is so serious and so horrifying, right? Like, who cares about some stupid thumbnail that Frogan made or whatever the fuck, right? It's totally ridiculous.
I think
well, Ethan does apparently.
I think it's like a sugar high, right? Like, oh, you're getting all these.
Or if you do care about it, why are you making that Hassan's problem?
Views because you're talking about this thing, which is drama that people are really interested in, but. How are you going to what are you going to do in 6 months from now? What are you going to do 2 years from now? Like, what's the focus of your content, right? Like
the same shit that he's always said. There's always some new lol cow to milk. There's always some new tax folder scandal to, you know, laugh at. There's always something.
I know he used to be sort of like a semi-comedian troll.
That's like asking Kyle, like, if he spent a lot of time talking shit about Trump, like, what are you going to do after Trump leaves office, Kyle? It's like, there's no shortage of like Republican embarrassment and cringe in this country. He will be fine. It's the same thing with Ethan. After he and Hassan are like not really talking about this, he'll move on to the next beef.
Kind of guy, sort of like a Tom Green on YouTube scandal type thing. Then he had like a normie type podcast where he just jokes around and shit and interviews people, right? Am I getting it right? Is that basically
what he's basically like he was like a OG kind of a YouTube style, right? React to something funny, dunk on it, create beefs with other YouTubers. Like, you know, one time, like there's a bunch of weird videos of him like sitting around the table with like Post Malone before he blew up really big. Like, he's just always been in the world of like, I want to entertain you with my show more than politics, I would say, back in the day.
Yeah, so like what I would say is pick a fucking lane, bro. Are you going to talk politics or are you not going to talk politics? If you're going to talk politics, talk fucking politics. I don't care about a beef that I need to learn 36 hours of lore before I understand what the fuck you're saying. Like,
I'm gonna be real. Ethan has been really fucking dumb this whole thing. From what I have seen, I pretty much share in that opinion.
I don't care about that stuff, and people shouldn't care about that stuff. But there's also, you know, a pretty.
But I also think that people that are like running to his defense and kind of empowering him to continue on this crusade or doing so disingenuously, it's the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and they don't like Hassan. Ethan is beefing with Hassan, so they take Hassan's side. But I don't think these people that he's found kinship with, like Asmongold or fucking Nick Diorio, give a shit about anything other than like finding some new excuse to like shit on Hassan. Because you think Nick Diorio gives a fuck about microaggressions?
Sizable.
You think Willie Mack cares about microaggressions or like Turkey Tom? Like
Hassan hatred community, right? I mean,
That's what blows my mind. It just seems like he's so obviously the one in the right here.
Well, Hassan and
I don't even like Hassan. I resent having to be on his side. Yeah. It's not easy if you were an OG Hassan hater right now, probably, because people are making like very dumb criticisms of him when there's plenty out there, believe me.
Destiny hate each other and have hated each other for a long time. I know Destiny's community hates Hassan. Hassan's community hates Destiny, and there's other, you know, ancillary players in the whole thing. But yeah, I mean, look, this is the downside of the internet, is that sometimes people can lose their minds in the sense that the petty vindictiveness.
Yeah, any OG Hassan haters in chat.
Vindictiveness is the thing that drives them, and so they're just looking for content about the people they hate, right? And,
right.
It becomes real.
Like, I never followed the comments that Hassan made on like Russia. Because I don't watch him, but I felt like there was if you actually went through like his comments on Israel Palestine and compare that against like his comments on Russia and Ukraine, I have a feeling I know which one would have way more like errors and issues as far as like both commentary and like substance.
Really, politics is ancillary to that. It's really got nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying? And so I think that's effectively what's happening. But again, in the
got banned when Hassan was a 2K anti. Okay, then that is an OG Hassan hater.
Long term, like, what the fuck gets accomplished? Like, what's going to happen? Are you still going to be talking about Hassan a year from now? Are you going to be talking about Hassan 2 years from now? Or
yeah,
are you going to pick the political lane and cover the news and give your opinion? Or are you going to go back to doing some like semi-comedy type shit? You got to pick a lane and you got to do it. But like,
dude, if Ethan covers the news daily, I would never run out of stream content. So I hope he makes that pivot.
From a personal perspective, bro, like if you're engaging in this sort of shit, you got to feel horrible. Like you got to feel like shit. Like there's nothing fulfilling about arguing for 4 or 5 hours with somebody you used to be friends with about petty shit. Like, who cares?
That's what I'm saying, bro. Even as the drama channel, like I was sitting there, like this is completely pointless. This is the opposite of productive. Nothing is being accomplished here. These people are not even like making amends.
He spreads misinfo with 90% of the truth. This could apply to Hassan or Ethan. So who do you mean?
Or anything. It's just ugly. I did not enjoy it. I frankly couldn't stand watching that debate. I had to turn it off at a certain point. I had to like rage quit. It was just so uncomfortable.
Hassan, I don't watch him enough to know.
And again, we love drama over here. We don't shy away from.
I'm on Ethan's side. He had the receipts in the debate. I totally disagree with you there. But even if he did, it would be like they're just like the silliest grievances to me.
That stuff at all.
Yeah.
To me, like it's the, you know, I'm not like trying to make myself the biggest victim here or anything like that, but I am no stranger to online harassment. And I just would never think to like get in a debate with some right winger or their community or something like that and be like, here's evidence that your community was like misogynistic to me, and think that that's gonna really matter, like be their responsibility, you know, unless you had evidence that that person directly like said something to you that you have an issue with. But even then, it's like you can only like stretch it. The fact that like it was a 6-hour conversation and the first things that he comes out the gate with are like things that like Frogan and Idubbbs did. It's like, how is this Hassan's problem?
But you know, to your point,
the problem with Ethan is that he doesn't even know what's in the receipt. I mean, I'm not convinced that Ethan was the one who compiled a lot of the shit for like the content nuke or anything like that, because he seems to have a very like surface level understanding of a lot of this shit.
It's got to serve a broader purpose, right?
Like there were multiple points in the debate where Hassan was like, are you reading your thing? Like it seemed, I don't want to say like AI summary, because I think he has somebody doing it. I think he has like, you know, Opera research and stuff like that, but it just seems like it's not like, let's just say I think he spends more time like looking at snark threads than he does looking at like reading up on the on the historical claims and stuff that he wanted to make.
There's got to be some core in there that's actually about
Hello, hopeful melody.
Politics or policy or morality, or you know, it can't just be drama for the sake of drama or hatred for the sake of hatred. It's just that really is like the worst of people, you know?
Yeah, and it seems like, you know, Hassan's kind of, you know, at least been effective in, you know, drumming up a lot of, you know, attention to these issues. And I wanted to get your
I just his interaction in chat. I think he's upset about the CPS stuff, which makes sense to me. But someone just replying, he's been crying for 18 months. Thank you for the follow.
Your perspective on the fact that he was actually detained for questioning when he got back from France. So he was in France for a few days interviewing the socialist over there for his main channel. And when he got back from Charles de Gaulle, landed in LAX, I believe, they stopped him for like 3 hours to ask him a bunch of questions about his personal politics. Now, Hassan is a U.S. citizen. I believe he was born in New Jersey. So he has every bit the rights of everyone else that would be listening to this podcast that was also born on U.S. soil. And they're still hounding him about his political
And I didn't know that. I thought he was born in Turkey.
beliefs.
I thought he was born in Turkey and raised in the United States, but it was literally the opposite. He was born in the United States and he grew up in Turkey.
Right. And he was talking about how technically, legally, he should be able to be like, hell yeah, I fuck with Hamas. Like, hell yeah, the Houthis are my boys. Like, and still be allowed admittance back into the country. But, you know, he shared that he was horrified and he was like, yo, I'm just a peace activist. I'm a pacifist. I want, you know, the bloodshed to end. Is that something you've ever experienced as a high profile political commentator? And is that something that you're nervous about, given the fact that, you know, you have a relatively large public?
Born to a slave owning family. I heard, what is it? I watched Ethan talk to Lonerbox after the debate, and he said something that like he said that Hassan's dad started a political party that later negotiated with Hamas. But and Lonerbox was like, I don't know anything about that, but I didn't. When I tried to look it up, obviously AI takes like the question like too literally, and it was like what did it say? it was like there's no evidence that like his father directly communicated with him or something like that, but I don't know that like it just seemed like what Ethan was repeating kind of seemed like a bad game of telephone, because there was some truth to it. Like Hassan's dad had like started a political party in Turkey that later became involved in negotiations related to like Palestine or something like that. But no, I don't know if it was as direct as like the party was negotiating with Hamas specifically.
Profile as well. I've never experienced it, but am I nervous about it? Yeah. Crystal and I have talked about this before, because when they're cracking down on pro-Palestine protesters, like who are some of the loudest, most open anti-Israel, anti-genocide voices in the country, right? Like, I don't know if anybody's covered it. Like the amount of hours I've done of detailed coverage of the genocide, right? And saying the things I've said, Netanyahu is a terrorist, Israel is a terrorist state. These people need to be locked up. We need to sanction, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, it is a concern. And I think Hassan just got
even what I thought he was going to say something more controversial than that, but these are like, maybe like I don't know how long Kyle Kalinske has been like interested in this conflict. It sounds so weird to say, but like the things that he just said are like actually the kind of easiest criticisms to make.
Most open anti-Israel, anti-genocide voices in the country, right? Like, I don't know if anybody
like opposing Netanyahu hardly makes you anti-Israel. Israelis don't like Netanyahu in a lot of ways, not because they disagree with his policies. They just think he's like, they know he's personally corrupt.
He's covered it. Like the amount of hours I've done.
And like, we're at the point where like, if even Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi are willing to like openly criticize Netanyahu, is like, there's been a shift in his ability to like, continue reigning for another 20 years.
Of detailed coverage of the genocide, right? And saying the things I've said. Netanyahu is a terrorist. Israel is a terrorist state. These people need to be locked up. We need to sanction.
Like this, you're talking about like reporting news, the fact that like there are warrants out for Bibi and Yoav Gallant, sanction, like you're talking about BDS has been calling for sanctions for, years. Criticism of Netanyahu, that's a go-to like liberal line on this. I don't like Netanyahu and I don't like the settlements. Like if he were, I guess more pointedly criticizing like the ideological underpinnings of like Israel and like Zionism, I feel like that would be more controversial than what he's talking about here.
Et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, it is a concern. And I think Hassan just got a little bit of a dose of the new America there, that these people, they don't care. Like
I'm pushing the Overton window to the best of my ability. It's an uphill battle.
Don't care about the Constitution. They don't care about due process. They don't care about what they're legally allowed to do or not allowed to do. They do something and then the courts have to play catch up. And then the court might say something and they could just fucking blow it off, which is what they've been doing. And so, yeah, I mean, in the position I'm in, and many of us are in, like, you'd be sort of crazy not to at least have the conversation about, hey, should we maybe rent a place that's not in the United States if the shit hits?
I really don't. It's not a good sign that like Hassan is getting detained, obviously, for like things that he said on his stream that are obviously, are they TOS friendly all the time? No, probably not. Are they, and whether that's going to be enforced, obviously, it doesn't seem to be, is like not even what I'm talking about. But is it protected speech? It's obviously protected speech. I'm more worried about like ICE disappearing people because they're writing op-eds critical of how their college has like handled the issue with respect to Israel-Palestine, to me, because these people have the money to like fight it. That's why like Hassan like talking about how he like talked to these people, like when I reacted to it, I was like, okay, do not, like, it doesn't matter how unambiguous it is that you're in the right, they're in the wrong. You have the right to say that. They can't stop you. These people are cops. Customs and Border Patrol are cops. Do not speak to them. If they think you're guilty, you're not going to talk yourself out of guilt. You're only going to talk yourself into it. So just shut up and ask for a lawyer, or don't talk and ask like if you can leave.
Hits the fan, they've arrested judges. Now they've arrested the mayor of Newark, a Democratic politician. They've blown off a 9-0 Supreme Court ruling. We see the nightmare stories of these innocent people being locked in a gulag in El Salvador with no due process. I don't know what else they would have to do to make people sort of wake up and realize this can literally happen to any of us at any time. And so with Hassan in particular, I'm not surprised they did that. And in all seriousness,
what's your thought on Asmongold? He's my favorite. I don't have thoughts on Asmongold because I don't watch his content. From what I see, he seems like a fucking moron. He just like, doesn't he just like watch Well, I knew him for like, I thought he did like video games and stuff. Now it's like what? Nodding along to like everything Trump and Elon says and agreeing. UK finally waking up to reality is like this probably has to do with immigration. Yay, Hassan ban. Ben Shapiro crash out. Disney Plus slop. They brought him back. Oh no, Biden. Something tells me this critique is not from the left.
I mean, I know it sounds crazy to say this, but he should almost feel lucky that they didn't just fucking lock his ass up and deal with the consequences later. Like, if he were to be fucking disappeared, what would happen?
Don't speak against the Roach King. I was gonna say, like, when you were like, this person asking, like, what are my thoughts? 8 ads? Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, wait, I guess there's like an ad break. Hold on. Okay, there are ads. Sorry, YouTube viewers, there are ads going on Twitch or whatever. But somebody on Twitch, they were like, oh no, who was it that asked me? Satius, my thoughts on Asmongold are like, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that he literally would wipe like blood from his mouth onto his wall. Hold on. Okay, this. Oh god, there's like no, the fact that this is like the first result that comes up in Google. So this image, when I was 12 or 13, I broke the light in my bedroom and my friends and I were being animals. Ever since then, I've just used a lamp because we were too poor to afford to have it fixed. Finally got that shit fixed today after 15 years. And there's all this like shit on his wall. Somebody, I don't know if they blocked me or if they deleted it, but they're like, what the fuck is on your wall? It's dried blood from when my teeth would bleed overnight. I'd just wipe it on the wall when I woke up so I didn't have to get out of bed. So that's my thoughts on Asmongold. To the person who asked. He's just like me for real. And I mean, to be clear, I don't even think that you'd like... My issue with him is not that like, oh, he's a video gamer talking about politics, like learn your place. Like if you have a good argument, I really don't care like what your credentials are. I don't care what your background is. I like, that doesn't bother me. And especially when it comes to politics, like you're talking about politics pertains a lot more to like philosophy and like morality than it does to like a hard science, like fucking engineering or physics or something like that. Like if he was claiming to be like an expert on that or comment on that, it's like, yeah, that can be immediately disregarded. But I don't think there really needs to be that barrier to entry with politics and morality and whatnot. But as far as I can tell, he doesn't really have anything interesting to contribute. You know? Like he just seems like a MAGA dipshit. All right, we back? Are we back? Okay, let's do this.
We get the same fucking seriousness. I mean, I know it sounds crazy to say this, but he should almost feel lucky that they didn't just fucking lock his ass up and deal with the consequences later. Like, if he were to be fucking disappeared, what would happen? We get the same sort of...
Asmongold legit has mental health issues. He made a video talking about a lot of that stuff. He needs help. I mean, your room doesn't look like that for 2 decades that are like however long it's looked like that. And you're also like mentally healthy.
News coverage,
because there's like messy and then there's dirty, and that's dirty, you know. And it's also like he also can't say, oh well, poverty, because he's fucking rich.
Around Kilmar Brago Garcia, but here we are today. Kilmar still hasn't been released, and they still got him locked up, and nobody's fucking going down for it. And so this is where we're at now, guys, and this is why the both side shit has to die, the false equivalent shit has to die. There is nothing held sacred for these people. They are out and out fascists. They're doing a robber baron coup. They are insane warmonger imperialists, and this is just the beginning. Hassan getting questioned and them pressing him on his politics, that is just the fucking beginning, bro. ICE is already...
He said, first they came for Hassan, but I said nothing because I was not Hassan. But when they... then they'll come for you. But in this case, he probably wouldn't be wrong.
In Tennessee.
But it's more like not first they came for Hassan. It's like more like first they came for like these random immigrants and shit.
They parked on the highway and
student visa, people with student visas and people with residential status.
Just started pulling over random people and they took 100 and deported.
You'll never know the delight of 4-day-old pizza beneath your pillow. No, and I will never know, you know, how good it feels to like bite into a Hot Pocket that you heated 3 days earlier and left on your desk, unfortunately.
Them. And a lot of these people, by the way, are deputized into being ICE. So these are like random Proud Boys that are like, yeah, I'll round up some Mexicans for you. This is where we are, man. Like, this is where we are. And it's as bad as it is now, it's going to get way worse. And by the way, one more thing, Crystal and I are trying to have Hassan on Crystal Kyle and Friends this week to talk to him about what happened to him.
Oh, that'll be awesome. I'm very excited to.
Cool. They're like scuffed editing. We love the Vanguard. We love the Vanguard. I mean, it is scary it is scary shit, but the Hassan thing to me was like not the thing that was like freaking me out. I feel like the ICE stuff and the deportation of like American citizens freaks me out far more than that. Most people are too broke to be flying anyway, so regardless of what shit you've been up to on like a college campus, if you're not flying, you don't have to worry about that at least. All right, you guys, what's next? What's next? Let's see. Sam Seder versus Ezra Klein. So if this doesn't get spicy, let's see. I want this to get spicy because it looked like, and I'll have to give like a premise to this or like some background to some context to this. Let's see. So Ezra Klein, darling liberal wonk that he is, has written a book and it's called Abundance. And it is, you know, Ezra thinks he's doing something with this book, but he really isn't, because he's kind of just repackaging ideas that are not really as inspiring as he wants to like act like they are. And it is the ideological cousin of 1 billion Americans. 1 billion Americans? What is that, you may ask? Well, it is the book written by Matt Iglesias, who he started. I think they like were founders of Vox magazine together, if I'm not wrong. And they're really big into like trying to find a way to like make policy like approachable to like the average like American and Democrat. Fine. The thing is though, is that like these types of books, like 1 billion Americans, the case for thinking bigger. And one, on top of the fact that I don't think there exists enough chicken tenders in the United States to feed 1 billion Americans. You know, I personally don't want to see this country turn into a open air TGI Fridays, which would definitely happen if we had 1 billion Americans, obviously. But the other thing is that like what he's talking about in this book, which I read, I think I read it like 2 years ago when it came out, and it was bad then, and it is so bad. It is so bad now. It did not leave a good impression on me. Is that his idea? These people will never challenge capitalism, markets, none of that shit. But what they want to do is like have this premise that says our gargantuan is like the idea of challenging capitalism, and it gets you into like territories where you start advocating for 1 billion Americans, and then somewhere in there we talk about expanding the social safety net and changing zoning laws and making it easier for people to buy houses again and whatnot. But I'm like, why do we need 1 billion Americans to do that? Like, can't we just do the policies that increase the social safety net without like ballooning the American population like 4 times over or whatever? Because his other thing is that he really wants to compete with China. It's like, yeah, okay, dude. Like, I think to the extent that most Americans are interested in like, you know, expanding Medicare and whatnot, I don't think it comes to this like deep-seated like ideological commitment to like overtaking China globally. But Ezra is going to explain his book over the premise of this, so I won't spend any more time trying to summarize it. Because I have not read Abundance. I have only read excerpts of it, and I was very disappointed. Anti-capitalism is their blind spot. They cannot even entertain the idea. No, they will entertain the idea of 1 billion Americans, apparently, before we even discuss dismantling or even reforming capitalism.
Host of the We are back. Sam Seder on the Majority Report. Emma Vinglin out today. It's a pleasure to welcome my back.
Okay, Sam is a certified slow talker. Certified slow talker. So we're going to keep it at 1.5 speed for now. And if it gets too fast, I will knock it down to 1.25.
Maybe it was years and years ago.
In a minute.
Ezra Klein.
Can you imagine reading a book? Okay, so this is the thing. If you read this book, if you read Abundance by Ezra Klein, and you don't really read books, you will think it's amazing because books are amazing. But if you actually read books and you read other books about like, you know, criticizing American politics, you'll realize, one, it is far from the best book. It is far from the only book. And it's actually not a very good book either. Like, I don't know. I'll still look. Let me see if I have the copy. I think, oh, fuck. Okay. I think I only have the copy on my phone of this book, but there was a point in the book where he praised Elon Musk. The only time he mentioned Elon Musk was to praise him.
Klein, New York Times column.
It's also clear to me that he wrote this book because if it came out now, that means he wrote the book years ago, like months and months ago. So I feel like he really thought that like Harris was going to win because it just seems like it was a book prepared for like for people like living under like, you know, in a Kamala Harris administration. Why read a book when you can listen to political streamers? So true. This is basically theory.
Host of the podcast, The Ezra Klein Show, also co-author of the new book, Abundance. Ezra, welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so we should say just a little bit of backstory. You guys had reached out to us. Our efficiency quotient not particularly high, so you were on the Iglesias' show, I guess the Slow Boring podcast, and mentioned that we hadn't responded. So we wanted to have you on to talk about the book. We had Paul.
They wouldn't bring him on to discuss this book.
Glasses on from Washington Monthly, your old haunt.
Oh, right, intern. Love Paul.
With a critique. That was, I think, like a middling critique. Some of the proposals that were brought up in the book. But let's just start with you outlining, like, what thematically, what is the book about?
The book is about a very simple question, which is, what do we need more of and how do we get it? And then the parts of the book that I think have aroused more controversy, critique, energy, conversation, is that much of the book is exploring the question of why in the places Democrats govern, or in the times when Democrats govern, are liberals, are Democrats, are in some cases people on the left, unable to produce more of the things we need. Why is there so little housing in California and New York? Sam, where are you? Just so I...
Okay. We're already going to put it at 1.25 because he speaks faster than Sam.
Have you in New York? You're in New York. So why in places like New York and California and Illinois, where you have a lot of Democratic control, have they become very unaffordable? Why is it very hard to cite enough clean energy, even though that's become a major project for the Democratic Party? Why is so much that we do so goddamn slow? Medicare released its Medicare cards a year after it was passed into law, getting prescription drug.
Gee, it's almost like it's a feature and not a bug of the current economic and political system that we live under.
Prices negotiated on 10 drugs took 3 years and will only go into effect this year, just in time for Donald Trump.
Ezra is super shifty in this conversation. It's very hard to hold him to a point. He just evades when it's made clear he does not want to admit the central issue here, capital.
Trump to take advantage of it and brag that it was him who did it.
No, because this to me, talking about the abundance agenda under Trump is the equivalent of like polishing the banisters on the Titanic as it's sinking. You know? Like, it's very nice that, you know, you have this plan for Democrats to adopt where they like loosen zoning restrictions, but there's like, we're like this close, or like we're already, you know, wading into the waters of like a constitutional crisis, and you're like talking about this shit.
So this question of the sclerosis of liberal government, how do we actually make it deliver the things it is promising to deliver, is the core inquiry of the book.
And the culprits run across, I guess, like four sort of main silos, as far as I can tell. Like we have the regulation and bureaucratic red tape, and this is a problem both in terms of like building infrastructure and to some extent within the context of housing. There are that housing is also addressed by
also this like wide-eye naivete that like Ezra Klein is adopting as a posture in this. Like this is a guy who has actively said that like it's not practical to have Medicare for all. And so you're talking about like this, you're talking about this like fake bewilderment of like, why can't the government do things? And it's like, you are the person saying that the government cannot do things. That's like your whole MO.
Like local.
What kind of stuffed animals does she have in the background there? Does she? Why not say, do you? These are my Pashins. Those are my Brilakumas. They're like a bunch of different types, but it's from like the brand like Sanex. And then my giant Pashin is behind this.
I guess incumbent groups that have power there. The infrastructure, again, some of that bureaucratic process is a function, and we'll get into this, is a function of environmental regulations that end up getting abused in some fashion. And then in the context of like of science and innovation, it is a sort of a risk-averse funding. But let me, before we go into some of the specifics, from your perspective, because I've been reading a lot of the, there's a lot of reviews of the book out there. It's also
have you read the book?
I have. Well, I've listened to the book. Let's put it that way.
That's as good.
And to me, I like your read better than Derek's. Okay, but I've listened to both.
Exactly, I listened to. All right, if you that just gives me a sense of at what level we're talking.
That's a different critique. But yes, I have read the book, and I've also read. There's a tremendous amount of reviews about the book.
What is your critique of the book? I want to answer your critique of the book.
Well, I will get to that. Okay. I will get to that. But from your perspective, is this a policy or a political book?
Oh, I don't think you can separate those two.
Okay,
I mean, so you know my career. I'm a policy reporter from way back, but I think something that has always been central to the way I understand that is policy, politics, and process. And I think this is very much a book about.
Oh God, you guys couldn't hear me when I was saying this. I was saying that like Pushins, Rilakumas,
process and proceduralism are all intertwined. The idea that you can peel them apart, that you could say, oh, this bucket is policy, this bucket is politics, is not at all how I look at that question.
Yeah, and I guess we'll start with the policy side first. But broadly, my critique is there seems to be an absence of, well, I think the culprits that you have chosen in some instances are correct, but broadly speaking, there's an absence of analysis of power dynamics, I think, that and the interplay of money and politics, or I should say power in our society, I think is problematic. I mean, I think that, like, look, there have been questions about specific policies and assumptions. I've read critiques about your assessment of why China is able to do certain things and whatnot. But and I also think the power questions really filter through a lot of what you perceive to be problematic. And then I think broadly, I think it's also difficult to understand like how this is going to function as a political question. But we will get to all of that.
We'll do the second in a minute.
But let's do the
policy
about
power.
Liberalism brought the world many decades of economic success. People want to burn the system that brought billions out of poverty to usher in uncertainty. It is so funny you're using language like this to like praise liberalism, because I almost exclusively hear it from tankies that are talking about the immortal science of Marxist-Leninism, but you're doing it with liberalism. And to that I'd say it's like, wow, it's almost like liberalism will necessitate property rights, which is a necessary step to socialism. It's almost like Marx talked about this in his books.
Let me talk about power.
Yes, that was the system that happened first. Then another system could overtake it if we wanted it to.
I have been interested to see this critique develop. And I just had Zephyr teach out on my show. There's an episode with her and Shoukat Chakrabarti called Abundance in the Left that I think people would be interested to hear sort of do the power debate at some length. I think this has been very revealing to me about what my friends on the left, and I think of myself usually as on the left, though, liberal, not a leftist, I guess, mean when they say power. I think this is a book entirely about power, but it is a book that treats power highly situationally. So there is a structure of power that arranges itself around, say, a housing development in San Francisco. That is a different structure of power then arranges itself around the question of can you build interstate transmission lines, which is a different structure of power, then arranges itself around the question of can you site rural broadband and build that in the way that you want to, which is a different structure of power than you see in a bunch of the other cases in the book. And
Marx couldn't squat 2 plates. Who cares about what he says? So true.
One thing we are attempting to do over and over and over again is get extremely granular about what is happening. So one thing that bothers me about the power analysis that I hear on the left. There's
this affectation that Ezra Klein has that just comes off like a white person trying to do an impression of Obama. Is that just me? Like it's like everything that he's about to say is supposed to be this like profound statement on something, but we're talking about like transmission lines.
Let's take housing, because I always think it's very important to ground things in like a specific case. Texas builds more housing than California. It builds more housing than New York. When people move to Austin and Houston and Dallas, they build homes. When people move to San Jose and San Francisco and Los Angeles, they don't. Is your view, do you find it a credible view?
Okay, yes, they build those homes. Okay, they build those homes, but they are not like he is making it sound like they're building more homes. Like the majority of where all of that construction is taking place, if I'm remembering correctly, it's in like the outskirts of towns and stuff like that. That's where you can afford to have these like McMansions and bigger houses, and people can afford to like move into them. And it's like, yeah, because the trade-off that you're making is that you're in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. So you might be saving on your mortgage, but if you want to go to Walmart, you're going to have to drive like at least 25 minutes both ways.
To say that the issue is Texas has solved the corporate power problem, but California is permeable to corporate power and dominated by oligarchy in a way that Texas, or for that matter, Florida, is not.
Also, Texas attracts those types because for the same reason that Florida attracts those types, because we don't have like a state income tax here. So it's because of a lack of regulation that you see, you know, this exodus from LA and California to Texas because they're more business friendly. And that's not to say that California is not business friendly, but if you have a bunch of money and you want to be some venture capitalist, wouldn't you rather do it in a state that doesn't have as many taxes as the one that does? You know?
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily, I think it's not necessarily corporate power. I think what we're talking about is money. I think we're just talking about money.
So
and
Texas has solved the money in politics problem, but California does not.
Well, I can tell you that, like, if you want to compare, let's say, San Francisco to Houston, right? You just have a lot more space in Houston. You have a lot more money in San Francisco. And so the
Marxist ideology has existed for over a century. Why should we believe that moving in that direction is a good thing and not something else? One, you came in here and you brought this up. And two, like liberalism and ideology or whatever, sir. But two, you are like scared of your own shadow. In case you haven't noticed, who's in charge of this country right now, it ain't communists, so you don't really need to be worried about that.
Power that rests with the money is more concentrated, literally, right? And has the ability in those instances to stop this housing project or that housing project. Like, look at Austin, for instance. You bring up Austin. Mm-hmm. In the course of Austin, and this was, I read this in the review, because obviously I'm not studying Austin or San Francisco for that matter. But Joe Wiesenthal wrote, you know, that his observation about Austin was that it was cheap, and then it got very expensive. Then there was, and it was a function of costs went up, rents went up. It became expensive there.
Rents have gone down in Austin because they built so much.
They built so much.
I really want to hold on what you said the first time.
But
okay, wait. It's not mutually exclusive though that rents could go down, but the cost of living overall could go up.
San Francisco has concentrated money in a way that
there was no change in the building codes, for instance. Like the argument that
the building code responded in Austin. So you can just go look. You can, I mean, I don't know if you guys are able to pull up data on the show and show it, but just go pull it up if we can. You can search Fred housing.
That was such a backhanded comment from Ezra.
Starts in Austin and San Francisco. You could just do this in general. You can look at this analysis across blue and red cities. But what the difference? Hold on, let me just. I want to go through this example, but we can go through a bunch of them. Houston doesn't have a zoning code. That's why it's easier to build there. I mean, I was talking to a developer there, and he said, "Look, the thing everybody knows about Houston, if you're a developer, is it's a bad place to be a homeowner. It's a good place to be a developer." And this is what I mean when I say the whole book, in a way, is about power.
that in these procedural questions, in this question of how do you get housing approved, what we have created in many blue cities is a lot of veto points. And that veto point can be used by corporate power. It can be used by moneyed interests. It can be used by local homeowners who are not power in the way we would normally think of them, but sure as hell are power when you're thinking about whether or not to build housing. It can be used by all sorts of players. And so I think that one of the places where I quite diverge from some of my other friends on this is that I think when you create this level of proceduralism, this level of veto points, they get captured by interests over time. And that is a place where power can...
Why does this criticism that he has, which is entirely accurate, the thing is though, is like, it's a very narrow criticism of zoning and proceduralism, and it's like he's not going to ever zoom out and like examine the more structural problems, because all of these veto points exist pretty much in the Constitution as well. It's not just limited to like city ordinances.
Pool. Now, I think the place where I probably just to finish the thought, I think the place where I probably part is that I think that the left is often...
Or the fact that like, no, it's not a novel observation that like, yes, it is not by accident that it was captured by corporate power. That was intentional. It was intentional. When you look at like the founding documents of this country, it intentionally subverted democratic will to concentrate it in the hands of landowners and people with money.
Very attentive to power when it is coming from certain recognized villains, and much less attentive to power when it is coming from people who might in other contexts look like allies or just be local homeowners. But that can also be real power wielded in a problematic way.
Well, but you listed off 3.
Yes, and again, you're talking about like capital and like owning land. So obviously when you have things like the HOA and people that have amassed enough money to purchase a home, which is feeling like a thing of the past for, Gen X and or Gen Z and millennials. You get more of it. You have more of a say in local politics and like shaping these things because you have a direct stake, because you own a home, because you own land, and you have enough money to make your voice heard, and you vote, as opposed to people that don't own land, don't own property, don't have money, or at least live paycheck to paycheck, and they don't feel like, the last thing on their mind is like civic participation.
Entities that have power. Corporate power, moneyed interests, and homeowners. And I would suggest to you that in all 3 of those that you just listed, that money is ultimately the controlling factor. So for instance, I can tell you, like, I don't know San Francisco.
Yeah, like there's a common denominator with all of his criticisms because they're valid. They're not wrong. They are just way too narrow. And he thinks it's a side effect when it is the entire disease, I
know Austin. I know Worcester, Mass. And I can tell you that during urban renewal, we had, there was an entire neighborhood that was completely, I don't know if you've ever been to Worcester, gone through 290. There was an entire neighborhood called Laurel Clayton, I think it was, that ended up dumping people into a housing project, Plumley Village. And it was all run by the Worcester Redevelopment Authority. It was completely streamlined. None of the other, what we would call today groups, there was no equity involved in this, or equitable justice or anything like this. And the neighborhood was completely destroyed because the input only essentially came from this big insurance company and the Worcester Redevelopment Authority, which was essentially owned by the same type of people. And I only know about this because a buddy of mine was homeless in high school because of how much destruction generationally it had created as a result of that. And so when you list off those 3 elements of power, in my mind, those are all moneyed interests. Those local homeowners, I'm sure there are stories of low-income people who own homes in an area that hasn't been redeveloped, is able to stop building. But I would imagine those are very far and few between.
Then I think we should be in agreement, right? If this is the case you're making, then I think we should be in agreement because there's no doubt that
I'm saying it's moneyed interest.
It's sometimes money interest for sure, right?
Well, what is it the other times?
I know.
Let me finish
exactly.
The
yes,
then,
like
and then
when.
You can be your rebuttal. When you create these highly legalistic systems, the people with the money to hire lawyers and lobbyists are going to be more capable within them. And so the structure of a society that begins to bury so much in bureaucracy, where you have to know when to show up to the planning meeting and you have to know who the city council members are, like it begins to structurally favor those who can navigate that society. So when we talk about things like upzoning, where we want to make it possible to build more houses in an area, like everybody knows it is almost impossible to upzone a rich area. And that is because they are able to bend this process to their will. Now, you can take a...
Yeah, so why would that only apply to homeowners? Why would that not extend to any other type of capitalist in this country?
A place like California,
All right, well,
right?
let me address that. I mean,
and like you can do campaign finance reform, sure, do it, you know, but you're still going to have like that. That is, you know, putting a Band-Aid on a symptom.
I get that point there. And I think that is what worries, I don't know about other people, but that's the type of thing that worries me.
Like capitalism is designed to concentrate wealth.
Because the argument you've just made is almost identical to the one that I would have every week with Tim Carney, who I know, you know, back in the day, which is an idea that the problem with wealthy influence, and if you and I agree, then it is money. The problem with it is
we don't agree that it's all money.
Okay,
Listen, money is one mechanism of influence.
But it is, I think it is the biggest one. Would you agree with that?
It depends on the issue. So look, there are a bunch of these issues.
Okay, well, let me finish my point about Tim Carney. He would say that you need to have less government. That way it cannot be as corrupted or manipulated by moneyed interest. Now, I don't know if you think that money is the problem 51% of the time or 30% of the time.
I don't think categorically asking that question is useful. But here, let me say where I disagree with Tim Carney, because maybe it'll clarify where maybe you and I don't agree. Tim wants a less capable state. I want a more capable state. Tim wants a state that does fewer things. I want a state capable of doing more things, including the things it has already promised to do. So when I look at California high-speed rail...
Have you thought about doing drama content? I mean, yeah, but it's just like, one, it's so oversaturated. Two, it's not that's the kind of stuff I prefer to look at off stream more than I do to look at it on stream. And three, it just seems so like oversaturated. Like I don't see anybody wanting to hear my take over like, you know, someone like Turkey Tom's take for something like that.
Rail. I work backwards and I say, what the fuck happened that the state of California could not build high-speed rail, which they can do in Japan, they can do in China, they can do in Europe. Tim looks at it and says, they shouldn't be trying to build high-speed rail. And so the disagreement I have with Doge, with a lot of different things, with a lot of my friends on the right, is they want to reduce state capacity. I come at this as a liberal who wants the state to accomplish very difficult things: decarbonizing the economy, building enough affordable housing, including, by the way, public housing, building mass public infrastructure, things like high-speed rail or the Big Dig or the Second Avenue subway here in New York City. And what I see is a state failing to accomplish its goals. Right. Now, they would say, don't fucking try. I would say fix the state. And one issue with the state is that it has become so highly regulated, not in terms, I find that when I use the term deregulation, like people's brains turn off because they think of deregulation as something that the state does for the market. But no player is more highly regulated than the state itself, often by Republicans, often because of power in the way that you would define it. But I think a lot of liberals, a lot of leftists have, one, and this is my critique going backwards, ceased to see this. But two, they don't take state failure seriously. And when something like California high-speed rail happens or rural broadband, they sort of move on instead of saying, why are we not delivering? We are the people who believe in government. People are pissed at government for a reason. How do we make government deliver?
See, and I think and I think in terms of results, I think you and I are largely aligned. But I think the problem is, and you bring up Doge, and it's ironic that you and Carney will approach it in a very similar way, but anticipate different outcomes. But that being aside, I mean, I think that is where, you know, people get a little bit
But see, I don't think we're approaching it similarly. I think it's at a level of abstraction, it's similar, and then you go granular and it's not at all.
But see, this is what we're talking about. See, like, it's their policy and politics are in the same place. So we have a level of abstraction, we have a level of granular, right? And the point is, the way that these two commingle, I think, becomes problematic, where these two things meet, because your identification of the primary problem, right? I mean, this is the point. Like you don't address moneyed interest per se in the book. The primary problem is, I mean, if you just do a summary of the book, primary problem has to do more with the regulation and the handcuffing the state has done of itself. But the state doesn't do it itself. Like all of this handcuffing comes from a place, and it's either moneyed interest or it's not. And I have no doubt that a different.
And to the extent that it's not, he's talking about like constituents that have money that have shaped policy regarding like housing and zoning for worse. So even if you're not talking about like super PACs or billionaires, you're still talking about people that own land. You're still talking about people that own property.
This is where I think you've really oversimplified politics. I want to try to find the right example, because I think if we stay high, we just are like yelling about this abstract question of money. But let's talk. We both believe in decarbonization.
I think that's
this abstract thing, concept of money.
Really grounded, though.
Hold on, but let's talk about it from this perspective. We both believe in decarbonization, right? Climate change is a problem.
Yes.
And we
so funny watching this. Like, this is like the equivalent of a debate between like your like hippie uncle and like his like neat, you know, like yuppie like nephew that just graduated and that's like written a thesis.
Sort of see the pathway on that is we have to build a lot of green energy.
And he sees it all, man. And Ezra is missing the big picture.
Reorient our economy so you can run a modern economy on a green energy basis. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So to do that, you have to move all this energy production over to renewable sources, and then you have to get the energy from where it currently is, right? A solar farm, a wind farm, a hydroelectric, you know, project, whatever it is, and run it through transmission lines to where we plug shit into the wall and charge it. I have done a lot of coverage of this failure point because we are, to be perfectly clear about this, failing to build enough transmission lines. There is no world in which our decarbonization strategy works if we cannot increase by orders of magnitude how fast we are building transmission lines. There is money trying to build transmission lines. There is money trying to slow down the building of transmission lines. Just walking into this process and saying, where's the money, doesn't get you anywhere. Like, I have talked to the private equity figures trying to get a transmission line built. I have also talked to the green, New Dealers trying to get that same transmission line built. And I've also seen the people standing in the way of it who have all their reasonable and good arguments. I don't find when I dig into these things that the way I...
Yeah, but to the extent that the Green New Dealers, if I'm being, charitable, are like getting in the way of your abundance agenda, Ezra, it has to do with things like, you want to... ease up zoning laws and whatnot. It's like, yeah, well, these people live in this neighborhood and they don't want to be, they want to make sure that the runoff that's going to be like, we're not going to deregulate to the point that runoff goes into like the poor people neighborhood. That kind of shit.
I can just repeatedly sort politics as well. Like,
yes, that is technically an obstacle, but it's also like not a bad one to have.
Over here, there's the money and the money is bad. And over here, there's the not money and the not money is good. Usually there's money on both sides of it. There are sometimes unions on both sides of it. And so the structure of the book, because I hope people come from this and want to read it, the structure of the book is typically working backwards from a problem. We're not building enough housing. If we go granular on that, what can we learn? We're not building enough transmission lines. If we go granular, what can we learn? And I just don't think abstracting out to money tied the state's hands, if money could untie the state's hands on a lot of big building projects, all these fucking developers would do it. But it can't because the proceduralism takes on a life of its own.
I follow what you're saying, that in each case, there are specifics.
He's also ignoring that, like, it's very often these people prioritize short-term gains and profits over long-term. So yeah, would it be like a worthy venture to invest a lot in like lobbying to get these things changed so you could maybe develop down the line? It's like, yes, but this requires more coordination or whatever. Why do that when you could just throw money at a different project that you could do now and make money now?
That are different, and you cannot generalize. It sounds like what you're saying.
You can generalize some, but you have to take seriously the specific issues in each case.
I have no doubt.
Your generalities should emerge out of the granularity.
Okay, what are the generalities? This is what I'm asking.
I am saying
the
default in America has become that building, particularly when the state is involved, has become too slow and expensive. We have created an architecture of policy that makes it too hard for us to achieve our goals in the real world, and for that matter, in social insurance. Say it again?
Who's the we?
It depends. You're not going to look. Here's a version of the.
Well, but I'm trying to address the point because, for instance, okay, so I don't want to
give you a better answer to who's the we.
Well, but why I think this is important though is because this to me is the central question, really, about the book. Because I think I could say there's some things in it I like, there's some things that I don't like, but the general point is I think, for instance, like, where does the title abundance come from?
From Derek's piece on abundance.
Okay. We have,
and yes, this is the thing, like, is this like the premise of the book is this promise for abundance, and it's like there really is not an abundance issue. There is a distribution issue in this country, when it comes to things, even like from money to like food waste. You know, it's not that these things don't exist. They are just concentrated in the hands of a few people. That's the main issue. But he's not talking about redistribution. He will do anything to avoid that discussion.
I've seen an entire movement build up about abundance, correct? I mean, like there is a lot of money behind this broad notion of abundance. And Derek, I think it was on the Lex Friedman podcast, said something to the effect of, there is a fight within the Democratic Party. I don't think he used the word for the soul of the Democratic Party, but for where we're going as a political, as a political movement. And folks from the Nicholson Center have said, like, we have identified the Democratic Party as the best place to have this abundance agenda. And so as a political matter,
I mean, kind of, but I swear I heard Elon Musk talking about the fucking abundance
they're not
agenda.
talking about, no, you know, in that instance in the Nicholson, they're not saying like in San Francisco, we need to roll back this specific policy. This is attempting to develop a movement.
Well, I want to answer for myself here, not for Niskanen, right? So my first piece that
you were on that Lex Friedman podcast. I mean, that's
people should go listen to it. I stand by everything I said on the Lex Friedman podcast. But Derek, I believe I'd have to go back and look at what section you're quoting from. But Derek is responding to a lot of very heated left criticism of the book, which, to be honest, neither of us were expecting. Why?
That might be the biggest indictment of his assessment of reality so far. Why did you think this wasn't going to get leftists in a fucking tizzy, dude?
I wrote at least my parts of the book. To me,
this is like neoliberalism rebranded.
Are extremely compatible with virtually and frankly necessary for all left goals. It's a book about affordable housing, decarbonization, state capacity. And my initial piece that leads to this book is in, I believe, 2021. And it is building off of the fact that the Biden administration is trying to do decarbonization through building a lot. And as I begin to follow that policy project, I begin to realize we're not going to get it done under these laws. So that's, I think, one very important thing. But I want to go back to what you asked a minute ago, which is who's we? In this book, we is Democrats. This book is very focused for a very particular reason we can talk about, because it's not that the only problems in governance come from the left. They don't. My first book was all about.
That's the other thing, is that this abundance share was reminding me of the like Kamala Harris opportunity economy. Do you guys remember this? This shit landed like a fucking turd in the bowl. New York Times, maybe they talk about it. Harris lays out her economic vision, casting Trump as backwards looking. No, I thought they talk about it in the New York Times. Hold on. No, wait, maybe it's this one. No, that is an op-ed. No, let's see this one. What does Harris mean by an opportunity economy? U.S. voters remain largely dissatisfied with the economy as under President Joe Biden. Kamala Harris has sought to define her own economic policy under the label of an opportunity economy. But what does that term mean, and how is it different than what Joe Biden has offered? Biden's economic platform has been characterized by support for unions and American industries, efforts to cancel student debt, and attempts to pass major disaster recovery and infrastructure packages. Harris has aimed to build on these policies while doing more to address concerns over rising prices due to inflation, and her economic program has largely focused on ways to lower costs for Americans. These proposals include a ban on price gouging, which she backed off of not long after this, a price cap on prescription drugs, and subsidizing the construction of new homes in hopes that increasing supply will help stem rising housing costs. What does this sound like? The thing is, though, is that her opportunity economy, unfortunately, included just a mention of this. And the second that people like Matt Iglesias and Ezra Klein got a sniff of like price gouging, all of these people worked overtime to pen op-eds whining and complaining that like Harris better not do those fucking price caps and whatnot. And then she dropped it. So he has the ear of like top Democrats.
Largely about the right and polarization and asymmetric polarization. But I became very interested, having moved back to California in 2018, in why is a state governed by all these Democrats doing so badly? Why is it unaffordable? Why is it building less clean energy than Texas? Why is it not building enough housing? And part of the motivation for doing this book is there are a lot of problems Republicans, I mean, we're living through them right now. There are a lot of problems Republicans impose on the political system. But there's a sort
like this. I just put Kamala Harris should not do price caps op-ed. Kamala Harris's price gouging proposal is a terrible idea. Thanks, Washington Post. Kamala Harris would not enact price controls. Thanks, American Enterprise Institute. Kamala Harris's price control delusion. Thanks, Wall Street Journal. Fordham Law News is talking about The Atlantic, talking about Harris called it that, like, talking about this. Like, Harris's fight against price gouging is good economics. There's one person saying it's good.
Sort of rigor and confrontation that I think is demanded when you look at the states where the people who, broadly speaking, agree with you are in power, and it's not working the way you want it to. You're not getting the outcomes you want to get. And so one story this book is telling is about a collision of the New Deal left, which is very, very focused on growth and building, and in many ways is very reckless with that, right? You were talking about Worcester, Massachusetts, which sounds to me like it's a story from that era. But there, we could give, Robert Moses is a classic story of this. We can talk about, we really do despoil like environments and poison streams, and we, run highways through marginalized communities and all the things people know. And in response to that, again, correctly, a new left arises. Ralph Nader, Rachel Carson, the entire environmental movement. And it passes all kinds of bills that are very, very, very effective and consequential in their day to restrain government's ability to act recklessly and to do things without considering and creating space for consideration of their impacts. So you have things like the National Environmental Policy Act and all these, bills and projects of that era. And then in this fucking maddening historical moment we're in, the problem becomes not that we're building too much, but we're building too little. And particularly building too little in the places where that new left was most powerful, California, New York, places like that. And so this is a confrontation with successful architecture to challenge, restrain, and sue the government that is now being used against liberal or leftist, for that matter, projects. If you would like the government to do public housing, say you think I'm a neo-shitlib, and you just want the government to do the public housing, great.
I do.
I would like to see a lot more public housing too. The government cannot currently do public housing under the regulatory structure under which it operates. And yes, some of that is money. But it's also the fact that you can sue to stop all this stuff under the National Environmental Policy Act. It's also the fact that government, what I call everything bagel liberalism, loads huge amounts of standards and projects and goals into everything that public money touches. So in California, it costs about 2.2x per square foot to build housing as it does in Texas. Fine, market rate housing, 2x per square foot. If you are doing affordable housing subsidized by the government, it's more than 4x. So why are we making the government's housing for the poorest people so much harder, slower, and more costly to build? And is that in the long run good for our goals? I think it is important to confront why government, in the place where people agree with us more than the places where they don't, is not getting the outcomes we both want to see it achieve. That's what the book is about.
And I don't know how much public housing is in Texas, or how much public housing is in Texas, or if we're, and that seems to me to be a relevant question. But the notion of the everything bagel liberalism, this is the idea that we have constraints on federal money that a certain amount of union workers, or there may be a certain amount of equity associated with it. And at one point in
contracting and procurement, or a million other things, right?
And certainly there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that, we could go through these bills and find things that are problematic. If they are coming necessarily from, there's two issues. One is, there was one point in the book where you talked about we have a choice whether we're going to put filters into apartments that are built, public housing built near highways, or the people are going to live under the highway. And it seems to me that there's got to be a third choice, as opposed to we're going to poison people slowly, or we're going to keep them unhoused.
So I want to say specifically what you're talking about, that section. So I'm talking to Jasmine Tong, who's an affordable housing developer, does nonprofit affordable housing. And what she is saying is that compared to market rate housing, when she is building housing for homeless people, she is subject to environmental, green building standards, et cetera, that are so far beyond what market rate housing has to do that it often makes it impossible to finance the thing entirely. And a lot of these projects, as you both know, fall apart. And I am saying there that it makes a lot of sense. You understand how people get into a conversation that we should have better than average air filtration systems in affordable housing built near a freeway, but in a city where you are not building enough affordable housing at all, because again, you have layered not just that, but a million of these onto every individual project. So again, it's costing much more per square foot than market rate housing. At some point,
public housing is built near the highway. Why is that?
Say again?
Most public housing, some huge percentage of public housing is built near highways.
We're not even talking, yes, that's all. I mean, listen, we're in agreement that that's all power. But when we are talking, I am saying that we are not building
power, but that's somehow distinct from money. it being the result of moneyed interests.
Enough affordable housing.
I know, but
affordably
I'm
in
saying,
California.
why are we addressing that far downstream the issue when we're completely eliding the issue that is upstream from that,
We're
which
not
is
completely eliding the issue. The whole fucking book, man, is about wrecking these zoning codes that allow rich people to keep it out of their areas.
Okay,
right? If you can't build it in the first place because you can't make it affordable to build, which the people who build it will tell you, I think that I've actually found the set of arguments I've had in this really productive in a way. I don't disagree with you about power, but every time we talk about it specifically, like, yeah, that's a problem. But no, we actually have to solve the problem. Like, if you want to make housing development by right, which I think you should do, so that rich communities can't stop it, and the affordable, like, I live on a block with public housing right now. I believe there should be public housing mixed in everywhere, but you can't build it if you cannot affordably build it. If you're going to, in Chicago, the mayor of Chicago sent out this tweet and he said, hey, look at all we're doing. We built 10,000 units of affordable housing for $11 billion. People are like, you did fucking what? Like whatever it was, it came to $1.1 million per unit. If we're going to cost $1.1 million per unit when the government builds housing for poor people, we can't build enough of it. It doesn't matter where you're building it.
I mean, I think even if I stipulate that it is exclusively zoning requirements or the everything bagel liberalism that is creating the barrier to build, housing. We can look at the CHIPS Act, and that was also something that had everything bagel liberalism built into it, which apparently, as far as I can tell, up until Donald Trump shows up, was quite effective. The timeline of things, definitely, of course.
Hold. They went back and answered one of my critiques on the CHIPS Act. If you go back to that original piece, one of the things I'm saying is that they've loaded a lot into this bill, but taken nothing away. After that piece comes out, President Joe Biden signs a bill from Ted Cruz and Mark Kelly exempting the CHIPS Act from environmental review.
Okay, this everything bagel liberalism. An op-ed he penned for the New York Times, April 2nd, 2023. In February, I visited... Sorry, it's getting late. In February, I visited Tanahan, a building that might be the answer to San Francisco's homelessness crisis. I left wishing that the answer had been other than what it was. Tanahan at 833 Bryant Street in Soma neighborhood of San Francisco is 145 studio units of permanent supportive housing for the chronically homeless. It's a cheerful, efficient building that bears the hopes and scars of the population it serves. The carefully curated murals and architectural flourishes give way to extensive water damage inflicted when the resident on an upper floor reportedly slept with faucets running. Social workers walk purposefully through the halls, greeting residents, and well-loved dogs are being walked everywhere you turn. But what makes Tanahan notable, why is this so hard for me to say? Notable isn't its aesthetic, it's the way it's built. Tanahan went up in 3 years for less than $400,000 per unit. Affordable housing projects in the Bay Area routine take twice as long and cost twice as much. Development timelines for affordable projects in San Francisco have typically stretched 6 years or longer, and the development costs have reached $500K to $700K per unit, observes the Turner Center for Housing Innovation at the University of California, Berkeley. San Francisco cannot dent its housing crisis at the speed and cost at which it's building affordable units now, but if the pace and price of Tanahan, I'm stuck on this word, were the norm, the outlook would brighten. So how did they do it? The answer for liberals is a bit depressing. It got around the government, but the word government is misleading here. Government is rarely a singular entity that wants one thing. Different factions and officials and regulations and processes push in different directions. Tanahan succeeded because it had the support of city and state officials who streamlined zoning and cut deals to make it possible. But it needed gobs of private money to avoid triggering an avalanche of well-meaning rules and standards that slow public projects in San Francisco down and nationally. You might assume that when faced with the problem of overriding public importance, government would use its awesome might to sweep away the obstacles that stand in its way. But too often it does the opposite. It adds goals, many of them laudable, and in doing so adds obstacles, expenses, and delays. If it can get it all done, then it has done much more. But sometimes it tries to accomplish so much within a single project or policy that it ends up failing to accomplish anything at all. I think that's the thesis of what he's getting at with everything bagel, is that, like, in trying to be everything, it's nothing,
Under the theory.
Girl, I need you to see the actual floor plan for Tanahan. See, you put Tanahan, but it said Tanahan. It's smaller than prison cells in Switzerland. The whole building does not work because they didn't use union workforce. It's a Tagalog word. I don't remember. But he loves it. You know, you're pointing out these things and you're just like raining on his fucking parade because this is great because he got the damn government out of the way. And outdoor common space, Tahanan, maybe. And it's like so tightly like zoomed in that this is, you know, like this is abundant. This is what abundance looks like. Concrete.
As the administration says, that we cannot allow this to be delayed for years and years under environmental review. So you can think that's bad or good, but if you want to say the CHIPS Act is going smoothly and well, it's in part because they took the critique.
Well,
all of the savings were on construction because it was small and non-union. The government would have made them increase size by 20% use union, so there would have been no savings. But to Ezra, he hears that, and he just hears you saying there should be no building.
I think there are instances, but
don't worry, Ezra's not going to get a pesky little thing like labor rights get in the way of him helping like BlackRock or something extend.
You know, you talk about I-95,
you know, build more.
For instance, what Shapiro was able to do.
Yeah.
The idea that, and my argument is, without that equity, you do get people living in apartments that are going to slowly kill them or give them asthma or higher asthma rates. Without that equity, you are going to destroy a neighborhood. And like we saw it in Worcester and like with generational impact.
Oh, he does talk about the union shit. Hold on. The first affordable housing project in San Francisco built using modular housing. All of the units above the ground floor were fabricated at a factory in Vallejo, California. That definitely helped with meeting the time and cost-saving goals, Foster said. But some local unions were furious, even though the factory is unionized. That might have been enough to kill Tahanan and the normal planning process. For that reason, Foster's group isn't planning to use modular construction on its next affordable housing project. It was just too big a political lift, she said. So local union jobs are a good thing. Modular housing can make construction cheaper and faster in a state facing a severe housing shortage. Which do you choose? What happened to abundance? Apparently it's one or the other now.
This
is like a low ceiling as far as like dreams. Do you want housing or do you want like, jobs that pay something that's worth a damn? Pick one.
But I also think as a political matter, it is extremely difficult unless there is some type of buy-in from everybody that there are circumstances that qualify as an emergency.
Now all the plumbing and electricity doesn't work and everyone inside is dying. LMAO. I mean, like, this isn't doing much in the way of improving my idea of like these sort of like vertical housing units, because as far as I can tell, these end up sounding and looking to me like stacking roach motels on top of each other and calling it a day. And this is like supposed to be what we want.
Or an urgency.
Like, yes, I realize single family homes or whatever are like not sustainable or whatever, but like this doesn't sound too great either.
That give you the political ability to do something like this. So for instance, in the I-95 thing.
And that's the other thing, like there's a reason why like this abundance agenda. He's like, I cannot believe at one point, like I cannot believe that leftists don't see where we align. And it's like, yeah, because this is like brought to you by, a bunch of Silicon Valley like typhoons. While there are efforts to create abundance-oriented factions within both parties, in effect recreating the Republican and Democratic establishments that dominated politics throughout the 1990s and 2000s, the near focus is the Democratic Party. And in their move to shake out partisan influence, abundance is explicitly seeking to weaken progressives. With that in mind, it's worth understanding who exactly makes up the abundance movement. The coalition includes many prominent centrist orgs, but also corporate interests and conservatives that MAGA pushed out of power within the Republican Party. Many components of this faction have financial ties to crypto, AI, big tech, and oil. My fave, the usual suspects. In October 2024, a number of orgs held the Abundance 2024 conference, also known as the like pussy getting conference, I'm sure. The event was sponsored by Arnold Ventures, Open Philanthropy, Renaissance Philanthropy, and Stand Together. While at times heterodox, Arnold Ventures funds a sizable network of neoliberal think tanks, including $3 million to the Libertarian Reason Foundation. Isn't this like the effective altruism shit? And at least $1 million to the pro-pension privatization retirement security initiative, which has led to founder John Arnold, a former Enron executive, comparing himself to the Kochs. Arnold serves on the board of Meta. The Arnold Foundation has also spent hundreds of millions of dollars pushing for school privatization. Open Philanthropy was co-created by Facebook co-founder Dustin Moskovitz. It has close ties to AI firm Anthropic, which was founded by Daniela Amode, the wife of Open Philanthropy co-founder Holden Karnofsky. Open Philanthropy is also closely associated with effective altruism. It was this. That's what I was thinking of. Donating millions to Sam Bankman-Fried's favorite philosopher, Will McCaskill. And it goes on and on. This is who is like behind the abundance agenda.
Cite that as an example of where this type of like power.
I immediately think of the ghost cities of China. Not a good look. Yes, literally.
Sort of centralized power to bypass this stuff is effective, and it was very effective in that moment. But if you contemplate like the constituents and constituencies who would be for it versus against it, within, there may be people who are like, I got a store on Route 1, and if 95, that bridge is down, I'm going to make a lot of money because people are going to drive by. But outside of that, there was an alignment where in the fact that you could essentially bypass these things.
Oh, well, we're on an ad break. Sorry, you guys. I totally was ready to warn you guys for this. Just 1 minute and 40 seconds. How are we doing in YouTube? To my 8 viewers watching, at least you don't have the ads. Sorry. Let's give it a few seconds. Hold up. Just a minute left. I actually like that Sam brought him on to like challenge him. So like, one is listen to the book, and two, like knows exactly what points to challenge him on, and they're substantive. And Sam's a lib in a lot of ways, so we can't go accusing him of just being like some like crazy online leftist levying these criticisms. There's discourse happening in this chat. Anyway. Okay. Are we back? Okay. 1 second. Okay, we're back. We're back, you guys.
In a state of an emergency, there was the people very effective in that moment. But if you contemplate like the constituents and constituencies who would be for it versus against it, within, there may be people who are like, I got a store on Route 1, and if 95, that bridge is down, I'm going to make a lot of money because people are going to drive by. But outside of that, there was an alignment where in the fact that you could essentially bypass these things in a state of an emergency, there was the political will to do that. There was the political will to do that in the context of the CHIPS Act, and to revitalize industrialization. You had buy-in. And on some level, it feels like some of what you're talking about with the jettisoning of the everything bagel liberalism, maybe it's like, it's not, what you're talking about jettisoning is not the poppy seeds or the garlic or whatever it is on top, but it's like maybe the salt inside, or the dough.
Well, you have to be very connected to what you're trying to achieve. Like, I guess I would turn this question on you, because I feel like we want to be, as you were saying earlier, upstream. Do you think we can build enough affordable housing if the units cost $650,000 to $1 million to complete per unit? Just flat. Like, can we pay for that?
I would imagine not, depending on the locality.
So what should we do then? Like, what is your view of what is pushed? It doesn't cost that much to build market rate housing. So what is your view? If when you trigger government money, you often double the per square foot cost in some cases of the housing it builds, or when you trigger government money, they don't get things like high-speed rail done. Like, all I want to do here, man, I'm not here for like a big like left liberal moderate fight. I actually want the government to deliver things I think we both want it to deliver. I don't want it to give people asthma, but I need it to be able to build housing because homelessness is a fucking problem. And
I know, but like his idea, like he's willing to cut the corners that you should not be willing to cut to get this done. And that is why it has all of these people so excited, you know, because with this deregulation will come the opportunity to like gut provisions. Like you have to use union workers if you want to get this stuff done. You know, but they want this modular housing or whatever, and they want to replicate like the best aspects of China, but you're going to have to use like the worst aspects of it as well to get that done, you know?
It is the worst problem for the people experiencing it, not for me. So what is your theory of how you get this cost of construction down to speed up? There's got to be something here.
Well, it's obviously localized, right? I mean, I have a sense of like in New York, how it could be cheaper.
Okay, let's do New York.
We do not allow developers to sit on land and wait for the market to catch up to them. We do not allow homes to sit unoccupied without it being a cost on those people. I mean, there is a lot of excess housing and space in the city that is being held in private hands so that they can maximize their profits.
Let's say we do all that. But
I'm wondering, does he address that in the book?
Here, very specifically, the New York City is going to have to build housing that is affordable. We know, like there are studies on this, you can read them, you can go talk to developers, like the reporting on this is like very straightforward. We know that when you trigger the public rules, it ends up being extremely, extremely expensive. We know that like in San Francisco, where they would try to build a public toilet for almost $2 million, they do that here too.
Or the fact that like that type of housing exists and they're called hotels. And like how difficult would it be to like convert a hotel into like a homeless shelter? I know these are ideas that have been proposed in different cities.
Why does it cost so much, and why does it so often fail when government tries to achieve the things we both want it to do?
I think property has been so commodified that there is such a profit incentive, such a money incentive to slow that roll, that it creates a whole litany. There's an everything.
We're talking about
there's an everything bagel.
We're talking about projects that are past that point. Like I think that let me be really meta clear here on what I'm trying to do with you, because I think you keep wanting to pull it back to where we can. Let's totally premise corporations are terrible. They are bad. They're like they are your enemy. Hold on.
They have their agenda, sure. and we have ours.
Yes, there are cases where the government is building affordable housing on land that they own or they have already bought, or they are funding somebody else to build it that is already nonprofit housing. This is just like, it's not being done for profit. We are not in a commodified system. We know that housing costs more than the commodified housing costs to build. It is fine to say that it costs more. This is a totally reasonable interpretation. That is because wealthy landowners and wealthy corporations have colluded, maybe with other figures, on rules that have made it cost more. But which of these are you going to pull apart, right? This is the trade-offs that we are trying to force people to confront in abundance. You have to go into this thing and say, this is not working. I need to make it cheaper, faster, more achievable. Like when you can't make the corporation your villain, what are you doing? Like how do you approach?
Well, it's not a question of making well, first off, I think as a political matter, making the corporations a villain is going to be far more, you're going to have a far broader support than making, environmental groups or people seeking equity in housing the villain.
And that's fine, but we're walking through the actual problem here.
Well, and then I would say the problem again is that we have so greatly commodified housing. There is such a profit incentive to create these barriers. I know how they exist today. But the idea of unwinding it, you're just like, the whole book is about the idea that what was.
Yeah, like the profit incentive that he's talking about, which is that the harder it is to secure housing, the easier it is to make landlords raise their rent. Because now you live in a highly desirable urban area that has a bunch of residents moving in. And people don't want to have to move out. They don't want to incur the costs of moving or the stress of moving. They like the location. Maybe it's close to where they work or whatever. So they will do anything to avoid moving. And that includes paying way too much in fucking rent. And landlords understand this. So that,
good intention 25 years ago, 40 years ago has now.
So even people that earn their living with rent-seeking behavior, like are incentivized for there to be a lack of options in the market when it comes to housing.
Now brought us this problem. It seems to me that there's an attempt to restart that cycle.
I don't think that you can say, I really want to push you here. I don't think you can say that the reason it costs more money and is so much more difficult and is so much slower to build nonprofit affordable housing than to build market rate housing is because we've over-commodified housing. I just don't, or that Texas is better at building housing because they have somehow decommodified housing compared to California.
Well, they have more space. They simply have
plenty of space. If you go to San Jose, man, there is plenty of space. It's strip malls and single-family homes. It is one of the richest tracts of land in the whole country, in the whole world. It could be skyscrapers. It could be Shenzhen. It is strip malls and single-family homes. We have plenty of space in California.
Shenzhen?
I mean, I can't speak to San Jose.
Like Silicon Valley is what I'm talking about. Like you go ride around where these fucking venture capital firms, man. I promise you, you will not leave that drive saying there is nowhere to build a 6-story apartment building.
And do we have public transport there? Like how
we would if we could build it. That was part of what high-speed rail is supposed to be doing, which is why I'm so rich.
And whose tax base is going to pay for that public transport and those buildings there? I mean, that's
our tax base. I was one of the taxpayers.
I mean,
I am saying that I don't think it's plausible to say that the reason you can't build in like San Jose and you can in Texas is that we've decommodified in Texas. We just haven't.
Well, we have plenty of space in the desert too. But the point is how are we going to? I'm talking about the places where you guys specifically make the point that New York City, San Francisco, these places are where people should be living and creating. And from my perspective in New York, having lived here more or less for 30 some odd years, 35 years, this place got a lot more expensive, not because there were constraints on zoning, not because there was equity. There hasn't been this place got more expensive.
I'm not again. I'm pro equity. I believe what I'm doing will create a whole lot more equity because you need to make the affordable housing. But in the book, if you've listened to it, I have a whole section critiquing Michael Bloomberg for this whole concept that New York City should be a luxury good.
Yeah, exactly.
I dedicate you 300 words to saying I don't like Michael Bloomberg. What more proof do you need that I'm on your side? All right, Ezra.
Whole section of the book that it is a incredible mistake that a lot of Democrats made along the way to sort of get into this idea that cities are like a penthouse for the upper class.
Yes, and I would suggest. I mean, look, there was this just came out a report by the Fed, UCLA, that specifically addressed the question of whether it was housing constraints. California Federal Reserve researchers found that constrained housing supply is relatively unimportant in explaining the differences in rising house prices among U.S. cities.
Have you read the debate on this report?
I haven't. But it said higher income growth predicts the same.
I was going to say, bringing up these types of reports to a wonk like this, I'm sure he already knows it. And it's like the equivalent of if you're talking to someone like fucking Jesse Singal, who dedicates his entire life to going through studies on puberty blockers and shit, he already is going to have 1,000,001 issues. When you think oh, but I have a meta-analysis, he's going to be like, actually, that's a meta study and it didn't say what you think it says. He's already going to know the criticisms.
Okay, well, it's controversial. I mean, I'm willing to accept that. I said, I'm not a housing expert.
On some basic level,
to contrast,
right? If you have enough, things follow supply and demand. If you have enough of something, if you have too much of something, the price of it is going to fall, right? To argue that higher incomes, and this again, I think in a weird way we would agree on this, higher incomes are going to be a causal factor in restrictive zoning and building policies because people get higher incomes, they buy a house, that house becomes a major asset for them. And again, this is all in the book. The way they can protect the value of that asset is by making it impossible for 100%. Other people to live in near them. They are creating their own scarcity. And so again, when I hear this book is not about power, to me, this book is all about power.
Well, but I still can't get an answer as to what is the primary. If we're talking from a national perspective, right? I mean, across the country, this is going to be a message. You just visited the Senate caucus to talk about this. Derek was talking about there's a fight. It's happening right now. Our book is trying to win a certain intra-left coalitional fight about defining the future of liberalism in the Democratic Party. I mean, if this fight's going on and this is part of a movement, there's a lot of money behind it. I can't remember the organization, you probably know, just dropped $120 million citing the abundance movement. There's a lot of money behind this. What is I know that there are granular problems in each of these different cities, but do you think if there is a villain, and I imagine that there's, a good movement always needs a villain. What is the villain? Is it just we have overly restrictive zoning and
I think you and I probably actually disagree that good movements are built on clear villains. But let me try to give you a good answer to this question. We didn't think the intra-left argument was with you. Just to be really blunt about it. I thought the neo-brand
See, that's the thing, is that these fucking liberals, man, they don't ever want there to be a villain. They don't want there to be like a bad guy. You know? He wants it to be this like and as far as like for narrative purpose and for getting a bunch of people on board with this, when you're like campaigning and trying to communicate this to the public, you kind of do need to make that story as easy as possible and digestible for people to understand. Like, how are you supposed to launch this diatribe of like why we can't have the transmission lines and transportation because Houston Ordinance 804B17 doesn't permit construction between the hours of like how, this has to be easy for people to understand and internalize quickly. And I like if he wants to sell this to people, you'd think he'd kind of be welcome. He'd be open to like welcoming there being kind of like a central villain to be like, here's the thing that I want, here's the thing that you want, and here's the thing that is like the obstacle to getting that thing. Because he spends a lot of time talking about what it's not. Like, oh, it's not money, it's not this. But he kind of refuses to identify like what the central thing is, And I don't want to be projecting too much to say that like Sam wants to say like, yeah, it's like moneyed interest, it's a function of capitalism or whatever. And he's kind of almost like, no, there's only, there's no evil people or villains or whatever. There were just some like good and bad choices. But it's like, no, there are good and bad people part of this story. And there's like forces at play that you're not willing, like economic forces that you're not willing to like identify and just state outright that like, yeah, they contribute to this problem. And they don't just contribute to this problem or exacerbate it like it is the issue.
Brandeisians, etc.
I don't know if I'm necessarily a neo-Brandeisian, but okay.
You may not be, but they've been very critical of it. We thought the intra-left argument had to do much more with
regulations will solve everything, even the bad actors, but we need the bad actors buy-in to make it happen. Liberals, pretty much. Yeah, to these people, there is no defeating villains. You can only make deals with them.
A debate that is very live. Again, it's a sort of New Deal, New Left divide to us.
Or you can only incentivize them.
Between is
like the suffering and the villainy and the concentration of wealth, that's all going to be there. But here's Ezra Klein telling you how you might be able to like convince them to give you like a scrap of it. And it's going to be through this system of like, it's going to be by like deregulation and incentivizing them to do this thing that they need to fucking do. Because you can like point to a big fat paycheck that they can get.
Is the right future organizing government to organize the resources of society to create this kind of plentitude of housing, of energy, of infrastructure, these things that we want, of innovation, which is a big part of the book? Or is it more of a small is beautiful future? Is it more degrowth inflected? Is it more that we actually build too much already? Is it that there isn't enough meaning in things? In a weird way, Donald Trump has begun to really embody this other side when he comes out and he says, maybe the kids have too many dolls, right? You got 30 dolls, maybe you only need 2. You got 30 pencils, maybe you only need 5. So our view was not that the sort of fight that was live here was with people who worry about corporate power. It's that if you come from the places I come from, or frankly that you live in now and I live in now, you see a lot of Democrats who show up at the planning meeting and don't want any affordable housing because they don't want it to change their housing values. Yeah, you see a lot of people using all sorts of tools of delay and all sorts of directions to stop things from happening. And to us, like I think one of the really profound fights is, do you think delay as a omnipresent tool of governance is a virtue, or do you think speed is more of a virtue? And if you think speed is a virtue, as I do, I think we should deliver government services much faster.
So slowness is the villain now. Delays, okay.
Then what sort of moves are you willing to make that true?
I'm confused. You were surprised that your fight your fight was with the neo-Brandeisians. Who did you think? Did you think the fight was like you talked?
There's a big schism in the environmental movement and the environmental community between the side that thinks we need to build our way towards decarbonization and the side that is much more about worrying that when we build things, we're going to change environments. We're using things like the California Environmental Quality Act or the National Environmental Policy Act to stop things that might.
What would their movement? I'm trying to figure out who you're talking about. The degrowthers?
If you follow or report on any part of the decarbonization fight, you will find that the entire architecture of environmental policy we have is being mobilized against it in order to sue it out of existence, sometimes by moneyed interests. But there's a point in time when like a chapter of the Sunrise Movement, I think it was in Mass, signed on to a solar moratorium. There is a lot of conflict among people who see themselves as liberals committed to these goals, et cetera, on whether building is good or bad. I think that if you're looking very skeptically, but what do you think NIMBYs are?
Well, and NIMBY stands for not in my backyard, which it's kind of like the pejorative term for people that usually champion this sort of like restrictive zoning because they have houses and it's like, yeah, I love the suburbs. I don't want there to be loud music near me. If you don't want loud music or commerce or people walking or whatever, that means that needs to be built somewhere else, and then it just never gets built.
I think NIMBYs for the most part are wealthy people.
Great. That's a big part of the fight we thought we were about to have.
The Kennedys, stop the windmills.
So now you're making my argument for me. Come on, do it. Give it to me.
No. But when I look at the common strain through those people and their ability to actually impact policy, I see money.
Okay, but so you look at one strain, and I probably have a broader set. So let me give you one. Let me give you one where we will disagree.
Wait, well, what is broader than that? Because
it's not just the Kennedys. It's not just the people.
No, I know it's not just the Kennedys, but I'm talking wherever those NIMBYs succeed. I am willing to bet that the relationship between how much money they have and the YIMBYs have, the NIMBYs far more often than not will have more money. I mean, this is like.
Does he think that he can get away with not acknowledging this? How does he think they have power?
Yeah, I know you don't.
How does he think they have all of this influence? You think it's just because they went to town hall and they yapped at someone's ear? It's not just that. It's also that they say, I'm part of a voting bloc. I'm part of a homeowners association. I own land here. I live here. I've been a resident for 15 years. And if you don't do what I want, and if you don't, which is the same thing that all of these other homeowners near me want to do, and I have a fucking list of signatures that can attest to that, I'm going to vote against you. So they cave.
No, the research on this, like when these are contested, there's no doubt in my mind that, we have regulations but it's to protect people's assets and people who have assets versus people who don't have assets.
I don't care if you guys argue about this shit in my chat. Go for it.
And so that is I don't know how you generalize it more than that.
So I think on the NIMBY side, we largely agree. Right. And so when I say that we thought there were different obvious sources of opposition, that was a big one. And again, as you know, there's a whole section of the book about how destructive it has been to turn housing into the central asset class and wealth engine for the middle to upper middle class. Right. It's not true for the very wealthy, but that's a thing people know. But here's a place where we probably disagree. In California, where I'm more familiar with politics, the California Environmental Quality Act, which I think most people agree has overgrown its initial design and is being used to do things like try to stop UC Berkeley from expanding dormitoriums because more students are environmental nuisance. One thing that really defends it is that there's a coalition of unions that use CEQA to sue development in order to get unrelated labor standards concessions. And to me, that is a misuse of power. I am pro stronger labor standards. I am not pro radically expanding how much you can delay every single project in order to get concessions that were not in the initial architecture or vision of that bill. So yes, there is power. The NIMBYs are power. The NIMBYs are related to money, but power is also misused by groups I feel more allied with. And that's one utility of focusing on blue states for me.
We had a union problem in the context of Medicare for all. In that fight. Yep. I mean, there's I think you can find that across a ton of different issues, and you'll have unions on different sides of the same issue because they're
carpenters and builder trades are very different in California.
But I think we both agree that the net value of a strong union movement is a positive, and actually, like a lot of problems we have in terms of across the board are a function of the deunionization of the country. So there's no doubt, like we can find specific instances, and I sort of feel like that's, I think, part of what I have as a critique of the book. There are particular instances, but broadly speaking, when we're talking about coalitional politics, which is definitionally democratic politics, to move forward and to have power and to actually get things done, it seems to me you can't do it by diminishing the coalition.
So there we genuinely disagree.
Yes.
Like that is truly like I always want to be very honest about points of disagreement. There are places where I think we are actually aligned, and here I think Democrats have become way over coalitional, and I think it is a huge problem that we are not delivering.
Which parts of the coalition do you think should be jettisoned?
Yeah, like what does he mean by that?
I don't ever talk about in terms of jettisoning, because I don't think that's how coalitions work. I think they just change issue to issue. But I do not think we should have such a level of proceduralism that forces this many giveaways to this many interests in every process. And again, to use an example where I think we would probably be more aligned.
Can you be specific about the interests? Are there interests that go across the board? I mean, that's what I keep trying to get at. Is that like everything is specific?
You keep trying. I think my virtue is specificity, and your critique of me is I'm overly specific.
I don't feel like he's saying nothing. I feel like he's saying almost nothing.
Specific. Mine of you is overly general.
I'm saying like you're specific about the granular.
I mean, like every time he tries to like, even though he sounds like he wants to get into the nitty gritty, and every time he like tries to get into the weeds with him and pin him down on something, like he somehow wriggles out of it.
Instances, but you say we need to have less interests, and I want to know who those interests are that we need to have less of.
I want to have. Let me go back to the Medicare example for a minute, because you brought that up and I think it's a good one.
I guess that's how he does it. Let's go back to this other thing that you said.
We passed Medicare, sent out those cards in a year. When the Biden administration did two things I think we both probably liked, which is prescription drug negotiations and limiting out-of-pocket lifetime caps, or having lifetime caps for out-of-pocket costs. It took them 3 or 4 years to move it through a regulatory process that we have expanded with things like notice and comment periods and more opportunities for judicial review that can be utilized by, in this case, pharmaceutical companies.
I did warn you, he's shifty and evades. No, I know. I'm seeing it in real time now.
But others,
like it's been happening this entire time, but like that's probably like this has been probably the most pronounced example of it
as well, to kind of slow everything down and force a lot of concession. I want to break that process and make it much more under agency discretion what they do, and make it harder to challenge. In that case, that's going to hurt pharmaceutical companies, right? So I think that you and I would like it. In the California housing case, I want to make housing construction much closer to by right? I want you to have the right to build the housing you want to build, assuming it conforms to basic standards. This is what we've done in California for ADUs. It worked really, really well. A lot of people will be mad about that. NIMBYs, certain unions, etc. I would like to make it easier to build modular housing. Again, different people will be mad at that. I don't have one.
And like another thing that I don't know that he ever addresses, I need to read the book, I guess, is that like there's nothing a NIMBY hates more than public housing, you know, but he seems to hate public housing because he never brings it up. He is exclusively talking about this being something like a market-based solution for this issue.
One answer for you on who I'm trying to screw over, because I'm not trying to screw anybody over. What I'm trying to do is focus liberal governance on the outcomes it is promising people and get people to confront why we are failing to deliver them. If you end up with a different answer than me, that's great. But that should be a very granular confrontation with why high-speed rail didn't happen, why the Second Avenue subway is so fucking expensive, why we're not building enough housing. I don't believe you can do this in generalities in the way that I think a lot of people want to. I think that it requires a lot of confrontation with the
that is rich for him to say
individual failures we see, and then trying to figure out, okay, do things rhyme across these failures? Is there a level of government that should have the authority that currently does it? That kind of thing.
All right. I've held you really long, and so I want to, but let me just, So what is then the political, like what do we organize around as a political movement? If it is in these various instances, people are going to get situationally marginalized in the process, right? I mean, or however gently you want to say, your interests here, we're going to ignore in these specific cases. What is the political message that's going to resonate and get these different factions of the Democratic Party on board with this as a broad message?
I think every national politician who succeeds tends to be reformist and highly critical of the era of their party that came right before them. Bill Clinton was very critical of the Democratic Party preceding him, sort of New Democrat, etc. Barack Obama was extremely critical of both the way money acted in politics prior to him. You might disagree about his actual administration, and then the Iraq War.
Yes.
Donald Trump was extremely critical of the pre-Donald Trump Republican Party. I think being honest with people that you have noticed the same failures on your side that they have is a very potent politics. Now, I am not a politician. I don't have to win elections. I have a freedom to say things that I think are true, that maybe Pete Buttigieg and Wes Moore and Gretchen Whitmer and whoever don't. So I don't necessarily come here telling you I know how to win elections. I don't think you should believe me or really anybody else who doesn't routinely win elections if they tell you that. But the idea that pointing out, yeah, we fucked up, Yeah, things are moving too slow. Yeah, you don't feel the government is spending your money well. I thought it was incredibly telling that when the New York Times polled this.
And his solution is that we're going to deregulate like zoning almost entirely and get rid of all these fucking restrictions. And then that's going to allow private actors to build housing. And then hopefully in 10 years, the rent's going to decrease by like 1%. This is like your big pitch.
Just a couple weeks ago, what you found when you polled people, like, is government inefficient? Plus 18. Is Doge a good idea? Plus 6. Is Doge doing a good job? Minus some significant number. Is Elon Musk doing a good job? Like minus 18 or 20. People believe, often correctly, that government doesn't deliver for them, that it's not spending their money well, that they're not getting what they want out of it. And I think going to them in the first order and saying, yeah, I am going to be relentlessly focused on making sure the roads I promised to fix for you actually get fucking fixed this time. We are actually going to build. We learned something about California high-speed rail, and the next time we do one of these big projects, here's what we learned, and here's how we are going to make it work. Look, I could be wrong. I think it's a potent politics.
Which of the three Democratic presidencies that we've lived under would you rate the highest in terms of your policy set, in terms of accomplishing them?
Obama, but there's things you need to learn from that one too.
And that's a function of the ACA?
Obama.
A function of the ACA, I mean, I think they got a lot done that was very valuable, but I will always say that part of my thinking goes back to that era, because you go back to the 2009 stimulus bill, and what does it promise? Well, it's big headline projects that are going to be the reinvestment side. It's high-speed rail, it's a national set of interoperable health records, and it's a national smart grid, and we are 0 for 3.
I would also argue they screwed up on the housing crisis immensely, and under Obama, we lost, 1,000 statewide Democrats, which is why I think we had such a poor bench over in the following 10 years. Some comptroller loses their job because of the wave. I'm not convinced that we didn't get Trump as a function of Obama.
I think a full debate between us on Obama should wait for another day.
Be a different day. But
yeah, it's so funny that this guy is talking about, like, what did he say earlier? Like Shenzhen or whatever. He was like, oh, there's parts of California that could look like, or like Texas that could look like fucking like China or whatever. But it's ironic considering how like anti-China this is. And it's like, if this is a vision that you want, and you want the skylines to literally look like this, shouldn't we be like, why aren't you embracing people looking towards the glorious CCP? You're over here like drooling over the fact that like some cities in America have built like 500 miles of, railways or whatever. And it's like, I'm pretty sure China has built like fucking 25,000 miles of that shit in the last several years.
Ezra, I really appreciate you taking the time, and we will link to Abundance and, of course, your podcast.
Yeah, China is able to do that because it can seize land and do whatever they want with it. I know, but like, why isn't he advocating for that then, if that's how fast he wants this done? And like, the big thing is that like, he doesn't want it to be the government. He wants it to be like private equity firms that do it.
Huge podcast, and the New York Times is also a well-known newspaper.
I've heard of it. Yeah, a strong Northeast regional. Thank you, Sam. I enjoyed it.
All right, thanks, Ezra. All right, folks, we got to take a quick break. Head into the
general reaction. They say boys will do anything to avoid going to therapy, but I say liberals will do anything to avoid saying that the root problem is capitalism itself. Ezra, Houston is a bad place to be a homeowner, but a great place to be a developer. Yeah, duh, that's the whole problem. In true neoliberal fashion, Ezra just can't admit that every roadblock he's describing is, at its root, just moneyed interests. No, it's like he just wants to say, oh, it's like democratic laziness because of these damn regulations. He like shakes his fist at the sky, and then you like try, like Sam, like this conversation was just Sam trying to get him to like go, okay, like go a layer deeper on that, go a layer deeper on that. So I agree with you that they're ineffective. I agree with you that these constituents, these NIMBYs ask for these things, but why do they ask for these things? And Ezra's just kind of like, I don't know, or like changes the fucking subject. You can tell when an experienced debater like Ezra Klein is uncomfortable by what he tries to change subjects on. Money is the biggest driver of prevention on new building. Money is used to incentivize politicians to abuse the systems created in good faith against its intended purpose. The solution is not deregulation. It is better regulation that doesn't incentivize politicians to bow to the whims of money's influence and drastically punishes them for doing so. And I keep seeing Ezra and his people wonder why the left doesn't agree wholeheartedly with him. The left thinks money's influence is the single biggest thing, an issue in the influencing policy, and if your first instinct is to shy away from that fact, you are immediately an enemy. Can't say I disagree. The question I think Ezra and co should be asking isn't why Democratic leaders can affect change, but rather why they won't. Any argument / proposal agenda that does not address how politicians and governments are incentivized is worthless. This is my biggest critique of this abundance so far, and I've yet to hear even a remotely satisfying answer to this obvious question. Government is inefficient because much of it has been defunded. We can't progress quickly if there aren't enough things. Well, I know, but he will like... And this is the thing, he'll do anything to avoid like this being like, there's no mention about like, why don't we refund like public housing projects? He's like, no, don't do that. Don't waste any time asking that, making that request of the government. You should help them deregulate so that, you know, fucking BlackRock can come in, you know, gentrify your neighborhood and you can get cheap rent later. Being a leftist makes things so much easier. You cannot be smart at all and still understand everything quite easily. Liberals have to do so much mental gymnastics. He knows too much, Ezra. It's how you end up with 1 billion Americans. Okay, you guys. How are we doing? Where are we at? So it is almost midnight here in Florida. But before I go, I would just like to say thank you to everybody who's watching. And if you are enjoying the stream and you haven't liked it yet on YouTube, please go ahead and do so. If you want to subscribe to me on YouTube, that would be amazing. If you have not followed me on Twitch, please go ahead and do that. If you want to subscribe, I got 4... I guess I don't have my subscriber notifications on because I have 4 new subscribers and I was trying to get 5 tonight and my sub goal says I have 0, but I have 4 people. So thank you so much for everybody who subscribed. If you want to help support the stream further, you can either give me a subscription, maybe you can use your Twitch Prime sub, or I'm not sure. Prime, I don't know. You can always tip or donate to me directly. You can ! tip or donate in chat and my Streamlabs tip link will come up. Yeah. So tomorrow I'm probably going to have on my friend Socrates, and we are going to go over Lonerbox versus Queeman. Asking some bold questions. I think they had a debate over whether it's anti-Semitic to disagree with the majority of Jews. I am not kidding. So looking forward to that. But thanks to everybody who spent their evening with me. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know when. I should link my YouTube and my Twitch bio. Oh, I'm at Straighterade on everything. At Straighterade or Straighterade_, but yeah, I definitely will do that. So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what time, but probably gonna be a longer stream. So thanks to everyone for watching. Have a good night.